case you have any queries or you need help, you may kindly contact our support staff and they will assist you. We are honored to have you all here with us. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, once again requesting everyone to kindly be seated.
FASTag program, the illustrious flagship initiative of the esteemed National Highways Authority of India, NHAI, and the Ministry of Road Transport and Highways has been meticulously executed on a nationwide scale. It aims to eliminate bottlenecks and ensure smooth traffic flow by introducing the RFID-based FASTag for digital toll-free payments on national highways. This comprehensive program provides a unified and interoperable electronic toll collection or ETC solution, harmonizing the entirety of India's national highways. Tolling used to be associated with delays at collection points and congestion at toll plazas, mostly due to efficiency constraints associated with manual method of toll collection in practice. The delays negatively impact the operational efficiency of the improved road network and thus neutralize the benefits of the improvement of highway infrastructure. To overcome these challenges, Government of India has therefore decided to introduce electronic toll collection in India, and thus IHMCL was incorporated to execute this ambitious project. In June 2010, a distinguished committee led by the esteemed Sri Nandan Nilekani graced us with their wisdom, presenting the visionary recommendation of employing RFID-enabled FASTag for a superlative, expeditious and impeccably seamless road commuting experience. With meticulous foresight,
ladies and gentlemen, requesting everybody to be seated. And we are now going ahead with the proceedings of today's international workshop. Once again, requesting everyone to kindly be seated and all mobile phones either switched off or put on to silent mode. May I also request for the exit doors to be closed, please. Thank you.
the time had come to design a brand new tolling system using new technology that had come out called RFID. And there was a committee of which I was the chair, and we looked at all the technologies prevailing.
Ladies and gentlemen, once again requesting everyone to be seated. Thank you. And we now go ahead with the proceedings of the international workshop. Namaskar and good morning, ladies and gentlemen. A very warm welcome to all our esteemed guests, dignitaries and participants from all around the world. It is our honor to host this prestigious international workshop on Global Navigation Satellite System, GNSS-based electronic toll collection in India. And we are delighted to have such a distinguished audience with us today. Today's workshop is a unique opportunity to explore the advancements and applications of GNSS technology in electronic toll collection, a significant step towards revolutionizing the transportation infrastructure in India. Ladies and gentlemen, this workshop brings together experts, policymakers, industry leaders, and researchers from various parts of the globe to share their valuable insights, experience, and innovations in the field of GNSS-based toll collection. We would like to inform all our esteemed gathering that with the ongoing Parliament session, the Honorable Union Minister, Shri Nitin Gadkari ji, will be joining us later in the evening. We would also like to inform that all the proceedings of the international workshop will be telecast live on NHAI YouTube channel. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I have the privilege in inviting Shri Amit Ranjan Chitranshi ji, CEO IHMCL, to kindly begin the proceedings with context setting and introduction of the workshop. Let's put our hands together to welcome sir.
Good morning, everyone. Respected Shri Vishal Chauhan Sahab, Member Admin and CMD IHMCL, Shri SP Singh Sahab, Joint Secretary Toll, Ministry of Road Transport and Highways, Shri Joydeep Shom, DDG NIC and Honorable Apex Committee Member, Shri Neeraj Kumar, CVO NHAI, eminent panelists, senior officers from NHAI, MORTH, government departments, delegates from abroad and India, and my dear friends. So we are on the first step to stairways to the GNSS tolling in India. I extend a very warm welcome to all of you to be present here. It's already a full house right at 10 a.m. So about the workshop, India seeks for a very unique solution for the GNSS tolling, a solution which is not sought from consultants, but a solution from scientists, from innovators, because the Indian solution has not been replicated anywhere in the world. So a thought came that the idea should flow from all over the world. And especially if this solution is implemented, it will open the GNSS tolling not only to the India, but to all the developing nations who have already a well-established tolling system in place. So I'll just introduce you about the very short briefing about the model, which we thought of, which we seek answers from you, that how the solution will be. Harsh, if you can, next slide. So This is a very high level picture of our model. We say there will be a government owned toll charger engine which will be connected to the vehicle OBUs, and the OBUs will send their location timestamp directly to the toll charger engine. These OBUs fitted vehicles will be onboarded to this central toll charging engine through issuer entities. We are calling them issuer entities, not issuer banks as in FASTag, and the reason you will know later in this evening. So the only difference between the present and the future is how the toll is calculated. In our system, in open system, we have a fixed toll whenever a vehicle passes through a point or there is a pairing in a closed tolling system. We have toll calculated, and it is readily calculated, mapped in the acquiring bank and NPCI system. Here, the toll will be calculated by the toll charger, and rest everything will fall in place as it is. As you see in the next picture, the next slide, it is only the toll calculation by the toll charger, and then the normal FASTag ecosystem, very well developed by our NPCI acquiring bank systems, the issuer, that will fall in place. The only thing is the toll charger will have a dedicated portal on each toll plaza, so there is a proper accounting of what are the GNSS vehicles toll and what is the vehicles under the hybrid system. So this all you will see, and I'll request the House to stay right up to the last session, the valedictory session, where our Honorable Minister, under whom guidance we have proceeded till now, you can listen to his views also. I'll also give a brief about how the workshop will proceed. Next slide, please. So the format of the discussion would be, in this unique panel discussions, it is not that the panelists are meeting for the first time. We had two pre-workshop meetings of each panelist, each panel discussions, and the points have been jotted out. Maybe there are some understandings, maybe there are some divergence, but there has been a consensus as well, a large consensus on the topic. So we had those meetings, and we have prepared a presentation based on those two pre-workshop sessions. So the workshop will proceed like this. The moderator of each panel would present that presentation before the audience. Maybe there may be 15-20 minutes for the presentation. Then each panelist will get a chance to express his views, maybe related to the slide or something else came in his mind. And for the each panel discussion would be some 20 minutes will be allotted for the question and answers, because I know there are lots and lots of questions that's why this whole gathering is here. So the last 20 minutes will be for the questions. So we are having 4 panel discussions. First is regarding the OBU or our, I can say, AIS 140 VLT device, and together with it, we'll also discuss about the proposed changes in the NH rule, the CMVR, and the AIS 140 specification, which we intend to modify. The second panel discussion, another important, will be on the toll charger engine. We have international delegates also for that. The third panel discussion would be on the issuer entities, how the onboarding and the payment system, and what can be the value-added systems in this GNSS ecosystem. And the last, but the very important session, will be on the road infrastructure, what we need to change in the road infrastructure, and also on the multi-lane free flow, because GNSS, one of the distinct advantage is the multi-lane free flow. So how in our present system, how in our ecosystem of toll plaza, we can give a multi-lane free flow for the GNSS vehicles. So I hope, when our team visited and we visited abroad and we presented this unique solution, I'll tell you frankly, some of the witnesses are also there. The people there were very surprised and they said the light will come from the east, that is India. So very welcome to you. And we'll straight away start our next session. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much indeed, sir, for that introductory presentation, warm words of welcome and setting the context for today's international workshop. And ladies and gentlemen, before wasting any more time, let's go ahead with the proceedings of the first panel discussion session, which is on OBU, AIS, 140 VLT device, CMV, and NHV rule. And I have the proud privilege in inviting on stage our eminent panelists. I would like to invite our distinguished moderator for the session. Let's put our hands together to welcome Mr. S.P. Singh, JS, Ministry of Road Transport and Highways, and Apex Committee member. A very warm welcome to you, sir. I also invite our eminent panelists, Mr. Joydeep Shom, NIC, Apex Committee member, Mr. K.C. Sharma, Ministry of Road Transport and Highways, Ms. Praveena Rai, NPCI, Mr. Bruna Kodian, Continental Automotive, Germany, Mr. Christian Perschel, Unix Traffic, Austria, will be joining us online, Mr. Alok Sethi, DIMTS, Mr. P.K. Banerjee, SIAM, Mr. Vadiraj Katti, I Triangle, and Mr. Anshuman Roy. Ladies and gentlemen, this panel will explore three key areas: OBU, AIS, 140 VLT device, commercial motor vehicles, CMV, and the National Highway Fee Rule. But before we go ahead with the proceedings of the panel discussion, I would request Mr. Amit Ranjan Chitranshi, CEO IHMCL, to kindly do the honors of welcoming all our eminent panelists with a book on yoga by Swami Vivekanand. This book is a tribute to our yoga tradition and commemorates the International Yoga Day, which we recently celebrated. Thank you very much indeed, sir, for kindly doing the honors. Let's once again put our hands together to welcome the eminent panel on the stage. And I hand over to our distinguished moderator, Shri S.P. Singh, JS, Ministry of Road Transport and Highways, and the Apex Committee member, to carry forward the proceedings of the panel discussion, beginning with his opening remarks and ending with question-answer session. And I would request you, sir, you have about 1 hour, 15 minutes for the session. Over to you, sir.
Good morning to all. I think just for our panel members, I will first present the whole concept which we have already discussed during the last two pre-sessions, and thereafter our panelists will vouch their views for 3 to 5 minutes each, and then we'll go to the audience for having their questions. And accordingly, we'll collect all the questions and we'll try to answer forthwith. In that way, we'll progress with the panels. So firstly, I will start with the presentation from the dance. Yeah, but these are the name of the panelists here. I think Chitransi, Sri Amit Ranjan Chitransi ji, the Chief Operating Officer of IHMCL, have already introduced the constitution of the panelist as well as the members included therein. So without wasting any further time, I will go straight to the presentation. This slide has already been elaborated by our Chief Operating Officer IHMCL, so I will not go into this slide. So straight away, I am moving to this proposed changes, proposed amendments, which we are trying to do in our existing NHP Rule 2008, or basically what we are trying to have a kind of enabling rules which will facilitate in the rolling out of the GNSS-based tolling system. So we'll include in the definition part this global navigation satellite system. Then we'll also define what the OBU is, and then we'll also have this automatic number plate recognition device, which adds in the validation and enforcement exercises. On the similar line, we'll also have definition of this enforcement and validation devices under electronic toll collection infrastructure. Presently, we are doing electronic toll collection with the help of FASTag, this RFID tag, and in case of access controlled highway, we are utilizing somewhere the combination of FASTag and ANPR device. Then we'll also define what GNSS section of National Highway mean to. Then we'll move to this, we are trying to introduce some kind of, it's not kind of any kind of penalty, but it's kind of disincentive, that since we are proceeding with the hybrid lane concept things, where both GNSS OBU and vehicle fitted with the FASTag will be plying on the section to begin with. So we'll having some kind of disincentive for the vehicle having non-GNSS OBU. It will be kind of just making a kind of discipline or making the this objective fruitful. So if any vehicle which are not complied with the GNSS OBU concept, and if they enter into the GNSS lane, they will be asked to pay 2 times of the fee that is applicable for that particular vehicle. And there will be a sufficient kind of mechanism to already predict that in which side the GNSS lane is there, or which lane is the GNSS lane, so that the vehicle owner or vehicle driver doesn't get confused. Then we are also having presently the discount system with respect to a particular toll plaza. We'll try to have some kind of discount mechanism in respect of GNSS tolling also, to reflect the esprit behind the discount which has been extended to the RFID tag or location-based tolling. These are the changes which are proposed in the central motor vehicle rules. And again, these are the changes which are being proposed just to facilitate, just to enable GNSS-based tolling system. There is no intention to impose any additional condition, to impose any additional fee. It's only a kind of facilitation exercise. And in extension of that, we have organized these workshops also, so that we can have a wider consultation, and view emerging thereof will be taken properly to make a suitable amendment therein. So in the first kind of things, we'll make GNSS OBU mandatory, both for M and N category of vehicles, in order to facilitate enforcement of GNSS ETC system, as well as to effect GNSS-based tolling collection system. There will be a date which will be decided after wider consultation and with an approval of the competent authority. And there will be a date for the vehicle to be sold after, that means for the newer vehicles. And there will be a date for the existing vehicles also. And in accordance with the consensus arrived, this Rule 138C and 90 will be amended. Presently, to begin with, we are already having vehicle location tracking device which is applicable for the public service carriers as well as the commercial vehicles which they are going to have the national permit. So we are having already this VLT device, and to begin with, we'll start this GNSS-based tolling system for the vehicles fitted with VLT as per existing AIS 140 specification. Then we'll go for this certain amendments correlated to this M and N category vehicle dates that will before registration you have to have this fitment of GNSS OBU in their vehicle. That will be rule 47. Then to ensure or to minimize that the violations are minimal, we'll have a certain kind of disincentive to the users that no objection certificate they have to give to the registry authority for register of transfer of ownership of vehicle. When the change of ownership happens after sale of the vehicle, then you have to obtain NOC. Apart from that, there will be some kind of disincentive for other purposes also, and which will come afterwards, having some kind of discussion on those points. So these are the kind of mechanism where we want to ensure that the maximum adherence to the GNSS-based tolling comes, and this will be a kind of disincentive that if you violate, if you don't pay the toll while using the GNSS system, and when we are misutilizing the system of free flow, then there will be kind of some mechanism that you will be given a notice that you have not paid, and then ultimately this NOC issue will come. And in future we may come out with some another kind of enforcement mechanism also, maybe in the form of a stationary girder fitted with the NPR, or even this mobile vehicle enforcement. But that will come afterwards, after knowing the statistics of the violation level. Then these are the proposed changes in the AIS 140 specification. There will be a definition part. Then this operating voltage that will be compliant to the vehicle voltage specification. Then there will be acquisition channels of 40. There will be data sharing with three different IPs. Let me clarify, these are the changes, these are the minimum changes proposed. There might be some changes more than this also, but these are the minimum changes which have to be there to enable GNSS functioning in a smooth condition. Then we'll have an increase in built-up memory for storage of data logs of time, location, stamp data in no network, power setting, and audio notification. Suppose if there is no network and our OBU devices is not, or our satellite system is not able to locate the location of vehicle exactly, in that case we'll have some kind of data logs of the vehicle which can be utilized for afterwards the calculation of the user fee. Then this hot start, cold start, timing and test criteria will also be suitably amended. Then globally we are having a two kind of OBU. One is the thick OBU, other is the thin OBU, where in case of thick OBU, most of the computation, most of the this calculation part or everything is done and in the OBU itself. And in that case, the OBU becomes a quite heavier unit technologically. So in India, we are having a concept of going with a thin OBU, and its basic work will be this location stamping and sending data to the gateway layer or like that. Then thin architecture, as I explained, the map matching will not happen at OBU device level at present. OBU will share data on as-is basis with encryption ATC. Then there will be a programming like, suppose when there is no network, there is no power, then in what protocol fashion the data will be sent. This will be first in, first out, so that the calculation is done accordingly. Frequency of data collection will be 1 to 5 seconds, and this will ensure the accuracy in the tracking of the location of the vehicle. Then increase in IP port for TCP/IP communication with toll charger. Increasing the inbuilt memory for storage of data logs of, I think this was repetition. Then creation of virtual ID and other necessary information. Then GSM network preference and fallback. Within our discussion, it emerged that we should fall back on 2G from 5G to 4G with 2G. Then onboarding to toll charger / gateway. The issuer entity here, as our CEO already explained, that we are here going with the word with the issuer entity, and it may be a bank or any other entity also. So in case of FASTag, we are having a issuer bank, and here we are coming out with the concept of issuer entity. Then toll charger will do secure key / certificate generation and management during OBU onboarding. OBUs will be programmed to send data to intermediate gateway layer. Here, toll charger software will be under the control of government or government bodies like NHAI, and will also have some kind of intermediate gateway layer to address the issue of privacy, so that the every data which is not required, it is not captured, it is sent back to the system. Then we also desire to have this fraud at the software level as well as the hardware level. This existing AIS 140 devices have already provisioned in that regard. We want to include this firmware level security also. We will have end-to-end encryption of data also. We'll have secure storage, encryption of data stored in device. We'll have a kind of access control. Then there will be a public key infrastructure and a hardware security module. Then I think lastly, amending the specification will not be sufficient. We have to ensure that the OBUs which are there in the market are complying with our OBU specification, stipulated specifications. So these will be the testing protocols which will ensure in market that the OBU complies with our AIS 140 specification. So there will be approval certificate by CMBR, security testing with the help of STQC. Then conformity of production, more stringent step to conduct in every 3-6 months. Just to maintain also that the OBU are in the same, in the appropriate condition, or they are with the stipulated specifications. So there will be a 3-6 month kind of some checking or like that. Then a stringent OBU on board guidelines for issuer entity. So there will be some guidelines for the issuer entity to just adhere with the AIS 140 amended specifications. There will be periodicity of OBU audit physical, then continuous remote checks on quality of OBU ranging this esteemed OBU data, uptime, etc. These are just a kind of how this toll collection mechanism will actually happen. Presently, we'll have both this GNSS OBU and FASTag. And during the movement on the highway through the GNSS lane, when your OBU is green and as well as the FASTag is whitelisted, then there will be free flow. So for having free flow, you have to have OBU in the green condition, I mean in the perfect condition, in the condition which is desired as per the amended rules, and the FASTag is to be valid, I mean this whitelisted means valid, having sufficient balance, then the free flow will occur. But in the condition where OBU is not functioning and your FASTag is having the money, FASTag is whitelisted, then it will be considered as a red condition. Free flow will happen, but there will be an additional fee of this 2 times of the user fee applicable for that particular vehicle. It indicates that in this case, your OBU is not functioning and your vehicle is not compliant with the GNSS system. On the next line, when your FASTag is blacklisted and even if your GNSS is green, then this barrier will come down and you will not be able to cross, and then you have to pay the fee as per the rules, and then barrier will get lifted and you can cross. And if this OBU is red and FASTag is blacklisted, then the barrier will also come down. I think with this we will proceed with the panelist views, and then we'll invite the question and answers, and accordingly we'll try to answer the same. Moreover, in the last slide, or there will be this email is there, this Suppose we will be limiting the questions due to the paucity of time, but if any audience is having any questions which they want to pose to the panelist or to the company IHMCL or to the NHAI or to the ministry, they can write through email on this email ID suggestions@ihmcl.com, and which will be compiled, and accordingly view it will be deliberated and view will be made thereafter. Thank you. I think we can start with the panelists, and I would request that every panel to restrict themselves within 3 to 5 minutes. So, Mr. Rai, please. You can start.
Thank you, sir. First of all, when we started discussing, just on the behind screen, the 2 days workshop and lot of informal communications, what goes on, the first, we realized the task is too huge, too complex, and more importantly, the benchmark created by NHAI, Ministry, NPCI, the toll concessionaires, and the system integrators, fintechs, banks, all put together, we are talking about close to 70 million on-road user of digital payment. And 45,000 kilometer of road stretch. If we take on highways and state highways, it's probably 100,000 plus. So that was the benchmark, and we knew the task is too complicated, so we have to, take each step, debate, and consider. And a big round of applause for this benchmark set in India. I think it's one of the highest in the world. So much of digital payment, and all credit goes to the most of the audience who are the stakeholder over here. So next question comes is what we thought. We need to make this OBU more reliable, more accurate, more secured to be used as a financial tool. Those points are already deliberated, and I'm sure all of us will cover those points, and it would be published for views amongst the industry stakeholders. Next question was, can only a GNSS handle such big scale of this level of accuracy and detections? So conclusion was there. You must have seen that it also parallelly require an enforcement system. In European countries or wherever we talk, along with GNSS, there is a DSRC or any other enforcement system in place. So those parameters not only helps to detect the defaulters, it also helps to take that data and exactly identify the complex scenarios. Like if I am moving on below a bridge or a tolled, bridge. So a local detection not only helps the defaulters to catch, but as well as precision helps it to arrive at a much precision level. Now, while looking at the task, what we realized is we obviously need a phase-wise approach, जो Singh sir ने already cover किए हैं. In the first phase, we are talking about a commercial vehicle, mandated vehicle, the amendment, where privacy is not an issue, but they are the largest contributor in terms of revenue, but quantum of them is compared to the private vehicle is a bit lower. So with that, we roll it out, and with the cutoff date, as sir has mentioned, and we stabilize the rest of the system, and then we take the challenge of private vehicles. Probably different use cases required, because people like you and me, there are scenarios where I hardly go to highways, right? So I fit an OBU. So those are much more deliberations required. And that's the roadmap we thought we'll move ahead and go ahead and implement. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, and good morning all. So before being a panelist, as a citizen of this great country, I feel delighted to be a part of this activity, which is going to be one more digital disruption, which India is growingly getting to be known for. So quite honestly, the last few discussions that we have had, and the interaction between the ministry, the NHAI and the IHMCL along with the industry, resources has been so significant and remarkable that we have from a stage where, what needs to be done to what has to be done is something which we have, traversed. And today the kind of clarity that Mr. Singh gave has been a result of quite a few deliberations that has happened for the past few months. So I personally congratulate IHMCL, the ministry and the NHAI for involving and engaging all the industry resources to get a consensus on this. Having said that, I echo Anshuman's views that the task ahead is mammoth, but when you look at it from a technology perspective, it really will work, because this is something which quite a few countries have tried to adopt, and with a fair degree of success. And I have no doubt in my mind that as an industry we will support the government to ensure that this entire endeavor will be an outstanding success and a role model, as Mr. Chitanchi mentioned, to all the other developing countries. From areas of improvement and concern point of view, as an industry resource from the OBU community, I feel it is going to be our duty to come up with stable OBUs, consistent OBUs, and security encryptions and things like that have to be properly taken care. And I know we need to put our heads together, try to understand what exactly is required from an OBU perspective, because OBU is going to be a very critical component in the success of the entire endeavor. The quality of data that the OBU gives will in a large way contribute to the success of this. So that puts a lot of responsibility on our community. So let us focus on building robust devices that will send consistent data, that will ensure security encryptions, that will ensure the quality of data that goes out, because the kind of numbers that again Anshuman talked about is mind-boggling. So from an opportunity point of view, there is a huge opportunity, but having said that, we need to do a good job and then work with the government to ensure that again this scheme is, the GNSS-based tolling is a success. So on that front, I had a specific request to the policymakers that, one of the most important thing coming from the AIS 140 experience that we have had in the last 5 years, AIS 140 itself was a path-breaking decision, because we were one of the very few countries that had a mandate. We need to come up with operational convenience that will ensure that, we have states now which are focusing on implementing AIS 140, and then we have the ministry at the center which is trying to implement GNSS-based tolling. There has to be a synchronization between both these activities. We need to have some common protocols. We need to have one single protocol, which I strongly suggest, like the way we have today for income tax and passport. We need to have one centralized agency that will have a common protocol for AIS 140 devices, and of course the toll charger will have one protocol. That will go a long way in stabilizing the entire ecosystem, sir. But then, having said that, I think there have been I would hand it over to the next panelist, and thank you so much for making me a part of this panel. Thank you so much, sir.
Mr. Banerjee, just a moment. We are also having one participant online. So let us try to hear him first. Otherwise, in continuation, sometimes we may miss him. So we are having online the representative from the UNES Traffic Austria. I hope I am correct, Mr. Percy. Are we audible to you?
Morning.
Yeah, you are audible. You can continue with your comments.
Okay, thank you. Good morning. Nice greetings from Vienna. I'm very sorry that I cannot physically participate on the conference, but I, of course, would like to contribute. My words are, I'm working since more than 20 years on GNSS tolling for Siemens and Unix later on. And we have seen in Europe development of course, initiated by the European Union and by the local governments to have one unique system for whole Europe for truck tolling. And originally, the systems were based on manual systems and microwave systems. And now, more and more, in the last 10 years, more and more countries are establishing GNSS technology. So we're talking about 15 countries in Europe who have EATS, and more than half of these countries are based on GNSS, and also each new country which comes to the EATS scheme, or most of the new countries are based on GNSS. So I think it is the right approach also for India to use this model, and there are some other common things I would like to emphasize, which is, for example, the separation between issuers, which are called toll service providers in Europe, and the toll charger, who is doing a centralized map matching. This is in most cases also in Europe the blueprint solution. I think I see that you have a good approach. It's the right way to go for tolling, because it's the most scalable and also performant solution for toll collection. I think the most crucial part to take a view on is the security aspect, of course, to ensure that the data there is no fraud, that there is a control system which checks whether the drivers are compliant. But if you have that in place, then it will be a very powerful and performant system. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Percy. I think now we can continue with the next panel. Mr. Banerjee, please.
Rising, aspiring India's tryst with destiny is envisioned by the Honorable Prime Minister's Viksit Bharat by 2047. The realization of this grand vision of India stands on the Government of India's very clear Digital India mandate, apart from the other infrastructure and ease of doing business. As I represent industry, having a direct connect vehicle manufacturers and the customers, I am very proud to be in this panel. In India, we often say Singh is king. I remember 2019 when we were trying to transform and implement these FASTag issues, Ministry of Road Transport and NHAI. There are always multiple challenges when any new idea is brought in. It goes through the first resistance, then perhaps timid acceptance, then reform, transform, and perform. 2019, Rohit Kumar Singh was there, and today, sir, SP Singh, sir, is heading this. That milestone, we were debating bank neutral or bank specific, how to implement, but finally it happened, and today we are proud to see where we are as regards FASTag. I think this is the second milestone we are standing on, ease of doing business, and further showing to the world what India can achieve with this new ideation. So, sir, I am confident that we will be able to overcome, and with your very lucid, clear presentation, it is very evident that we need to focus on what to implement against the vision, how to implement in phased manner, and what are the challenges we face during the implementation, enforcement, and how to make acceptable to people so that each one of us present here in this room has a role to play in their own domain. I have a role to play, he has a role to play, government has a role to play, you have a role to play. So each one of us will make an effort and we realize the grand vision of India. So therefore, it is very important that let's be very clear that in our parlance we say, Ekai sadhe sab sadhe, sab sadhe sab khoye. So it's important that we do the implementation in phased manner. So therefore, while the vision is to have MNN grand coverage of entire vehicle category, it's very clear that we have to start with implementation of this AIS 140 with the vehicle category, public service, commercial vehicle, transport vehicle, taxis, where AIS 140 is implemented today. But modularity point of view, the vision which has been articulated very clearly, it should be able to capture that tomorrow the private segment also, if need be, subsequently once the commercial vehicle space is stabilized, the need to be implemented GNSS system. That's point number one. Point number two, the existing 4.5 million vehicles which are already having AIS 140, how to embrace them in our system. And on the ground level, whatever challenges we realize today, state versus center relations, how to overcome that. that center mandate, how to effectively take it forward. How can we have a uniform, architecture of system implementation? So these are the issues which this panel is very happy to address. Singh Saab has already indicated how nicely the panel has met and threadbare analyzed what are the issues which we need to address. And with all of you present here, with a large gathering here, I'm sure together we can achieve and show to the world that India has arrived and this is the time for India. Thank you.
Thanks, Banerjee Saab. So I think most of the, as per the Singh Saab and most of the panelists have said, this will be one of the largest, connected device digital payment setup which we are, going to move forward. And there is a, going to be a big shift for the industry, from the telematics industry. Till now, for last 4 or 5 years, since AIS 140 has come, it has more been a, compliance kind of a scenario, from where we'll be moving to a service and a dedicated reliability kind of a scenario. So devices will need to be upgraded. Though, as ministry and everybody in the panel is agreed, we are moving ahead with a phased manner, wherein initially the AIS 140 existing devices would be onboarded, So at that point, using the existing setup and moving it to an issuer entity-led model to a toll charger, toll charger charging with the map matching will become very critical because, having that kind of accuracy with GPS data and moving ahead and calculating fare, there would be a lot of, algorithms needed to make it proper. But in the newer amendment, what we are trying to do is, trying to get 2 more GNSS as a mandatory feature. What we are, envisaging is an increase in GPS channels from current to 40, making it much more available and reliable. Though there is no impact on accuracy per se, but yeah, availability and this thing will increase. We are looking at, increasing storage data because there is one more IP now and the data will need to be backed up in case there is no network. There is, a talk about security because, once it becomes a financial instrument, there has to be authentication of device, there has to be security and encryption so that, data cannot be fudged. No spurious data could be put in the system and financial loss could happen. And there is a major element which is going to come in with an issuer entity coming in, onboarding of these devices, security, and, device management per se. The network of tolling will keep increasing. There will be newer complexities. There will be newer services which will be envisaged on the same digital, infrastructure. So at that point, the newer amendment will need to look at all those features so that, we are good to go for next 5-10 years. And, on the OBU certification point, I think industry and others and, toll charger as well as issuer entities also will need to pull in so that, the reliability of these devices could go to the next level where we can use it for tolling on a very, very reliable kind of a scenario. And users are not, getting impacted without, with GNSS not working. So these are my points. With that, I think I'll close. Thanks.
Hello. I'm Bruno Coudin from Continental. I'm more used to European tolling, and I'm glad to be invited to give some help in this certification, in this standard, to give you some insight by comparing what we do in Europe and comparing what you want to achieve, which is a very impressive goal that you are setting up in India on this project. So looking at the standard, if we try to be a little bit more technical, one of the big difference is the way the architecture, the system architecture is designed. In Europe, the architecture is done in a way that the manufacturer of the device is connecting to the device and only him connecting to the device. So he's doing the device management, the firmware update of the device, and he's also getting the data from the device, or the positions, that it is transferring to the toll charger. So it creates the manufacturer of the device in a position where he has the full responsibility of the device. So he has also, in terms of security, it's easy because he is only one to get the private keys, security keys that have been built at manufacturing time, and that is also get on the back end so that he can create a very secure channel with the device. On contrary, in the architecture that we are and is proposed in India, it's a kind of distributed architecture, so it creates also more advantage and more inconvenient. Nothing is black and white. And in this approach, there is the device will directly send the data to the toll charger. So if you remove the security part, it's easier. Now, if you add the security on top of it, it creates new challenge, because when you build a device as a manufacturer, then you also have to share the keys of the device to the central point that is collecting the data. So it creates new communication channels that have to be designed. It's not impossible, but if we want to achieve in this systems a good level of security, this is also, we need to address also how to exchange all the keys, all the security mechanism around it. There are also some challenge in terms also of privacy. In the standards, there are provision to something called the virtual ID, but it's not very clear in the standard at this stage, or maybe we didn't get it properly, how this virtual ID is used to really protect the privacy of the users of the VLT or OBU device. That's creating very important challenge, and that's also, as an engineering standpoint, that's very exciting, because what you are trying to achieve in terms of volume, in terms of scale, is very, very, very exciting. So I'm just highlighting some technical challenge. Nothing is impossible, but we all, as a standard body, have to really work hard to make the ecosystem very striving, so that everybody also in the ecosystem can find its place, like the manufacturer of the truck, manufacturer of the device, and the toll charger. Everybody needs to have clear responsibilities in this ecosystem. That's all I wanted to say.
Thank you, Mr. Bruno. I think the panelists remaining the last are always requested to be short. So we are left with around 9 minutes, because we have to give 20 minutes to the audience also for question and answer. So just I would request to make yourself brief within 3 minutes if possible. K.C. Sharma, sir, please.
Firstly, I feel delighted to be a part of a discussion process regarding future tolling system of India. In the presentation given by the Joint Secretary and my panelists who have spoken before me have covered large number of points. I would limit to the bare essentials and what we intend to do. So 3 or 4 things. What kind of system do we have at present? We have a VLT device, which is a vehicle locating tracking device, which covers, which is applicable on 3 categories. One is public service vehicles, where vehicles are being used for hire and reward. And the second category is vehicles on national permit. And the third one is vehicles carrying dangerous or hazardous goods. Now, what are we trying to do? We are essentially trying to expand the scope of AIS 140 to all M. When I say M, passenger carriers, and N, that means goods carriers. Now, this is what we aim to do. How are we trying to do that? We are trying to frame these specifications of the device. The specifications are covered in AIS, which is known as Automotive Industry Standard 140, which is being led by Mr. Alok and his team, who go into the details of the specifications involved. So here again, in the standard, we are trying to include a GNSS constellation. Now, all that regarding increase in storage, increase in number of ports, cold hot start requirement, all that has been covered in the presentation of Mr. Singh. But then I'll again like to make a mention of 2-3 things. That integrity of the device is very important, and for that the existing system caters for a system of type approval, which is done by the testing agencies to validate the parameters, technical parameters of the device. And not only that, they try to create fail-safe checks also to ascertain whether what is the performance, durability and behavior of the device against those checks. In addition, as has been brought out in the presentation of Mr. Singh, I would like to mention that we are trying to have a system of COP, which is conformity of production, so that we want to ascertain whether the device being manufactured are in conformity with the device that has been type approved or not. To undertake the details of the COP mechanism, we will be having an internal discussion and then we'll try to firm it up. In addition, on the central motor vehicle rules, we will try to have 3 or 4 things. One, we would like to, again, as I've said, enlarge the scope of tolling to accommodate GNSS. Now, the device would require to be validated at the time of registration, that is Rule 47 of CMVR would require to be amended. Then commercial vehicles in particular, which require to be tested for fitness every 2 years up to 8 years and subsequently every year, will have to get this device checked at the time of fitness. And then while the ownership of the vehicle changes, an NOC would be required. So these changes are essentially being proposed to be incorporated in the central motor vehicle rules, so that the system can be implemented in the spirit in which it was intended to be. So with these words, I'll conclude. Thank you.
So good morning, everybody. It's wonderful to be here. Quite a privilege. I'd like to thank Mr. Vishal Chauhan, IHMCL, Mr. Trichanshi, Mr. Nilanjan, who's here, Mr. Prasad, all my co-panelists, bankers, concessionaires, and everybody here who's made our current tolling system so successful. Of course, we've already started off with an applause, so we won't get there. But today, anything between 150 to 190 crores is collected on these systems on a daily basis. So what GNSS looks to achieve is to move some of this into an experience which gets even better for the consumer, for the user, and hopefully also for the entire collection system. I think all the points have been very well covered. I just thought I'll address 2-3 principles here. One is, of course, that we have to look at something that is customer friendly, and here we're talking of the customer as in the user who's the vehicle owner or the driver, and the customer's interest being protected. Of course, being compliant with laws and regulations, and that's what a lot of the conversation today has been around. And the third is for the technology to be highly reliable, highly available, and secure. So I really liked what Mr. Sharma also mentioned, which is, for example, to look at the conformity of production. So it's not just about saying the OBU has been certified according to the standard, but to ensure that what is produced is as per what is certified and it continues to operate in a highly reliable manner. Because unlike RFID today, which is a passive, thing that is FASTag that is stuck on the windshield, this is going to be an active device. So this active device has to then perform with a high degree of reliability, availability, and security there. So a few other points that we have covered, but I thought I'll touch upon. One is in terms of the genesis of interoperability. So we're looking at the OBU on one side, we're looking at the toll charger, we're looking at the issuer. And this is the crux of how interoperability will work together. And the reference to the gateway starts becoming very important there, and the standardization of the protocol that will have the OBU to then communicate to the interoperable layer and then forth to the toll charger layer and so on. So I think that element probably requires deliberation. This is something that was also discussed in the pre-group discussions. The OBU being linked to the issuer is also very interesting, because there is an issuer to the FASTag, and this today there is the Vahan system where a clear identification of the vehicle is available. This is also part of what is compliant with the regulations today. So how the OBU also gets tightly linked to this FASTag is very critical to the real reliability of the OBU, the identity of the OBU, because unlike in some countries where the OBU is something you can buy off the shelf, you can place it on the dashboard, use it, and later it can be moved to another car. The model being envisaged here is something where it is linked to the vehicle itself, and hence this linkage starts becoming very critical. It also plays a role, of course, not only from a regulatory compliance standpoint, but also to identify, of course, the enforcement and the responsible party involved, but also subsequently, and I think we all know we are all part of the collection ecosystem here, the whole dispute management process. So any sort of issue, complaint, query, dispute that has to come about will need to go through this entire process in a very seamless manner, so that as digitally as the collection is made, the dispute also can be resolved. So those elements are critical for us to address. And the OBU, of course, will now contain this FIFO data. I think Mr. Singh spoke about that. Yeah. And that will hence, really look at what is the data required that the OBU has to hold. And I think when we look at the geofence data of maybe the buffer zones, we're talking about 1 GB or so. So I think that will be another input that will be considered, and a lot of good deliberation has happened on that for the specification. So I think these were my key points. Thank you very much.
So Jaideep ji, please, we are exceeding the time, so I request you to brief within 3-4 minutes, please. Yeah.
Thank you, and thank you for having me here. I am so privileged to be in this panel and addressing you. First, it has been a very prudent decision on part of NHAI and the ministry to go ahead with this implementation of the GNSS-based tolling system based on the existing infrastructure, the existing system which is already based on the VLTS system. So some of the pieces are already in place. And since it is only going ahead with the commercial vehicles, so this will be an added advantage that there will be less downside for the time being, because the commercial vehicles already are having these VLTD devices, and so the mandate is already there. Rules to large extent is already there to at least start the system. So when the AIS 140 system, which is proposed to be modified, and the new enhanced version will come, by that time, I understand the private vehicles can also be covered. But right now, with the existing system, we can go ahead with the commercial vehicles, and we can understand the problems that we may face, because in the initial phases, there will be teething problems, and it will be a good opportunity if we go ahead only with the commercial vehicles to resolve them and address them in a very practical manner. And it will be, the problems can be limited, and it will be a big learning when we go for the onboarding of the private vehicles. Because in private vehicles, the other aspects will come, like security is a very important aspect, then privacy will be a very important aspect. So to that extent, the AIS 140 rules and also the other connected rules and the overall data transfer mechanism is also being modified, and the ministry and the team is already engaged in making the system more robust so that security and privacy are properly addressed. But right now, with the existing system, we can quite well go ahead with the implementation of the system in a commercial vehicle with as proposed in the hybrid manner, where only 2 lanes may be allotted for the GNSS-based system. And it will also have an enforcement angle also, so where the vehicles who are intentionally trying to manipulate or bypass the system, there would be a robust enforcement system also that would be having a ANPR-based failover mechanism to identify the vehicles and put additional penalty. And I understand in Western countries also, the penalty is very high, and that would be a deterring factor. And that has to be there. So once this deterrence is in a strong manner implemented, I understand the system will also succeed. So I hope the whole system will go on fine, and I wish all the best to NHAI authority in moving ahead. Thank you.
Thank you all the panels. Now we'll open the session for question and answer, and I will request my team to move with the mic so that the mic is given to a particular person. What I would request before with asking of the question, you also please indicate the name of panels which you would like that he should respond or like that. So that will be great. And our team should cover all the corner of the audience.
Hello.
So, Singh Sahab, आसान सा क्वेश्चन है. As we remember in FASTag, it was just 100 rupees, 200 rupees. It took a lot of time for issuer bank to be ready to give free of cost, etc. What will be the cost of OBU and who will be issuing it and how? And second, with FASTag, we have a mapper ID mapped so that we know exactly vehicle class, whether with OBU mapper ID will be mapped. And if mapped, can the Vahan database can be linked to it so that Vahan database also can be cleaned together?
I think the cost of OBU will be determined by the market with respect to the specification set in. With regard to the issuance, we have already elaborated in our presentation that will be done through the issuer entity. And with regard to this cost bearing or like that, so there are a number of concepts which are coming nowadays that if issuer gets certain kind of data, this will also help in utilizing these data for some other value-added services. So let the situation pan out, and accordingly the cost will be decided. And the government is will be having the close eyes on all these issues. And accordingly, the objective is to roll out this scheme in a very scalable fashion, so in very high scale. So those things will be taken care of.
So I've got 2 questions for the panel. First point, because I've got the payment side, I've got the issuers, and the issuance of the device itself is the key for the success. So I've got 2 points. One, are we looking at the payment to be postpaid or is it going to be prepaid? That's first point, because more or less globally, I think it's postpaid and GNSS. And second, are we going to see issuance to be linked with CIBIL if it's going to be postpaid or even prepaid? Because the more you issue and to recover the money, are we going to have CIBIL or the credit bureaus to be part of it? Thank you.
As it was elaborated in the presentation itself, that this OBU is getting linked with the FASTag. So we are going presently with this prepaid mechanism only. And as the situation rolls out, the other options will be discussed, deliberated, and accordingly the decision will be taken.
Yeah, I have 2 questions.
Please indicate the name of panels also, so that will be useful.
Panel is for OBU. So I have 2 questions. As we were also party to this pilot, so how are we planning to address this altitude level issues? Because see, for elevated corridors, we couldn't find out the right altitude. That is point 1. Point 2, we are also looking at green OBU. Now we will plan an intermediate gateway, but having such data when the entry of green OBU will be also very difficult and such a leak of time. So how many geofencings are we planning to be a part of OBU? Because it will be mandatory to have it. And how you have planned to upload that geofences in the data of the OBU?
I think, Alokji, you would like to respond on this?
as of now, we're going with a thin OBU concept. So all data is going to go to the gateway. From there, it will get dropped, if it is not in the geofence of NHAI. But, in future, there might be a model which will be a thick OBU kind of scenario where the geofences would be stored. So at that point, maybe we'll, based on the highway length and all, we'll be able to decide how many geofences would be made mandatory to store.
Yeah, actually, good afternoon. Are there any certification agencies?
Just excuse me, you try to cover every corner of the. We are getting pointed questions from that person on C.
No,
so you
anyway.
can ask, and the rest of the time, just our team should ensure that we are able to collect the question from every corner of the audience.
Okay, thank
you.
you.
Yeah, please.
Actually, are there any existing certification agencies to certify these new specification-based OBUs? Are these certifications are globally certification compliant or globally certification compatible or not? Are there any infrastructure for certification agencies and its testing facilities?
Our KC Sharma sir will respond.
The testing agencies indicated in Rule 126 of CMVR, which include testing agencies like Automotive Research Association of India, International Center for Automotive Technology, Manesa, and then Global Automotive Research Center, Chennai. There are some agencies which are mentioned there, and these agencies have the wherewithal to certify these devices. Currently, the VLT devices are also being certified by them.
Hello.
Yeah.
Morning, everybody. My name is Tarun Mohan, and I come from payments background. Now, what I understand is the OBUs are becoming more like a payment device, a certified payment device, like you have a POS terminal at a shop, where you have the HSM at the back and the key injection happening in the device. Now, my question to NPCI and also the panelist, Mr. Katti, for device OBUs is, are we looking at the device which becomes a secure payment device with key injection, encryption, and TLS built into it? Or are we looking at a normal device certified by everybody? Second question comes in is manufacturing. Are we going to have the manufacturing facilities also certified? Because overseas, any device which is payment linked, PCI or EMVCO1, is certified for manufacturing. Third thing is, in India, the largest, it's like a POS terminal now, where you have the issuer hosting his ID in the device and also transmitting my logs. It's going to become like a POS terminal, a mini POS or a different POS, the same concept. Largest switch we have in India for POS handles 1.5 million POS terminals. The total POS population in India is about 7 million as per RBI numbers. We're talking about 30 million commercial vehicles in stage 1, 50 plus million, 80 plus 100 million devices maybe in 3 years' time. So the whole thing is a different mindset. Handling 50 million, 30 million devices, HSM, key injection, certifications, issuance is a different ballgame. Are we ready for all that? Mr. Alok Sethi, you're nodding your head. I think you got what I'm saying. Mr. Katti, you know what I'm talking about. So this is what we have, and are we ready for it? If not, we'll start planning for it. Otherwise, it's not going to work.
I think Madam Parmina will address the question of payment. No. Acha, you start. Okay, then Badiraj.
Yeah. So, Mr. Tarun, I think the HSM key injection has already been deliberated upon, and it's going to be one of the key requirements. Without that, I don't think the entire the project will take off, because the issuer entity, the process of who is going to give the keys to be burnt on the device, and that is something which has to be decided, which I think the policy making committee is seized with. But then I don't think it's a question that has to be doubted upon, because very importantly the certificates that will be burnt on the device is something which will be taken care of. But then how is it going to be done? The exact process will be laid out in the next few days, if I'm right. So, and from the manufacturing process certification point of view, I think these are things which will, will get clarity in the next few weeks. But then already there is a TS 16949 certification requirement for, manufacturing facilities which are going to manufacture these devices. So over and above that is something required, which is something which I think the lawmakers and the policymakers will decide.
So payment part, please.
Yeah, thank you for that. So I think that answers the question on HSM, and of course that's why all the OBU manufacturing industry is also here. And the approach is also to take it in phases, which means only the commercial vehicles first. But actually the technology point you brought out from the entire standpoint is very valid. And a lot of deliberation has happened, in terms of this whole frequency of the pings. I think Mr. Swing spoke about 5 seconds as the potential variation. So testing has been done at 10, 15, 20, so on and so forth. That is also going to call for very intense extent of, technology capability that the switch will need to run to manage this across the entire ecosystem. So I think we'll have to, as rightly pointed out, start in a small way and then scale it up, and the whole ecosystem will have to do that in a manner with a lot of, with their eyes on the reliability and availability extent, the challenges being caused due to the scale over here.
Hi. My question to the panel is that I'm Rajan Chadda from Road Point, and we are one of the largest manufacturers. We have sold more than 3.5 lakh devices. Now, I would request you guys to, put some kind of, stop on manufacturing the 2G devices, or give us some, kind of a cutoff date. That is very important for the manufacturers, because as the manufacturers, we keep on investing in the new technology, and there is no clarity, because the kind of thing which you are expecting, it will come only through the 4G or 5G devices. And as of now, 99% of the manufacturers are manufacturing 2G devices, and there is no clarity when do you want to put a stop to it. So I would request the ministry and all the people sitting on the stage to at least announce a cutoff date for the 2G devices, so that we can plan the 4G devices and the system can be implemented in a very successful manner. Thank you. And the last thing is that I hope that you will give us a good GSM connectivity on the toll plazas. Although all the toll plazas can be done through the geofencing in the hardware also, but at the same time, I want you guys to really put emphasis on the this mobile towers also. So that network has to be very good on the highway. And the cutoff date for the 2G devices, please. Thank you.
So Rajanji, as cleared in the presentation, currently we are going ahead with the 2G as a fallback. So 2G will be there, but we are proposing to move to a 4G minimum kind of a scenario. 5G is a choice which you want to put in, go to 6G in future, but 2G will be a fallback, right? So most of the modules which are currently coming are all coming with a 2G fallback. So that's what will be the minimum requirement.
Hi. My name is Sonal Ahuja from CAPSH. I'm Director of Mobility. Really honored to be over here. So I've got 2 questions, really. In Europe, we have seen the use of mobile phone applications, double encrypted applications which are GDPR compliant. And I think that would be a very big benefit as we start rolling this out. So in addition to OBUs, are you open to accepting these high security applications on mobile phone, both for Android and iOS devices to be rolled out? Because I think that will be a big benefit. And the second question related to the same is that would you be open to people who do not have mobile phones or OBUs, they could pay by using paper or online route selection. So if you want to go, let's take just one-off trip that you want to go from here to, say, Jaipur, and you're using the toll road, but you have declared your vehicle registration online so that you're not forced or fined. Are you open to that ecosystem, perhaps? So mobile phone as well as this online prepayments.
Just to answer your question, so we have come at the level of 3rd generation of tolling, and naturally we'll be having feedback when the things are rolled out. And with regard to the mobile application, that's a kind of thing, that's a kind of new technology which we might have to think about when these private vehicles are also roped in. So we are open to any ideas. And the next question which you were talking about, this tolling where the routes are already decided by the user, and then every highway is mapped, and you decide the route, and accordingly you have to travel by that route, and you are prepaying the toll. So that's, I think, the country like Hungary is also adopting. So that's a kind of higher evolution of the tolling mechanism. So we are open to any ideas, but the rolling out, the mechanism, its applicability and its timings are to be decided as per the level of preparedness and as per the requirement.
Hello.
Good afternoon.
Good morning, sir. Myself, Saransh. I'm from a Kotak Bank. So as a banker, my concern is more from a, how are we controlling the users to pass on to the toll plazas? Currently, in a current ecosystem, enforcement basically. So our current ecosystem works on the basis of whitelisting or blacklisting, like how Praveena ma'am have explained it also. And also, you have also brushed upon, currently the mechanism is on the both sense, wherein we'll be using FASTag also as well as the OBU also. Since we are moving towards no toll plaza on the booth, so basically we will be saying that there will be no one who will be taking care of somebody as a barrier things. So what are we looking forward to? So for example, in Dubai, it is all about DL being blacklisted. Like in every user has to do a 2 or 3 years renew. So at that point in time, he is being stopped. So here, how are we looking to solve this problem? Because tomorrow there will be no toll plazas.
I think during presentation, these points are covered, that we are coming out some kind of disincentives by amendment of Central Motor Vehicle Rules, and this was well elaborated further by our colleague Sri K.C. Sharma. So I think we are coming out with some kind of disincentive scheme so that whenever you violate and you don't pay the toll plaza and you go for a certain kind of documentation, at that time you have to obtain NOC. So that kind of disincentive will, are being deliberated, and accordingly the amendment in the rules will be done.
Good morning, everyone. I have...
Go ahead, I'll ask the next one.
Thanks. I have a couple of questions, but in the interest of time, I'll just keep them limited. On the hardware manufacturing side, are we planning to have RTK and DR, which is real-time kinematics and dead reckoning? Because as I understand, GPS is not very, very accurate. We plan to integrate the IRNSS system as well. So do we plan to implement RTK and DR to have precision mapping of these vehicles? Number two, are there going to be any firmware level audits? Because now this is getting into the payments infrastructure. So there are a lot of, I mean, the testing agencies don't do firmware level audits. They check, they test, but firmware level audits, security, encryption, that has to happen. And the last question, you plan to implement the current VLT devices onto the, migrate the current VLT devices onto the new system. Are we planning to do a firmware over the air update for 45 million current VLT devices? Is that the plan, to integrate them with the current, ongoing planning of the system? That's all.
Just a minute, Alokji. I think we have taken the questions for a allotted time of around 20 minutes. So we'll take one last question from the last row or from the row behind. And if anybody is having further questions, I have already told about that email, suggestion@ihmcl.com. So please forward all your questions, query on that email, and we'll go through all the questions, and accordingly we'll make our views, and necessary corrective measures, if any, will be taken. So please, Alokji, please.
Yeah. So your first question was about RTK. Currently, we are not looking at, so we are going ahead with the AIS 140 specification. We are not looking at going to a sub-meter level accuracy right now. But yeah, that's a choice which is open to the industry. You can always offer more than what is the minimum spec of AIS 140. Second point being firmware, yes, going to the next level of tolling, firmware signing, firmware audit will become part of the AIS 140 testing. It will be mandatory, and it will be, we will have a, process to, issue updates, likewise to our device. And the third point was? So currently, you know, around the figure is around 4 million, not 45 million. So 4 million and no. So there is, the devices will be used as it is. But yeah, there will be an onboarding required at the issuer entity level. At that point, there might be minor updates which the manufacturer along with the issuer entity would be able to anyway pre-agreed upon changes. So that will not be major updates. All AIS 140 devices are already over-the-air update enabled, and you know that's been going on for last 3-4 years, so that's not a challenge per se.
Ansumanji, would you like to add something? Or?
Yeah, this point was deliberated a lot, that how to, you know, start with the existing ones. So the issues are already identified. Without trying for any hardware level change, with firmware level change, what best fit can be done has been deliberated enough, and including the angle of security, high frequency of data requirement. So those parameters would be taken care at the time of onboarding this process, and it would be, if as required, it could be a firmware change.
On security, I think I will request Sri Jaideep ji also. Can you explain a little bit more from the government perspective, if any?
Yeah, thank you. Hello. Yeah, regarding the security issues, when we actually go for the private vehicles to be onboarded, at that stage, security will become more important, privacy and security both. So to that extent, at that point of time, it may be required to not directly send the data to the tolling system from the devices, but there might be an intermediate system, there might be matching at the OBU level or an intermediate server level. So these are also some of the plans which are being deliberated on. And regarding privacy, there is a plan for, already in the new version of AIS 140, there is a plan for encryption. And this encryption also will have these different public key, private key, which will be injected from a centralized server, and the certificates, etc., will also be suitably monitored. And as regards the onboarding process also, there is some amount of security which was already discussed, that any device manufacturer will have a hierarchy of dealers and other retrofitting centers who will be authorized to fit in the devices, and no one else can do it. Currently, it has been reported that various spurious devices are fitted into the vehicles, but that can be restricted if the if the payment system is and issuers are directly involved in this. So already the system is already available where the manufacturers and their hierarchy of retrofitment and dealers are there, and the people who actually activate the devices. Currently, this activation of ATH devices is done by the RTO authorities. Going forward, it will have another layer of activation also, which can be done at the centralized level. So keeping everything together, I understand the device security will be much strengthened when it is implemented.
Please. Hello. I have two questions. One question is, can you hear me?
Yeah, good morning. Thank you for the talk and wonderful presentation. I'm Vimal Bhandari from ISRO. I have a question to Mr. Kaudian. GNSS industry itself is under disruption. We have Galileo, which has launched high accuracy services. There are new generation of augmentation services which are coming into play. So what about Europe thoughts? Are they looking forward to incorporate high accuracy services in GNSS tolling, and what are your learnings or takeaways from that?
Yeah, it's in Galileo there is a system that is called OSNMA that is bringing some very interesting characteristics for this kind of system. It's creating some kind of a secure channel so that the authentication of the position that you get from the satellite can be certified. So you cannot spoof a GNSS position. And it's not about the accuracy, improving the accuracy itself, but it's being able to be sure that when you use the position as a payment system, it is really a true position and nobody can fake the system by injecting false position. We all know that there are tools to do that. And for the accuracy itself, it was mentioned RTK, there is also assisted GNSS that is also mentioned. I'm not convinced that we really need to be very, very precise because we will get a lot of points. And what's interesting with the map matching is not just the precision of the points, is the trace that you are following. And then you will be able easily to get back onto your trace. Still, you have the question of the bridge. When you are on top of a bridge, it's still very complex. But if you look at where you come from and if you follow the whole trace, then it's also easier. If you look 2 points, you cannot distinguish if you are up or down. If you look at the trace, in most of the case, you should be able to determine. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you all the panel members and
last one, sir.
for active participation. Sorry, we have exceeded the time.
Sir, last one, sir, please. And I'm sure you will see value in my question. This side, sir. So, hi everyone, I am Sachin Bhatia. I am the founder and CEO of Metro Infosys. We are a company operating since 2002 in tolling, and we are enabling about 8,000 kilometers of highways and collecting almost 25 crores of toll per day. I mean, enabling the collection of 25 crores of toll per day. So, I have a suggestion to the panel, and my question is directed towards Mr. S.P. Singh, Mr. Bruno, and Mr. Tatti, that I have a suggestion whereby the cost of the OBU can be much reduced. Now there is a new standard that the Ministry of Telecom has initiated for CV2X, and we have 500 deaths happening every day while we are collecting 210 crores of toll. So while we are talking about this new standard of OBU for CV2X, why not we look at combining this, because that will really improve the safety on the road, and insurance companies will be able to give the OBU for free maybe.
Your question is over?
Yes, sir.
I think this was answered earlier also, that issuer entity, somebody asked about the cost.
No, sir, I'm talking about...
Let me complete. Somebody asked about how the cost of OBU and how much the cost will be there. At that time, we elaborated that the issuer entity will be issuing this OBU, and they will be utilizing this data for further value-added services. And one of the value-added services which you are pointing out by the insurance company, that they can have, they might have a kind of variable premium by the data of this your driving behavior. So those kind of things are there, that those things are under consideration, and naturally those things will be taken into account.
No, sir, that is a post-mortem. I am talking about a pre-mortem. The CV2X will give instant message to avert the accident.
So, okay, your point is noted, and we'll go into the detail, and you just send also the detail of your proposal on the mail. We'll go into that.
So, Mr. Tatti, maybe he has a good idea about it.
I think we have already exceeded the time. Let us close it. Okay. Your suggestion will are well noted, and you just pass on to the ML. Thank you, the panel members. Thank you. We conclude here.
Thank you very much indeed. Let's put our hands together, ladies and gentlemen, for the wonderful session we had. As I would like to request Mr. Niranjan Vipradas, Vice President, IHMCL, to kindly do the honors of presenting a token of gratitude, a memento to all our eminent panelists. We begin from my left-hand side, presenting to Mr. Joydeep Shom, NIC Apex Committee member. Thank you, sir, for your valuable inputs. We present to Ms. Praveena Rai. Thank you very much indeed, ma'am. To Mr. K.C. Sharma. Thank you, sir. And to our wonderful moderator of the session, Mr. S.P. Singh. We present to Mr. Bruno Kodian, Continental Automotive from Germany. Thank you very much indeed, sir, for traveling all the way from Germany to our country and for sharing your valuable insights. Thank you, sir. To Mr. Alok Sethi, DIMTS. Thank you, sir. To Mr. P.K. Banerjee, Siam. We present a token of gratitude to Mr. Vadiraj Katti and to Mr. Anshuman Roy. And may I also once again invite on stage Sri Amit Ranjan Chitranshi ji to join the panelists for a group photograph. I would request all our panelists to kindly step forward, requesting Mr. Ranjan Vipradas also to kindly join the panelists for a group photograph. And ladies and gentlemen, let's once again put our hands together to convey our gratitude and appreciation for this wonderful session. And it has been a very intense discussions. We also would like to thank Mr. Christian, who's been there with us online. Thank you very much indeed, sir. And ladies and gentlemen, I think after those intense discussions, deliberations, we need a short tea break. So we take a 15 minutes tea break and request everybody to kindly join us back in time, as we are going to have one of the most important sessions next, which is the toll charges software. And tea and coffee is served on both sides, my right hand side as well as on the left hand side. So please join us for a cup of tea and coffee, and kindly be back in time for the next session. Thank you.
The esteemed National Highways Authority of India, NHAI, and the Ministry of Road Transport and Highways has been meticulously executed on a nationwide scale. It aims to eliminate bottlenecks and ensure smooth traffic flow by introducing the RFID-based FASTag for digital toll-free payments on national highways. This comprehensive program provides a unified and interoperable electronic toll collection or ETC solution, harmonizing the entirety of India's national highways. Tolling used to be associated with delays at collection points and congestion at toll plazas, mostly due to efficiency constraints.
We would request the hotel staff to kindly close the tea coffee service. Requesting for the tea coffee service to be closed. Everybody to be seated, all mobile phones kept on to silent mode. Al Chauhan, Member Admin NHAI and CMD IHMCL. Let's put our hands together, ladies and gentlemen, to welcome sir. I also welcome, joining us on the virtual mode, Professor Maninder Agarwal from IIT Kanpur, who is also an APEX committee member. A very warm welcome to you, sir. We welcome on stage Mr. Rupesh Jenu from CDAC. A warm welcome to you, sir. We welcome Mr. Wim Wambele, BE Mobile, Belgium. A very warm welcome, sir. We welcome Mr. Peter Kozes from SkyToll, Slovakia. A warm welcome to you, sir. We welcome Mr. Senkatir Selvam Surya Prakasam from TCS. Warm welcome, sir. We welcome Mr. Jaswinder Garewal, Google India. Very warm welcome. We welcome Mr. Norbert Schindler, GNSS expert from Austria. Warm welcome to you, sir. We welcome Mr. Pavan Teja, Machavarapu, Autoshore AI India. Warm welcome. And we also welcome our distinguished moderator for the session, Mr. Harsh Nisar, Advisor IT, NHAI. Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed panelists and distinguished guests, a warm welcome to this engaging panel discussion. Today in this session, we will delve into the crucial topic that impacts transportation infrastructure and efficiency, the toll charger software. Toll collection system plays a pivotal role in managing our roads, bridges and highways, and the software behind this system ensures seamless transactions, accurate billing and efficient traffic flow. And before I hand over to our distinguished moderator to carry forward the proceedings of the session, may I request Sri Amit Ranjan Chitranshi to do the honors of welcoming our esteemed panelists by presenting a book on yoga by Swami Vivekananda. Thank you very much indeed, sir. And ladies and gentlemen, we would begin the proceedings of this session. Before we do that, I would request all those on the right side and the left side of the hall to kindly either occupy your seats or you may kindly leave the hall. May I request the exit doors to be closed. Ladies and gentlemen, your conversations is causing disturbance to all our eminent dignitaries on the dais here. They have traveled far across all over from the world. Kindly give them that much of respect. Thank you. So we begin the panel discussion session with a very special eminent speaker on the dais on this session, Mr. Vishal Chauhan, Member Admin, NHAI and CMD IHMCL. So let's put our hands together to welcome Shri Chauhan, sir.
Thank you very much. Friends, we are on another very important session on the toll charging. And I'm very happy that we have best eminent minds of the country and the globe for this session. And we look forward for a very fruitful discussion with all the dignitaries sitting on the dais. So without taking much time, I think the format of the session will be same as we had in the first session. That we'll make a brief presentation. It is a group presentation drawn almost on the consensus of all the panelists. And after this presentation of 20 minutes, which will be made by Mr. Harsh Nisar, we will have 3 to 4 minutes per panelist for their views. If they want to emphasize something or they want to suggest something else or whatever they want to say about the presentation and the discussion. And then after that, we have a open discussion. So without taking much time, we have Professor Maninder Agrawal also joined online with us. Professor Subratkar. Okay. So we welcome Professor Subratkar also on this panel. So I request Mr. Harsh to start with the presentation.
Thank you, sir. So the presentation is an amalgamation of the discussions we've had with each panelist. So the opinions are from the panelists which have been aggregated, and to a large extent, we've reached consensus on a lot of these points. To quickly contextualize, we will be talking about the toll charger engine. So if the previous discussion was about the devices which are on the vehicle, this discussion is about the toll charger engine, which is the destination of the data which is collected by the vehicles. And so what are the what are the complexities of this software, what all it should be considering is part of this discussion. So the high level role of a toll charger is to first make a map of the GNSS stretch. We need a accurate standardized map of our stretches which demarcate which are the main carriageway, which are the service lanes, etc. to an accepted level of accuracy. So map making is under the jurisdiction of the toll charger. Second, it is to receive data from the OBUs. As I earlier said, it would be the destination of all the data which is coming from the vehicles, where all the processing of it would happen for further toll charge collection. Then the third is map matching. So there was discussion in the previous panel on the accuracy of the data. Map matching means even if the data is slightly inaccurate, it uses data in sequence to create a trace and map it back to the map. If you've been using Google Maps, you know sometimes if you take a service lane, for a few seconds it still thinks you're on the main carriageway before it maps you back to the service lane. So that concept is called map matching. Then there's calculation of the distance traveled. So how much distance was traveled in a trip. Then using that to find the user fee based on the vehicle and the distance. Send the fee to the acquirer bank, which is now all part of the previous system. Send it to the acquirer bank and then get the payment processed as in the previous system. Create portals for the toll plazas. So the toll plazas, many of which are owned by concessionaires, administered by the concessionaires, also get a sense of how many vehicles are going through the GNSS lanes, what is the collection, so on and so forth. Grievance redressal. While the grievances will be addressed by the issuer entity, a large part of the data and enforcement related data might be with the toll charger. So in helping with the grievance, they might have to share this data. Integration with the GNSS lanes. As earlier spoken about, there is this matrix about red, green, whitelisted, blacklisted. So the hardware or the infrastructure needs to know all of this. And so what is the interconnection between the hardware at the toll plaza and the software at the toll charger level? Then there is OBU onboarding and registration protocols. So a lot of discussion on hardware keys. Any encryption is a two-party system, so who's the second party? Whether it's the toll charger or it's some other entity. And other applicable roles. So this is the larger high-level understanding and the role of a toll charger software in our discussion. There are certain key requirements and non-negotiables, high level. One is toll revenue should be protected. When we are transitioning into the new system, there shouldn't be losses at the toll level. They should be minimized. Data should come directly from the vehicle to the toll charger or a gateway in ownership of NHAI. We want to have limited layers in the middle. And the more layers, the more complexities arise. There has to be strict adherence to SLAs and uptime of the toll charger because a lot of calculation, etc., would depend on the toll charger. So this has to be the most reliable and available software possible. The architecture should be designed for interoperability. Do we think of a regime where we can have more than one toll chargers? In that case, how do we design the system from the get-go? The cloud and the data center, as tolling is a very important activity, would be as per the MIT policies, which include data localization and other certifications which they put on the cloud service provider. There has to be end-to-end encryption of data. And the last point being that the toll charger software and the maps, which are so pivotal to the operation of tolling, would remain with NHAI. So with that, we'll take sub-themes, and within the sub-themes, this is the amalgamation of all the discussions from the panelists. So the first sub-theme is map making, the map which is to be created or used for the calculation of toll. So if the toll charger builds the map from scratch, they can use existing open source maps for the basis of starting with it, but they'll have to do a lot of work over it. A discussion point which had emerged was, can we, if we are investing in making a map, can we add additional metadata so that it is useful for overall NHAI operations as well? If the toll charger commercially sources the map, the discussion was towards favoring a perpetual license of the map and agreements which are in that direction. API access could be provided, but it has to have vector-based data in the API access so that the toll charger has control and can run its algorithms on it. Certain international experts in the panel suggested that generally local map providers seem to have data much more updated. May or may not be the case for India. Overall, there was a consensus in the panel that map standards need to be predefined. Whether we are building it ourselves, whether we are commercially sourcing it, that's the decision of the toll charger. But in any case, the map standards need to be predefined, which means the format, the attributes, the accuracy, so that in the future, if we do interoperability, we can still work with it. The next concept is map matching, which is what I was earlier talking about, that you have a trace of data and then you find the route, which works around the inaccuracies of individual points. So the discussion was that our concept note mentioned that the algorithms have to be AI-based. A lot of panelists said that there are a gamut of algorithms possible, and we may not limit it to certain kinds of technologies and define it functionally. Another point which came from our European partners was that the data can be of every 5 seconds. The data which is collected may be of 5 seconds, which is good enough without causing excessive noise or increasing the bandwidth and the storage issues. There's more discussion in the next slides. The third one, which was also discussed in the previous panel, that altitude is necessary for us to be able to differentiate between service lanes which are right below carriageway. The next theme which was discussed at length was data governance and security. A lot of it was discussed in the OBU panel also, but as I earlier said, encryption is 2-party or 3-party. So there is going to be the role of either a toll charger or another entity which is dealing with the certificates and the keys. So the various risks which were identified, any system will have risk, but what are the mitigations which we can plan for the risk? So one of the risks which was discussed was spoofing, that the data which is sent to the toll charger appears to come from an OBU, but is actually generated from a computer program. Here are panelists from CDAC who already operate Suraksha Mitra, which deals with 500,000 commercial vehicles in 5 states in India, said that they are already facing these issues with AIS 140 devices. And so in mitigation, there were multiple things which were discussed in the previous panel also. There can be digital certificates, there can be a public-private key sort of an infrastructure or a PKI infrastructure. There has to be a key management module. So who is going to be managing the keys though? And the other thing is that while there can be a lot of these things, the toll charger has to also run algorithms at the software level. So while you can put a lot of checks at the hardware level, the software also has to run its own checks on fraudulent, simulated data, etc. So it cannot purely be at the hardware level. The next is man-in-the-middle attacks, in which the data is transmitted, but is sniffed by third parties in the middle. And so here, the solution is slightly straightforward. We need to achieve end-to-end encryption from OBU to the toll charger, which means then in this case, the key management would be with the toll charger. The third case is identity theft, that data from passenger A's OBU is manipulated at source to make it look like it belongs to passenger B. So the data does look like it is coming from a vehicle, but it just belongs, it is being credited as someone else's vehicle. So here the discussion was similar to having a hardware security module, but when we are going and retrofitting existing AIS devices, we might not have the luxury of making changes at the hardware level. So what can we achieve at the software level in the beginning and move towards hardware level security keys? There's firmware tampering, which has been discussed about that there should be firmware signing, but then the toll charger or the issuer entity needs to know that these are the signatures which are in the latest firmware and these have been manipulated. Physical tampering, I would leave it at the OBU side, but the issuer entity or the toll charger needs to know that this has been tampered with, and hence it should be treated as a red OBU. So while a lot of these security mechanisms might be at the hardware level, the software needs to know what is the output of the mechanisms. There is data security. Commercial vehicles, we need to work in a regime where the worst case freak scenario of a data breach is also looked after. So we should mention that the data is even encrypted at the toll charger level. High security checks are put at the toll charger level because it will be the single software which will be handling a lot of these things. We limit data collection and keep it only till the purpose is there and remove it, sort of reducing the limit of any possible breaches. The last is the most important point, the toll charger. While we are thinking of having multiple toll chargers, maybe in the future, as an interoperable system, if there is a single toll charger, it becomes also a single point of risk. So it has to have active redundancies and failover mechanisms in case of any software level fallbacks, and there might be even hardware or physical fallbacks which need to be followed. The quality checks have to be 3 level, which was covered in the previous section also, so I would not talk about the first 2 levels, but the third level being that there has to be continuous quality checks. So the data which is coming from the OBU has to have certain kinds of quality checks which are being run by the toll charger, for example, at the software level. So there are continuous checks and there are one-time checks. But the larger understanding which was emerging from the panel is that these are extremely crucial elements which impact the system architecture, which need to be established before moving forward. Then let's talk about scale and architecture. So the general principle is that the data from the OBU should come to the toll charger directly. System architecture should allow scale, interoperability, and security. So what are the 4 factors at a very minimal level? What are the 4 factors which will impact the scale? The first is the frequency at which you're collecting data. Whether it is every 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, 4 seconds, 5 seconds, each of them linearly multiply by the millions of vehicles, and every second of the day impacts the data which is collected, processed, and stored. So what is the minimum data collection frequency we're okay with? Another interesting point which emerged from the panel was, while the collection frequency can be, say, 5 seconds, the OBU can transmit the data at every 60 seconds, sort of reducing the interaction with the gateway. Each interaction, when you're connecting to the gateway and giving it data, has a cost to it. So while the data is collected at 5 seconds, is it okay to send it at every 60 seconds to reduce server interactions? The third interesting point was data packet size, right? At this scale, even every additional comma, which is in the data which an AIS 140 has to transmit, gives us additional cost on storage and bandwidth. So if there are 40 fields which are being sent, can we minimize sort of the keywords and everything which will have an impact at the larger India level, because these are population scale projects. And the last one is that while there are X number of commercial vehicles, a subset of them are on the highway on a single day. And so how do you distribute the load between any vehicle which is commercial and a commercial vehicle which is on the highway? And so here the discussion went towards a layered architecture, where the first layer is receiving the data from all commercial vehicles, and the second layer is the one which is getting filtered data for the vehicles which are on the highway. So this layer architecture, the discussion from our side was that the layer which is getting the data directly from the OBUs has to be government administered owned gateways which are necessary. And having this middle management of gateways will allow all different kinds of interoperability. If a vehicle is registered to a particular gateway, and if that gateway falls down, or if that OBU is not functioning, we can assign it to a different gateway, and so on and so forth. So the idea of a layered architecture is very important for scale, interoperability, etc. Gateways can be distributed in different mechanisms, geography-wise, etc., which can be discussed eventually. The toll charger, given that there is a lot of discussion on key management, so the toll charger is going to manage the central portal where a vehicle has to be registered. Well, the vehicle will be registered by the issuer entity by doing X number of checks. It has to be eventually onboarded to the toll charger. So the toll charger will have an onboarding portal, which is probably also the portal which will generate private keys and public keys for the vehicles which are getting onboarded, in a regime where we have not yet moved to hardware security. Once hardware security modules have been made, there has to be a mechanism in which the toll charger is able to get the hardware security, so it knows that the data has been signed with the correct key, and it can unencrypt it. There was unanimous support of the fact that we should be standardizing everything. So a typical approach would be we figure out the APIs as and when, but the panelists were of the approach that every interface between OBU, issuer entity, toll charger, gateway should be standardized prima facie. And if these standards are released, something similar to how UPI works, it will bring larger stability within the ecosystem if the standards are predefined. The next point is that, as I earlier mentioned, that the infrastructure at the toll plaza also needs to be connected to the toll charger. So a consensus point is that toll charger needs to know, has to be connected in a real-time basis with the vehicle. Because if the red and green status is with the toll charger, if that is the entity which keeps the single source of truth of red and green, then it needs to communicate that to the toll plaza in real time so that it can decide whether to let the vehicle go or whether to charge double user fee or not. Another discussion was that when we are rolling out in the beginning, we need enforcement cameras and other equipment on the highway also, and not just on the toll plazas. So there can be enforcement gantries which are put at strategic locations where we foresee more exits and entries happening. And this gantry can be similar to NHAI's WIDES gantries, which are being used for traffic violation. So by putting a single gantry, we can achieve the goals of traffic violation also and GNSS related violations also. The toll charger is a software. So the panel was saying that we don't want to get into the business of equipment, but please create standardized formats in which the WIDES gantries are able to send us the data. And so this is the red and green. I will not go further into detail of this. The only thing is that the toll charger might have multiple ways in which it can call something red based on the different fraudulent mechanisms. So this needs to be communicated to the user before they enter into it, because it might not always be the user's fault that something has gone red. So the user can know the status either through an SMS or through the Rajmarg Yatra app, which is MORTH's central app for consumer-related complaints. Grievance redressal system, when we roll a new system, we also need to streamline the grievance redressal system. The idea is to have an online dispute redressal portal, which will be created by the toll charger, which will provide the necessary data to the issuer entities. The issuer entity is the body responsible for addressing the complaints. Lastly, there was some discussion on value-added services. So their overall objective of the system is to reduce logistics costs, and this will come through additional value-added services. But if the number of ports are 3, then how many value-added services can you get? So the idea which was coming was that we may follow a standardized user consent-based data sharing mechanism, which is already being followed by banks for account aggregator or for the health mission for sharing of health records, in which the user provides the consent to share their data with other providers, which will bring in value-added services. So not every value-added services would have to be a Paytm or would have to be a PPI license holder or a bank. The value-added services could be smaller startups, fleet management services, etc., which may not want to partner necessarily with any of the bodies, but just need the permission of the user to get the data, because the data is owned by the user. And just last, the 2 points were that government also has value-added services. We can use the data for overspeed calculation, contra flow on highways, etc., and that this framework can be in the future used for other kinds of pricing mechanisms also. Thank you. I'd invite panelists to come in the following order. We'll take Professor Maninder Agrawal and Professor Subrat Kar in the end. If we can begin with Mr. Rupesh Jenu. I request each of the panelists to take 3 to 5 minutes, and so each panelist is able to, till the end, have a fair chance.
Thank you. First of all, I would like to thank and very proud to be part of this project, and really thanking Government of India to implement such a large-scale project through NHAI and department. Statistically speaking, I think this would be one of the largest IoT deployment in the world, maybe after smart meter deployment in US. So very interesting and very challenging to be part of this. So if you speak about the scale of the project, it has already been deliberated that it is a massive scale project. Real-time performance, map matching, data management, everything is a part of this thing. But I would like to emphasize on 2 points. One is obviously security, which most of the panelists and the discussions are happening. It's a never-ending subject. Second, I would like to emphasize on optimization of the entire system. It has been said that in near future, data centers are going to consume more energy than vehicles. So how optimized is our system? Like Harsh was mentioning, are our protocols, our backend systems are optimized to meet such a huge load? We are talking about 100 millions of vehicles sending data in seconds to a backend, and it needs huge amount of energy to process. So I would request everyone, each panelist, to consider this optimization as one of the key parameters, and this is going to impact us because we need less carbon footprints and less energy consumptions when you consider the large-scale implementation. In case of security, if you look at it in the other way, I feel like if you look at it in a hacker way, it's a new horizon for him. See, you have physically accessible devices, you have open gateways, you have FOTA, and most interestingly, financial transactions. Wow, it's a good to think about. You can think about apps coming in. I'm simply not mentioning it, but to seriously consider, you can consider apps which are coming maybe after implementation that you use this app, you pay only half. That can also come. We are seeing these kind of things. So my suggestion to this thing is that we should have a subgroup or maybe a committee especially focusing on security of this thing. Because this is not only, it has to consider each and every component of this system, including the hardware, the firmware, the gateways, or the backend systems. Everything has to work in sync to make the security model, and it is very important also. And these OBUs are, as I was mentioning, it is very powerful. Anybody can hack into these OBUs and make it a bot and launch an attack. We have seen Mirai, we have seen Stuxnet, so many things we are seeing across the world. So that aspect also, we have to have a separate, my suggestion is that to have a separate committee to have a detailed working on this. And in case of optimization, I would suggest that the parameters, the protocols what we are using, whether it is standardized, whether it can be optimized to meet our requirements. Multiple delegations in technical and industry level has to happen so that it is well optimized with a minimal energy consumption. Because unlike smart meter, if you look at in US, where it is considered as one of the largest implementation, the pinging rate is like maybe in an hour or in a day. Here we are talking about sending data in 5 seconds. I just made a small calculation that if you put commas, just like Harsh was mentioning, it would account to gigabytes of data in a day. Simple for commas, no value data. It would account to gigabytes and would grow to terabytes of data, which is nothing, just we have to take the data out without any use. So some kind of thought process in such a way that we can actually reduce the power consumption, reduce the server consumption, and it's not only like the data is being generated from device, it has to travel all the way to the network appliances, to our servers, has to go through the processing, then to store it, everywhere energy is consumed. So that is one thing which I would really to mention here. And another point I would like to mention is the future readiness. So earlier we were talking about changing technology in 5 years, a new technology may emerge in 5 years. Now we are seeing technology changing every day. So as we are proposing for a system which has to work for next 5 to 10 years, our system should be capable of adopting new technologies, which is more efficient and more secure. And I think that's all from my side, and it's a great initiative, and I'm offering all our support to this happen in a very successful manner. Thank you.
Right. I'll briefly, so the context of the comments and the experience which Mr. Jainu brings is from Suraksha Mitra platform, which is Government of India's platform for commercial vehicles as part of the original reasoning behind AIS 140. So their platform, the platform he runs, currently takes data from 500,000 commercial vehicles in 6 states in India. Next, I'd like to invite Mr. Wim from BE Mobile. BE Mobile currently runs GNSS systems in Denmark, Belgium, and Germany, and they prize themselves for their map matching algorithms.
Indeed, thank you for that introduction. As BE Mobile, we have indeed 17 years of experience in GNSS map matching. And because of that, we have also learned that in the domain of tolling, in particular for the toll charger, you need a lot more than just the map matching API. You need, in fact, an entire suite of software to perform the toll collection, to help with the enforcement support services, to help with informing the end user on the entirety of the toll network and the toll context. So it's about much more. So today, my slide is mainly on how we can indeed address and help to accelerate this delivery of this entire platform. Having processed over 180 different OBU sources in our time, we have come to learn that quality does not come from specifications alone. It comes with proving in practice that you can deliver the GNSS accuracy required, the proper sequencing in your data. So if we look at the number of devices here, and there were already some concerns raised here earlier today, I strongly suggest that we introduce an automatic accreditation process to some extent. And of course, there are always manual checks and audits to be done, but to have automated quality checks on the GNSS data, which we already do today as well, to actually not just speed up the process of accreditation, but also to continuously prove that these quality levels are maintained during operation phase as well. In addition to that, I also believe that for the architecture presented here today, that an additional use of a middle tier geolocation OBU proxy would be a good advantage to have, not just because of the security measures, but also because there are a lot of OBU devices already out there, not always with the capabilities needed to have a strong geolocation processing. And additional also because of the interoperability required with different toll chargers, or rather different toll collection entities, which can be shown indeed in this architecture here. If you look at the middle tier, it receives all the geolocation data. It's not necessarily meant to replace the OBU proxy as its own, because that is the one delivering the firmware updates to 40 million devices indeed. So if you look here, this is mainly the process of receiving the GNSS data. What we also have seen in the past is that occasionally it could be necessary to perform some kind of edge computing here, where you have some edges near the 5G network to assist in the high speed processing of this data. But it would indeed allow to geo-process data and split up to different toll chargers or different toll collection matching entities to process this information. Furthermore, it's also critical to, especially as a toll collection entity, that you focus on a good interoperability with the enforcement services. So this is about having smart fraud detection capabilities and ranking services in the backend. You, from a GNSS perspective, you can learn and train a lot on the data that you receive in order to make sure that enforcement is not running around for each individual small case of somebody who forgot to, or some abnormal onboard unit. You can really detect the difference between a malfunctioning onboard unit and somebody who is deliberately applying fraud. And we also need to take into consideration that sometimes the digital map may not be fully up to date, and that you may also see certain issues from that. So you need to be able to rectify these very quickly and efficiently. Thank you.
You may say one more. Do you have more to add? Or okay, thanks. Thanks a lot, Wim. Next we have Mr. Peter from SkyToll. Mr. Peters works for SkyToll, which is currently running GNSS systems for 2 countries in Europe, Czech Republic and Slovakia.
So thank you for introduction. My name is Peter Kozej. As I mentioned, I work for SkyToll. We have almost 15 years of experience of running GNSS end-to-end projects. So we had experience with projects similar to the one planned in India, but also quite different projects. So first of all, thank you for inviting me here. It was quite a journey, but I made it. And also I want to congratulate to India for having the capability and courage to start a project like this. As was already mentioned in the previous panel, the GNSS tolling is state-of-the-art technology. This is the technology that is being delivered all over the world and being used successfully for toll collection. And of course, I'm coming from Europe, so I would draw some parallels between European systems and the system planned in India, but also I want to highlight some things that didn't go quite well in India and can be avoided thanks to the setup. So in Europe, the model, I will go just quickly about the European model. In Europe, the model is quite similar as is planned here. We have some toll chargers which are mostly based in single states, single regions. We have some entities we call toll service providers. This is similar to issuers in India, issuer banks or issue entities as they are being called. And the toll service provider are providing the location data to toll chargers, and the toll chargers have all the capabilities and responsibilities as they were described before. So they are doing the map making, map matching, and so on, up to the calculation of toll. As I said, this is quite similar, but also different to the model that is proposed in India. What we have in Europe, but I would say not enough measure, is some kind of top-level toll charger authority who defines the standards for all the stakeholders and their roles and their responsibilities. So we have a European Commission, we have standardization committees and so on, who defines the standard for all the stakeholders in the toll collection system. But these standards are quite open and open to interpretation. So in practice, every toll charger implements a slightly different set of rules for toll collection. So this is something that can be avoided in India. As Harsh already mentioned, there is strong need for standardization. So all these rules and responsibilities of all the entities participating in toll collection have to be defined. And furthermore, not only defined, but they have to be tested. All the stakeholders have to be certified. So the top-level authorities should do the certifications of not only the OBUs themselves, OBU issuers, but also for toll chargers. Every interface should be standardized and normalized. So this means higher, let's say, mobility in the field. Whenever any toll charger fails or is going to be replaced by someone else, it can be done quickly and reliably. So once both toll chargers and toll service providers or issue entities, OB providers are certified, you can connect any one of them to any other one of them. So this was the first point I would like to highlight. The other one, as already mentioned by Wim and other panelists, is the strong need for enforcement. So with free flow system, you can expect also big level of attempted fraud. So this needs to be detected. The vehicle drivers need to know that they are being controlled, they are being watched, and they shouldn't attempt the fraud. But the enforcement system can also be of good use for the toll collection, the primary responsibility of the system. Enforcement system can provide valuable input to toll collection. For example, whenever there's a complicated situation, as was already mentioned, of flyovers or service roads, having ANPR cameras or other technology in a place can greatly assist in determining in calculation of the toll to the toll chargers. Also, there are other stakeholders that could benefit from the features added by the enforcement, for example, or toll collection system. For example, concessionaires who could get insight into vehicles which travel through their roads and the amount and distribution of the types of these vehicles. So that's for the enforcement system. This can, in Europe, this is often operated by the same entity as is the toll charger, but this doesn't need to be a case. This can be operated separately from toll charger, and via interfaces it can exchange information with toll chargers. The last thing I would like to highlight is the need of the information or informational campaigns to the stakeholders which are going to benefit from the system. So these are mostly the users, the drivers of the vehicles, or other stakeholders or owners of the vehicles. They need to know what they are going to get. They need to know about the main benefits of the system. So this means free flow on the highways. This means greater security, less accidents. And also, actually, this could mean more vehicles, bigger throughput of the highways for the vehicles. So this could lead to more toll being collected. So this is from me. Thank you for your attention. Thank you for inviting me. And I'm being excited to be part of this.
Thanks a lot, Peter. Next up, we have Mr. Selvin from TCS. Mr. Selvin is in the IoT division in TCS and has been in this industry of ITS and IoT for a long period of time. More particularly, he was responsible for implementing ITS for buses and commercial vehicles in AP and Karnataka.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thanks for this opportunity. Congratulations to MORTH, NHAI, and IHMCL for undertaking a prestigious program like this. As our previous panelists have already spoken, this is a real massive program, and probably it doesn't have many precedences to see how it will work. There's a lot of pre-work that has gone into this, and I can only imagine the challenges that we are going to face and what kind of exciting times we will be facing during the course of this project. We've been through a lot of these projects like this, but nevertheless, I think the end result is going to be something really useful to this country and a benchmark for this whole world when it gets completed. Now, coming to this program itself, I put myself on the shoes of someone who will bring all of this information together and provide a system integration from various entities like the OBU, the FASTag device, the ANPR, and then you're talking about the maps, the geofences, and the payment gateways. So there's a lot of entities that needs to be brought in together, and there needs to be a system that is being integrated. While I mentioned challenges, I think it's more the priorities, right? The most important thing, I think the reason why we had the first session on the OBU is the ground truthing. The ground truthing is the most important thing to be done, because unless otherwise you get the first data properly, the rest of it is garbage, right? So the most important thing is to get the ground truthing, and the attempts done at the OBU level is really commendable. I think the FASTag was probably a very popular outcome. As an individual user, I'm very happy that there is FASTag rolled out. And I'm sure this is going to be extended to the next ecosystem. And while we are talking about the ability to go through the toll roads without stopping, this data is actually going to create a lot more wealth to other ecosystems parallelly. I'm sure there's a lot of other discussions that is happening here. So the ground truthing is very important, and the ability to get that information reliably into the cloud is equally important for us to run the analytics, right? That's where the next part is the scalability. While network and security are also there, I am skipping them a little bit on the basis of time, and there's a lot of other people who have spoken a lot about it. Scalability is something very, very important, because we are talking about multiple interfaces, multiple toll points. We have to create, we have been asked to create individual, what is that, at the toll level, we have been asked to create individual portals, right? So we need to create these portals and bring all of this information together. There is going to be a lot of analytics to really understand whether the vehicle actually went in the service lane or actually in the toll lane, right? There is so much artificial intelligence that has to be brought in. And what it actually means is testing is very important, right? Testing of this system is very, very critical, and doing a initial pilot in a fairly complex ecosystem and testing that, and then testing it for scale. And testing it for scale obviously cannot be done on the field. There are a lot of simulators that we'll have to bring on to play, and through these simulators we have to bring that volume game into play and test the whole ecosystem. Network and cyber securities is very, very important. There are better people who can speak about this than me. So with this, I'm putting forward the aspects that while this is a challenging program, there are a lot of ways to handle this. There are certain things that needs to be considered. From a cyber security perspective, there were certain points that was mentioned. There was also some of our experts who mentioned somebody could voluntarily put some jammers, and that could be some loss of revenue as well. So making sure that the toll area is not having cluttered buildings is a very important thing. Obviously, the road infrastructure, the way you have to let in vehicles, I think there's a lot of thought that has already gone in. I think it's a brilliant idea to make sure that the FASTag will make the first entry to get into the GNS route, and then you take it further with the GPS data, right? That's very critical. The accuracy of the device data, I think there was some person who was asking this question. That's also very important, that the accuracy of the data is becoming improved. But given the current ecosystem, we should go with what we already have and improve this as we go. And the system that we are creating obviously has to support multiple other functionalities and features as we go downstream. So we need to plan for such enablement, whether it is insurers, whether it is logistics companies who want to know where their truck is, when it is coming. All of these things are opportunities that is presenting, and you need to find ways to monetize this data and have a data marketplace. These are probably fallouts of what you are going to get. 5-second data, I believe, is based upon the speed at which the vehicle is approaching. If we are enabling faster transport, you may have to increase the frequency of which you are getting data. And I fully appreciate the 1-second data. We are already executing programs at 1-second data at huge volumes, and it is really challenging to manage that data. We'll have to ensure that we bring all the experience and the robustness that we have done in other programs to see how we can actually bring this ecosystem to be a successful. Our colleagues here from B-Mobile and SkyToll, I think they have brought in their own experiences and expertise as well. I think the implementation of GNSS in other countries will probably be a good lesson for us to take and follow. I think there is a lot of collaborative ecosystem that we can bring into play and make this successful. With this, I will stop here. I think there will be a lot more questions, and we'll take that as part of the questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Selvan. Next up, we have Mr. Jaswinder Grewal from Google India. He is the principal architect for the public sector unit within Google India. And previously, he has advised the government on GSTN, smart cities, and also the Bhamasha program in Rajasthan. Thanks.
Thank you, Harsh. Good afternoon to all. What I feel privileged about here is again connecting to a mega project which is one of its own kind to be rolled out across the world. So looking at the challenges which eminent speakers has spoke about it is the system which is going to handle the data from say 100 million devices, and the polling rate is 5 seconds. The data will be polled to the central system. And in addition, its complexity adds when we say the encryption to be done at every layer, and then there will be a MAC to be rendered to get the actual location of the device or the vehicle. So this, the gamut of all things, brings lot of compute required for it, and the complexity of bringing that scale which is needed. And the hardest part is the real-time processing of that much of data. So to do that, I may propose a deployment which could be called as an edge cloud deployment. It could not be an entire centralized system which can handle that much of load and data, which I'm talking about the final phase of the implementation. The central system could be run to make the engine make a lighter version of it, which can handle the most back-end processes, but the edge cloud computing systems can handle more of the transactions, location of a data. Once the vehicle is exiting the national highway, then maybe the thread can be transferred to the central system to calculate the toll, and then the toll will be processed and the central system can process the payment to it. So as Harsh talked about the layered architecture, I can add two things to it. Is more of a event-driven architecture with the distributed nature in that. So that's the one point I want to talk about and submit. In addition to that, the security, when we talk about, there is one component we missed about is the PII data. So that information of a personal information need to be masked to a nature that the information is not leaked to the devices, because it's entirely going to be a internet-based application. So internet-based application brings a lot of data, and it also brings a lot of vulnerability. The third area which I will say and submit here from the deployment is the frequency of the data will not be predetermined. So it could be possible that during the peak days, for example, if you go to summer holidays, the weekends on the Fridays, people try to move out of Gurgaon and Delhi towards hill stations, and there is a lot of traffic jam, and there is a lot of traffic congestion you will find in the hill station. So that is another problem area which will bring in when we talk about data processing, and that peak load will bring in other complexity to it. So building the architecture which is distributed, and it's more of distributed with the container-based architecture where we can spin more compute to handle that kind of a load when it comes in. In addition to the deployment, the second area which I want to highlight is the map. So the map is another big area which brings in a lot of complexity, and even we discussed during our panel discussion earlier, I submitted to the panel that if instead of building up the entire map from the scratch, the APIs to be utilized, which will take less of a compute and less of a bandwidth to process it out. And we can further break those APIs into multiple regions. For example, one API can only calculate the distance, the another API can calculate the fare, and the third API will calculate the congestion. So that process can also be divided so that the map workload will also be divided into further pieces. So that's the second thing. Third, I just want to add, which is more important and critical, is AI part to it. So when we bring in a lot of data, the AI can bring in a lot of value to data. So calculations could be rule-based, but we can also build a calculation that can help processing the data and making more meaningful results when it comes to fraudulent transactions. So that's where we can leverage the technologies like AI to make it more intelligent. Like number plate recognition is one of our area. It's only not the, if computer or a camera processes the number plate information, but also the classification of vehicle can also bring in the intelligence to the system. So that's the 3 points I just want to add to make it a more robust and scalable, secure system, which is required to be deployed when it comes to. That's all from my side. Thanks, Harsh.
Thanks a lot, Mr. Jaswinder. Next, we have Mr. Norbert, who is the CEO of GNSS Consulting. Over his long career, he's been involved in the implementation of GNSS in various countries across Europe, North America, and East Asia. So your comments would be extremely valuable.
I like standing because I'm very excited by this project. So December 2020, Minister Gadkari announced that GNSS tolling was coming to India. And I decided I'm coming to India. This is the place to be. I've been doing GNSS-based tolling for 20 years, and this is the largest and most exciting project in the world, and it will have a long-lasting impact not only in India, but on the entire world. Everyone will be watching India, how you're going to manage this amazing project. Allow me to bring you briefly to Europe, and then we'll come back to India. Because we've been doing this actually for about 20 years now. This was the first large-scale implementation of a GNSS-based scheme. You're looking at a toll plaza right in front of you. That's a toll plaza with a toll point in the very middle. There are no physical gantries, no physical points, no place to stop. That's how Germany started, on their network of 12,000 kilometers of Autobahn, as they call it, motorways, which, by the way, you can travel without limits. You can go as fast as you can if the traffic situation allows. They started with the 12,000 kilometers only on heavy trucks over 12 tons. And from the beginning, they generated 5 billion euros in revenue. That was just the start. How did it work? Every vehicle, every truck in this case, above 12 tons, was obliged to have an onboard unit. There was a single toll charger that was also the main service provider, so every truck had to register itself with this one toll charger, and they were supplied with an onboard unit. There was also an option of doing a manual booking. You could book every trip with a piece of paper, let's say, but obviously the main route was to take an onboard unit. So looking at the whole of Europe, we now have 8 countries that have successfully implemented GNSS-based tolling systems. 2 of them, in fact, used to have microwave-based systems, but they, in spite of all the investment in the infrastructure, they removed the infrastructure because it was just too costly to operate and maintain, and they have had dramatic cost savings. So we bring 8 different variants of implementing GNSS tolling. So there's many flavors, and a number of those systems that are being deployed are represented in this room today. We already heard from some of them, so it's very exciting that they can be involved in this discussion. Furthermore, there's 4 EU countries, actually 5 now, with Romania just coming out with a tender, 5 countries that are now procuring a GNSS-based scheme. So you can see how rapidly a GNSS technology is growing. And we heard about the European Electronic Toll Service, EETS, which has introduced many standards that we can be using also in India as a model. And I'll describe that in a moment, but I also want to mention there's also some countries that have already implemented or tried implementing such a system that never got turned on. For example, France, about, 12 years ago, they purchased, they procured, and they implemented, ready to go turnkey, a system. Then there was a change of government, there was some minor protests, and the taxpayers paid more than €1 billion in this new system, but it was never turned on because of some protests and a change of political will. Also, the Netherlands, which has again tendered the system this year, already long ago, maybe 15 years ago, they planned to toll all vehicles on all roads. They had a huge number of consultants involved, many market consultations. Then there were some geopolitical changes. That project was finished. Also, Ukraine, on the very left of the map, they were planning to build a very large nationwide scheme, but they were under attack from a foreign neighbor, and that was also canceled, unfortunately. Hopefully, India will not face these kinds of difficulties that we have seen in Europe. Furthermore, all these systems that you see in blue, they're all GNSS, and they have all less than 1% toll leakage. So this is a very strong model, and you'll never get to 100%, but you can get close, and we have shown how well that can work in Europe. Let me show you briefly how it looks in Europe. Basically, all the trucks that are in the scheme, they get a windshield mounted onboard unit. It used to be from the main service provider or the main operator of the system for each country. Now we have an EAT system. So basically, you choose your supplier, you choose which company is going to supply you the service. They supply you also with an onboard unit. These are some typical examples. 2 of them are from Austria, which is where I'm also from. All of these producers, by the way, have been here at the conference. We heard from Christian Perschel from Unix from Vienna, who was here virtually. Our friends from SkyToll are here. They're partners with Tollnet in the Czech Republic. The same onboard unit that you see, blue, is also being used in Slovakia. Kapsch, we heard from them earlier. They have a unit that's being used in Europe, in EATS, from the French company Access, and they're also present. Access, along with their parent company Vinci, is here. Then the Telepass system, also from the producers of the technology from Movian, are also present. So it's very exciting to have everyone on board to work together on this project. How does it look in Europe? What is the main setup? We have to consider there's a front end where we gather the information on the road, and there's a back end. In the front end, we have the onboard unit that is equipped inside the vehicle. So he receives the signals from the satellites. He's only getting the signals from the satellite. He's not sending out any signals to the satellite. He receives the signals, he processes that information. He may be just collecting the position data once per second. Then he makes a data package and he transmits that, for example, once per minute over the cellular network. Then it goes to some OBU proxy. And then from the proxy, it goes to the back end, or as you would call it now, the toll charger back office. And that's where all the map matching and the billing and all that takes place. Now let's have a brief look at India. This is the successful FASTag system. Most of you will be familiar with how that looks here. You have the issuer bank that supplies the FASTags to the vehicles. And then you have the NETC, which is taking care of the transfer of funds through the acquirer banks on behalf of the toll road operators. So what are we going to do now when we go to GNSS? We're going to use this basic successful infrastructure and put a layer on top. We're not going to eliminate this. We're just going to put it on top, looking like this. The issuer bank is going to supply, like it has supplied the FASTags, it will supply the onboard units. And these onboard units will communicate through a proxy, although there is some still debate if the OBUs will directly deliver the position information to the toll charger, but most likely, in my view, will be successful to have a proxy, because you can also provide other services, right? You're not only, so the issuing bank is like a toll service provider. They can provide the toll service, they can also provide other services. And we never really talked about that, and that's not part of the main project, but you can be sure this is a huge business case here, a huge opportunity for a whole new marketplace where new services can be offered. And that basically concludes my brief overview. You see here two smiling young ladies who don't have to stop at toll plazas anymore. Thank you.
Thanks, Norman. Next, we have an indigenous startup from India. We have Mr. Pavan, who's the founder of AutoSure AI, which is a startup which focuses on applying machine learning and AI/ML techniques in total on road-related data for different kinds of services.
Hi, everyone. I'm really happy to be here among the esteemed guests on this DAS. So it's been almost 4 years back since we started working with various government departments and carrying out various feasibility tests and developing AI and mapping solutions so that we can develop a much more robust solution, especially for India. So going back into that one, we found that basically developing AI and merging it with high quality granular data has been can lead us to a better robust system, especially for tackling the challenging situations in India. So along with that one, we think that given our experience with various AIS 140 manufacturers also, we believe that SLAs must be adhered across all the components, such as right from the OBUs, as well as the issuer entity, as well as also the toll charges. Because what happens is, if we, for example, currently in the AS140, we observe that almost like 60% of the devices don't, they don't transmit the data at a regular frequency. They just keep an uptime, but they don't transmit the data in a regular frequency adhering to the SLAs. So, and also what we think is that the system currently, the toll charger and the ATMS, they can always be, checking each other. They can verify the results along one another so that we can have a much more robust system. For example, in a particular gantry or anywhere, if a particular vehicle passes through it, we can also verify it from the toll charger whether how many number of vehicles have passed through that one. This way, basically, we can ensure that the SLAs are constantly being in check and adhered to. And the reason being that once we come down to the SLAs, right, the reason we need to ensure that the SLAs are met with such a high precision is that we get a lot of disputes, especially in India. We are going to have a lot of disputes regarding the charges and also the routes taken up, because we have a unique situation of service charges and service roads as well as multi-tier expressways. So in order to combat them, we probably will have to ensure that the high level adherence to the SLAs. Apart from that, we also think that basically, like since we are also talking about the disputes, we think that we should give a customer a clear, explainable and transparent data access, so that they can show the why we are charging around any of this thing along the route as well as the charge. So basically that would be the case. And going down to the, as Selvan sir said, I think the ground truth is definitely of the important for us. Because when we are getting the data, we should ensure that the ground truth has been verified and also being reflective of the real world. Coming down to the other point, since we were saying, privacy is going to be a very huge issue when we are actually planning to scale this to a private citizen. So how we are going to make sure that the privacy of the customer is always preserved? I think, like Harsh already said that, we can ensure that the different interfaces in the systems are having a unique ID management in such a way that the privacy is not compromised and none of the PII of an individual is transmitted along the interfaces. And also when we are storing the data, like as I think other panels were saying, so even when we are storing the data, what happens is, in case of any breach or something, we think like the newer methods, such as like vector embeddings or, represent transformations, which can actually help, make sure that even in case of a breach also, the privacy is not lost in such a case scenario. And with that also, especially when you're planning to scale to a private citizen, right, we think that ease of operation and installation are going to be much more important, because we can't expect, in commercial vehicles, we currently have, the fleet owner taking the vehicle to an operator so that they install the device on that. Whereas if you go to a privacy, for a private car, right, we think like fast track, if you want to get better adoption, we think that ease of installation should be also on focus for along that one. With that, I think most of it is on that side. Thank you.
Pawan. Next, we will have our online guests. We'll have Professor Subrat Kar from IIT Delhi. He is part of the Apex Committee on GNSS and brings with him 29 years of experience in sensor networks, embedded systems, and networks. Sir, are we audible to you?
Thank you. Yes, you are. Am I audible?
Yes, sir, you
are. I was just thinking about Mr. Schindler's last slide, where there were these two smiling ladies. You're not able to see me now, but I'm a smiling Apex Committee member here, because I just drove from Savai Madhopur to Delhi, cruising at 120 kilometers per hour, marveling at what my car could do if it could do its maximum 160 to 200 kilometers per hour. I probably took more time to go from the suburbs of Delhi to my home than it took me to come from 150 kilometers away. When I translate that to a fleet of vehicles, whether commercial or private, and a nationwide implementation, I must confess I'm tingling. Most of you are tingling because it's a large IoT implementation. My mind boggles that what is the quantum boost which we are going to get when this really scales at a nationwide level. I think there are many things which are very interesting about this project. The thin architecture is certainly interesting, but there are some aspects, like, for instance, we are a very curious nation. You give us anything, we meet in trains, we ask about each other's families, our children. So you give us an OBU, we are very curious. And I think that curiosity will manifest in both malicious ways and interesting ways. So this is going to have some necessity for standards. Encryption, yes. APIs, yes. PNIs, yes. But there are going to be very interesting possibilities, especially if you split the OBU proxy, which you talked about. Both Wim talked about it, Mr. Schindler also talked about it. If you split it and bring some of it into the device and push some of it back into the cloud. So I think what Jaswinder said was very correct. A large amount of it, if you could keep it on the edge, you would decrease the pressure on the link or the transport network, layer 1, layer 2. But there is another very interesting thing which we will see in the future, that back-end cross-device analytics are going to throw up a set of things for fraud detection. For instance, all of us know that trucks cannot go above 80 kilometers. Even on a NE4, we can't go above 80 kilometers. So if you see a supposed car going at 80 kilometers and traveling 18 hours a day for 30 days in a month, the question comes, why is it doing that? So that analytics could throw up a potential fraud. And that could be a good case for insurance companies to pick up on. So actuarial data would be a consequence. It's not an unintended consequence, but it will be a consequence of this availability of this data. So you could actually push this as a business revenue stream. I think the edge computing part is going to be an interesting design possibility. There was a voiced design called thick device that the OBU would be technically very thick. I don't know. Maybe the thin and to a very small extent, the hybrid could be the solution for India. But in all told, again, very excited to borrow words from my previous panelists. Thank you. Thank you, Varsh.
Thanks a lot, sir, for your insightful comments. Next, we have another online participant. We have Professor Maninder Agrawal. He's an eminent computer scientist, currently director of IIT Kanpur, and has received multiple awards, Padma Shri Award, the prestigious Godel Award, and the Fulkerson Award for his work on computational number theory, etc. And he was also part of the Apex committee on GNSS. Sir.
Thank you. I've been listening to the previous speakers who are all making some excellent points. So I'll basically be repeating at least a couple of those, which I think are quite important from any perspective. Firstly, I want to say that this development of this whole sort of standards for OBU that the committee did was quite an extensive process. There were a lot of debates, a lot of reworkings that went into it, with primarily the aim of one, reducing the data requirements, and two, ensuring as much privacy and security as possible. Having said that, as the speakers have pointed out, this will remain a work in progress. It is one has to continuously work on these two aspects and others as well. And regarding privacy and security, which is closer to my heart than other aspects, what I would suggest is we can have, it's a given that hackers will target this. It's a very good new playground for them. So we should perhaps create some bucks bounties on this and let the hackers earn legitimately money from the program, which will also help us pick up the gaps quickly and address them. Regarding data, I think a lot of people have already said the edge, doing things on the edge as much as possible will help. But there is always going to be a trade-off here, because you do want to keep the data, as Professor Carr just mentioned, that for the back-end analytics of tracking whether a car is really a car, you do need to have a data which is sort of collated from this car may be traveling all over the country. So all of that data needs to be pushed at a location, or at least be accessible from one point. So to do that analytics. And at the same time, you cannot afford to, keep storing more and more data, so that a balance needs to be created, which I'm sure will evolve over time. So that's all from my side. I think it's a very interesting project, and as we all who have suffered through the toll plazas, long queues, we all look forward to its implementation. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, sir. Which I missed in the beginning, sir has done a lot of work on cryptography also, which would be very relevant for us right now when we think about encryption. Before we move on to questions, we have adequate time to take up questions, about 20 minutes. I wanted to briefly mention that the panel was about toll chargers, and there is an ongoing expression for interest which has been put on our website, which is inviting different bidders and comments on the toll charger architecture, which you can find on the IHMCL website. So we may proceed with the questions. Maybe we can bunch 2-3 questions, and then I'll hand over the moderation to Vishal, sir. Someone from IHMCL, please. There are certain questions on the back also.
I will request who is asking the question, please give your introduction also.
Yeah, hi. I'm Alok Sethi from DIMS. So, I heard a few things. There is clarity on the thought that OBU will talk directly to the toll charger. Most of the panelists are suggesting, or in the presentation we saw there is a proxy or a gateway which the OBU vendor or the issuer entity could manage. So why are we proposing directly? Because managing a device from a toll charger will be a totally different ball game, where we have 120 different AIS 140 manufacturers as of now. Secondly, the customer is owned by the issuer entity, and he'll be calling the issuer entity or the bank per se for a deduction. He will not be calling a toll charger for support. So that is the other thing. And I heard there concept of multiple toll chargers, right? So why can't a multiple and an interoperable toll charger framework be adopted in the beginning itself, with standards laid down, and the concessionaire be allowed to select their toll charger per se. So there might be 10 banks or toll chargers. Let them select the best vendor, which they are free or okay with their SLAs. Or third point being, the management of device currently, there are 4 million devices outside, and another, 8-10 million being installed. That without a, proxy in between. And secondly, data consumption is being talked about. So for toll charger, you just need 4 fields. Why do you want to take all the fields? For issuer entity, somebody might be interested in battery voltage, somebody might be interested in CAN data. That all is coming in AIS 140, right? But you just need 4 data. So that data can surely and securely go from an issuer entity or a proxy to the toll charger. Yeah, that's it.
Ashokji, all your suggestions are very valid suggestions. In Europe, there are issuer entities who are maintaining the OBU proxy, and their toll chargers are also there. So, but for India, we thought your suggestion, and which almost everybody has said, that we need to have a proxy server in between, a middleware in between, so that toll charger is not bothered about all sorts of data and all sorts of attacks. So we are all for the middle level proxy server. Point is that who will manage that or who will own that? In Europe, it is managed by the private companies we call EETs. But the point is that it has a very different framework for testing. It takes 6 months to 1 year for any private company to come into the business. So probably that framework is not ready as of now. It may come in future. So that is not completely denied, but it will take some time. In the meanwhile, as we saw in the Belgium, 50% of the traffic is the government-owned toll charger. Remaining 50% is with the 6-7 EETs. I hope I am correct. So initially we want to start with government-owned middleware as well as the toll charger, and then later on we can have other players also. So your suggestion is very valid. Second thing also, it is a revenue matter. To what extent I want to, risk my revenues unless I have a very robust system of middleware or the middle layer or the toll charger or the, unless that robust system is in place, I am bit apprehensive. The thinking in the government is bit apprehensive. But it's a good suggestion. It will come in times to come. By the time when we will have our testing infrastructure and checking infrastructure ready, there will be a role for the private toll chargers. But for the time being, we'll start with this.
Hello. Good afternoon, sir. This is Dhruv from Arya Omnitop. We being manufacturer of OBU, fleet solution provider and tolling solution provider also. I have two questions. A, when we are talking about KPI-based encryption, and on other side we are considering a thin OBU, how it will be able to handle, because thin OBUs will not be able to handle public key, private key type of arrangements because they are not OS driven. So how are we planning? Point A. Point B, we are banking on the kilometers calculated only by GPS. We know GPS accuracy is not that good. So are we planning to put something at a toll charger software also? C, whatever we do, because of the latency and all, data finally captured at a toll plaza may be delayed. Today, concessionaires are getting clear indication the moment vehicle pass whether his revenue is realized or not. Tomorrow it may not happen. So what are we doing in our software so that all concessionaires also get a comfort that there is no leakage and whatever checks today they are observing, they can observe in future also. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So, anybody would like to? Yeah, first.
I can for sure talk about the first two. First, I believe from an OBU perspective, it's necessary, of course, to have some level of encryption in the onboard unit. That's an absolute criticality to identify, especially because we will be working with the concept of virtual IDs. So we need to have some kind of authenticity on that the GPS positions are being sent from that particular unit. Secondly, you were talking about precision on GNSS data. It's more like our people from Continental also explained. It's about managing a complete trip as its own in terms of map matching. So it's not on a single precision, on a single GNSS point that you will perform the map matching. You will continuously evaluate the current position and location of the vehicle. You will use all available metadata to your availability. I mean, for instance, if you have the possibility of entering a tunnel, it's not a particular case, but it's a good example. We use the information that you're about to enter a tunnel or a service road for that matter as additional information that you may be on the service road later on. Then additional with the barometric altitude, we could, for instance, say, okay, you are not on the flyover or you are on the service road underneath. But it's always about managing the complete trip as its own and continuously building up that information and having a certainty score on the trip that was driven.
I'd like to add to that. So all of us have this nice little white band today. It says GNSS on it. So please stop talking about GPS and and that the accuracy of GPS is not good, because you're not using just GPS. You're using Navik, which is an Indian system. You're using Gagan, which is based on the augmentation of GPS. And we have also Galileo, as we heard earlier. Galileo has offered more precision and higher security. In Europe, we experience an accuracy without any effort of 2 meters. With 2 meters, it's a very good result. You can already start working with it. But even in spite of that, we have algorithms that can be added on top of that to really, as we mentioned, to determine the actual route traveled. So this is not a major issue.
If I may add on top of that, basically even polling at a higher frequency and adding AI algorithms on top, we can even further boost the precision of the GNSS systems, as we have already proven. And also combining with metadata from the mapping solutions, we typically were able to get a very high accuracy, even in Indian unique scenarios.
Right. Hi, I think, again, Sonal from Kapsh. I got a question over here for the panelists.
I will take you. On the third part of your question, in which you are suggesting that how concessionaire will be insured, so here the tolling calculation will be from the effective length of the road. So from beginning of the road till the end of the road, the toll collected will be accounted for that toll plaza. So we hope it to be in real time, and also will ensure that whether it is a concessionaire or in a public funded toll plaza, if it's a toll collector who is appointed on our behalf to collect the toll, the accounting is done in the same manner. So if somebody has put a bid for, say, 120 crore per annum, the toll collection in that stretch will be accounted in that toll only, that toll plaza only, so that we come to know that whether toll plaza wise, a person may have crossed 3 tolls, but the entire toll on 3 plaza will get divided that toll wise, and it will get accounted in 3 different toll plazas. So we'll come to know that after introduction of the GNSS, whether there is an increase in revenue, decrease in revenue, and we can really find it out.
So just to add
Yes.
on to that, just to add on to the last point, see, there are technologies like when we look into the toll charger infrastructure, we can have a prefetching of data. Before it enters the toll plaza know that whether it have enough balance and it is valid. So that what we are planning is that I think we are having a default open toll plazas rather than default closed one. So by default condition will be open one, so that before entering the toll plaza would be know that this is a valid one, he has an open pass. So rather than changing from default closed to default open would be the ideal thing which we are looking at. Thank you.
Right, okay, hi. So just to add up, I think it's very true that the use of AI and machine learning will become pivotal in answering the previous question. My question is, firstly, Norbert, thanks for providing that system architecture, how you see the system is going to be moving on from the current status into the future. So that slide was really very, very useful, I believe. My question is really, the toll charger software is pivotal to the success of the project. Do you see a single provider per region, or multiple providers in same region, or multiple providers across the country? How is the eventual, contract or the solution really going to roll out? Possibly there could be multiple providers in the same region as well. So what do you think about that, And every toll charger software may have different challenges or benefits or disbenefits, so to speak,
Time, so if we have any other questions, we can bunch. There's a question here and there. Maybe those 2 questions, and then we can answer. There's a question, ma'am, up front.
Hi, this is Mithil Jain from Highway Concessions 1. I have a question for SkyToll. As you have mentioned that you have successfully doing the GNSS system tolling in Europe, 2 countries. How efficient do you feel that it has given you the results? And when we are talking in India, combining it with a different technology of FASTag, so will there be a proper synchronization in terms of the timing for a vehicle in free flow system? Because we expect the vehicle to pass through the plaza without stopping. So we are talking about FASTag first, registering the vehicle, identifying whether it is blacklisted or not, then OBU giving us the distance, and then the vehicle passing through it. Of course, we have a matrix of red and green where we have identified. Second question is to the panel that we are talking about having the toll plazas as the first gantry system, but what about the stretches where we have different roads passing through the highway also, and vehicles coming and exiting the road? So when we are talking about FASTag first identifying whether the vehicle has a positive balance, then the OBU calculating the distance, what if the vehicle is passing a stretch and then going away from the stretch before passing the toll plaza?
Okay, so
as I said to Mr. Sethi also, that initially we are thinking for a one toll charger. But what we are saying is we are not denying the possibility of having multiple toll chargers when we have a system in place to evaluate the the authenticity of the toll charging software. And then, of course, we can, at a later stage, we can go for the multiple toll chargers also.
Okay, regarding the question on SkyToll, from our experience, the system can be pretty reliable and pretty fast, but this, of course, depends on the quality and stability of the OBUs. So once the GNSS signal is obtained, the system can process the location of the vehicle, and the rest of the system can behave accordingly. So we expect no problems in this aspect. As was mentioned before, in any case of any problematic places such as tunnels and so on, supplemental technologies can be used. The ANPR is basic, automatic number plate recognition is basic technology that can be used in such cases, but also more advanced technologies like vehicle fingerprinting via cameras and so on can be used to recognize the vehicle and let it pass.
Gentleman in the front.
Will
We'll
the
just lump his question and you can answer both, maybe.
So will the ministry allow issuer entity to become a toll charger? If yes, then what would be the potential conditions to avoid any conflict of interest?
As of now, we are not thinking issuer entity as a toll charger, because we want to keep it separate, issuer entity separate and toll charger, because it's a revenue matter. Everything cannot be given to one entity. There was one more question.
Was there another question? There and this, the last two questions, and then we'll close.
Hi, my name is Frederick Challier. I'm founder and CEO of ClearRoad, and we operate similar system that was presented today on light vehicles and trucks. There's an aspect that wasn't mentioned that much, is about user experience. So it's a question and a suggestion. What about the visibility of the trip to the users? Because the GPS data is going to be sent to the toll chargers, and how will the user see those trips? And to that point, would it make sense to provide a mobile app to visualize all those trips as a companion app on top of the toll charger solution?
Before this panel, there were already a few proof of concepts done. B-Mobile had done one on the new Mysore Expressway. And what we do is we can generate a small link to a URL where you can actually visualize the trip that you have done. This could be part of an immediate SMS, as was the case in the POC, but it could also be part of a bigger billing details data record on your invoice that you can scan and where you can visualize the trip info that you have done. So it's certainly possible to visualize that. Don't know if I may comment just briefly on the previous question on fraud as well while I'm holding the speaker. But about the barrier, about opening the barrier based on real-time GNSS stretches that, or GNSS positions that you collect, I would personally not call that tolling, I would call that CITS. They are cooperative intelligent transport systems, where in very real time you need to know indeed that the position of a vehicle is coming, and that is in fact is a vehicle that is on the whitelist, and that would indeed allow to open the barrier in advance. But me personally, I don't believe this is possible at the speeds that we are talking, that this barrier would be closed for each individual vehicle. Instead, if you want to further enforce on GNSS and are afraid that they might not respect the system, you could, for instance, periodically close altogether the GNSS lanes at random times, where then everybody still needs to pass the barrier and you still need to be registered as a system. This would allow the benefit of having the GNSS free flow during peak hours and still offer some kind of additional check to the system.
If I can briefly add, first of all, great question, Frederick. By the way, Frederick traveled the greatest distance, I believe, of any of the delegates here. He traveled all the way from North America to attend this conference, and he's bringing a lot of knowledge and experience. I've also been following what his company's been doing, as I have with many of the companies here. The user experience is a very important aspect that has until now not been addressed, and I think we don't necessarily have to address it because, first of all, the central charging software is not really exposed to the user, although they can provide data that can be used by the user. However, if you remember the model that I showed in my diagram, there's going to be multiple issuers, and each issuing entity or a toll service provider wants to provide an ideal experience for their customers. They want to win more customers, right? They want to offer better service, so that's up to the free market. So the better services you can provide, the better the user experience, the better your chances of getting more customers and more revenue.
Right.
So, sorry,
Yeah.
one last question. This is largely on a policy, Vishal sir, this is for you. If you remember, and this is from the FASTag experience. So when we started this FASTag, we have issuer bank and acquirer bank and PCI, and there's a management fees which is government is paying as of now. And then IHMCL has a 3 years MOU with all the states where funds were allotted to state government for implementation this. Just now the 3 years of implementation has finished, and now state governments are grappling that who will fund now. And even the concessionaire has been asked to take the certain percentage of cost. If you see, currently cost is 1.2%, and when now toll charger will come, it will further increase a little bit. Right now it is government going to have it forever, or it is going to be passed on to the concessionaire? And what about implementation of similar thing on a state roads? So that is my question.
Program management fees can be reconsidered, but you have to also see that, the FASTag system has given a lot of benefit to the concessionaires also in terms of increased revenue. If you remember, the first time there was a jump of the revenue of almost 18%. So things has to be seen in totality, but we will be realistic to what is the program management fees to the issuer banks, to the IHMCL. So all the stakeholders, acquirer bank, etc. We will be considering it, but it has to be realistic and cost effective.
Thanks. With this, we'll close the question sessions. I'd like to thank all the panelists for the time they gave in each of the pre-workshops. All of them attended and each went for more than 2 hours. We had to stop them for dinner, etc. So I'll please invite to close the panel.
Thank you very much indeed. And ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together to convey our appreciation and gratitude to all our eminent panelists. And I would request Mr. Rajesh Tripathi, AVP IHMCL, to kindly do the honors of presenting a memento, a token of gratitude. We begin with Mr. Harsh Nisar, Advisor IT, NHAI, our distinguished moderator. Thank you, sir, for wonderfully moderating. We present to Mr. Rupesh Jenu, CDAC. To Mr. Pavan Teja, thank you. To Mr. Senkathir Selvan. To Shri Vishal Chauhan. To Mr. Wim Van Belle. Thank you. To Mr. Peter Kozis. To Mr. Jaswinder Garewal. And to Mr. Norbert Schindler. And may I request all our panelists to kindly step forward for a group photograph, requesting Mr. Tripathi and Mr. Chitranshi to kindly join the panelists for a group photograph, please. And ladies and gentlemen, once again, we take this opportunity to convey our gratitude, firstly to our international panelists who have joined us from across the globe, especially to be part of this international workshop and share their valuable insight. And we also thank our 2 eminent panelists who have joined us virtually. Thank you very much indeed, sir, for taking time out and joining this workshop. Thank you once again. And ladies and gentlemen, with that, we now break for lunch. The lunch break is for approximately 1 hour. The next session will commence at 2:30 p.m. sharp. We would request everybody to be seated back in time. As ladies and gentlemen, you all are aware, the Honorable Minister will be joining us in the evening, and we have to be in time with all the other sessions to welcome the Honorable Minister. Thank you very much indeed. Please enjoy your lunch and be back in time for the next session.
FASTag program, the illustrious flagship initiative of the esteemed National
Moderator of this session, Mr. Shrikant Kurup from IDFC Bank, to kindly carry forward the proceedings of the session. And I would request you, sir, to kindly end the session at sharp 3:30. Over to you.
Shall we have the slides, please? So hello everyone, ladies and gentlemen in the room. Very good afternoon. My name is Shrikant Kurup. I am with IDFC First Bank and I lead the FASTag business over there. Now, we had two great sessions in the first half, right? I mean, we saw about toll charger, we saw the OBU manufacturer's point of view, and then we had a great lunch. Now, as we are speaking about lunch, if those two were starters, right, this is where the main course is going to be. Why I'm saying it's a main course is because that's where 60, 70 million customers are here. This is where you have a scale of around close to 12 million transactions a day. This is where, as we speak, even now, I mean, per minute, we process around 8,000, 9,000 transactions. So that's the scale of this wonderful business which we have created, which is termed as NETC. And since it's after lunch, I believe we should give a big round of applause for people who built this. So standing here, I'm equally excited like all of you in the room for the great opportunity which our country is seeing. And joining me in this discussion on issuer entity to help us understand what issuer entity is about, the roles of issuer entity, the various opportunities which an issuer entity might have. I'm joined by a set of eminent panelists. So I'll do a brief round of introduction of them because we have a slight change in the panel format, not like the ones which you would have seen in the earlier two panels. We have been meeting over the last 3 weeks. We have compiled some thoughts, right, I mean, which were shared by the eminent panelist. And we have compiled that into a few slides because issuer entity is a new concept and it might help us understand it better. That would take around 10-15 minutes of time. I'll try to take you through that. After that, we will have the panel discussion where the esteemed panelists will speak from their area of expertise on how do they see the GNSS tolling happening in India and what are the great opportunities which we have. And towards the end, towards the last 10-15 minutes, we will have Q&A. Right, so let me take this opportunity before I start the slides to introduce the speakers here or the panelists. So we are joined by Mr. Sri Pardeep Goyal. He joins us from BPCL. Currently, he's the head of the largest business unit in BPCL, which is head retail. He's a graduate from REC Trichy. Over a remarkable 35-year tenure, Mr. Goyal has performed various leadership roles in the OMC, BPCL, and he has got 2 patents to his credit. So welcome, Mr. Pradeep. Welcome, Mr. Pradeep Goyal. Joining him is one of the experts in banking, Mr. Sagar Sahai. He leads prepaid, mobility and transit products at Kotak Mahindra Bank. He is experienced in transaction banking and almost all the payment options which you would have seen here now. So welcome, Sagar. We are also joined by Dr. Sharat Sinha. Sharat Sinha is the CEO of Airtel Business, right? So prior to joining Airtel, he was president of Asia Pacific region at Checkpoint Software Technologies. He has also worked in companies like Cisco, Palo Networks, VMware, etc. So great to have you in this panel, sir. We have Mr. Udayan Joshi. He's a Chief Technical and Claims Officer at SBI General Insurance, right? And he's a seasoned professional with almost 2 decades of experience. We would really love to hear from an insurer's point of view over here. Welcome, Udayan. We also have a dear friend, Rohit Dagga, who is the business head for motor insurance, ICICI Lombard. They are the largest private sector general insurance company with a career span of around 15 to 16 years. So welcome, Rohit. Great to have you in this forum. So yeah, so as I said, we have a few slides which we have built on what is issuer entity and how does it function, what are the various roles of an issuer entity. So this diagram
I'm sure that you have seen it over the last two panels also. The green part, if you can see, that is where the issuer entity plays a very big role, right? So today, as we all banks, I mean, there are banks who are as the issuer banks. What's happening is that we issue a FASTag to a customer, and we have an NPCI mapper wherein all the data is getting synced in terms of vehicle class, etc. Now with this issuer entity, like as we spoke some time back, the issuer banks and a slight issuer proxy would be built on top of the issuer level, right? And that proxy or that issuer proxy, as we all heard from the other panels, is going to create the major value add for the customers, right? So as the other panels have already gone to this diagram quite a bit, I'll go fast. Yeah, this is where broadly the issuer entity will do, or that is a major role of an issuer entity, right? I mean, there would be, of course, sub-themes and so on, but I mean, the major broad functionality of an issuer entity would be of two types. One, currently what the issuer banks are doing, issue FASTag based on KYC. At the same time, now with the GNSS tolling happening, AIS 140 GLT device, right? This also, like some of you here might not have seen this earlier, the device linking or buying of the device requires KYC, etc. So now the issuer entity is going to help the customer buy an issuer FASTag or a prepaid account. And also on the other side, either he might have a GPS device or he might have an AIS 140 GLT device, or he would love to buy one. Get both the things together and link it on a common platform, right? So you've got a payment instrument, you've got a device which is on the road. So that's one of the major functions of the issuer entity. And towards the end, there is a virtual ID which you have to create, right? As an issuer entity, we'll be creating and we'll be sending it to the toll charger. Now, there are various layers of how the data would be exchanged and other things, which I think over the next few weeks we'll get much more clarity, and in this panel also we'll be able to address some of these queries. Now, what are the other roles of an issuer entity, right? I mean, apart from mapping the FASTag to a OBU, there are broadly 6 or 7, right? I mean, one of the major ones would be to tie up with OBU manufacturers. Now, some of us in the room would have tied up with FASTag manufacturers to sell FASTag. At the same way, the issuer entity should be able to tie up with OBU manufacturers, right? There would be empaneled manufacturers who would be accredited based on certain standards and so on. The issuer entity shall onboard them, and they would be transferring the anonymous pings, right? So that is one of the major role of an issuer entity. The device management. Now, today, as you are aware, FASTag is a passive device. You don't need much of management on FASTag as a form factor, because it's stuck on a window and on a windshield, and it works, right? So towards the GNSS phase, a lot of device management would have to be done. So as an issuer entity, they would need to facilitate that, right? I mean, so that is again one role of issuer entity as we see this right now. Linking of payment instruments. So while of course today in the phase 1, we are planning to have FASTag as a prepaid instrument which is linked to the vehicle. Tomorrow there could be multiple use cases, multiple form factors, multiple ways that I can pay my toll. It could be savings account, credit, it could be any mode which you choose. So long run, I think linking of payment instruments or payment system is one of the key roles of issuer entity. Now, linking with FASTag, I think we already spoke about that. The last one is that you also need to onboard this device or the virtual ID which we create into a toll charger, right? So that mapping and creation of the virtual ID, etc., also should be done by an issuer entity. Yeah, the most important leg is, of course, payment creditor. So in the earlier panel, we heard a lot of anxiety around revenue for the toll plazas, right? I mean, so that is where the payments will come from, right? I mean, because you have a customer who's on the road who needs to credit or who needs to pay the money for the service which he has used. So as an issuer entity, we need to do that also. Now, most important part, as I said, this is the main course because customers are here. So hence the responsibility, the accountability to service customers are also with us, right? When I'm saying service people, so I'll just give you a very, very broad number. So a huge number, so in hundreds of thousands of grievances are raised on FASTag today on a daily basis, right? So this also might continue in the new GNSS structure, right? So as an issuer entity, as the customer has been onboarded by us, we have to be responsible also for their services, and the support has to be done by the issuer entity with tie-ups with multiple people, right? The third one is that, the next one is commercial terms with the owner. Now, broadly, like if you see, I need to buy an OBU, I buy it and that's it, right? So today with GNSS tolling, telematics, real-time data sync, etc., there are a lot of opportunities which anyways we are going to speak about. The customer might say that, hey, look, I'm okay to give you a consent to help me with something, right? It could be a statement, it could be a dashboard, it could be a fleet management tool, it could be anything of that sort, right? There, the issuer entity would have to do that customize one-to-one commercial deals with the customer, right? So, so that's very important point. So surely I think the panelists will speak about that. The final one is that communication, right? I mean, so whenever a toll transaction happens, today, as you are aware, 97% of India's tolls happens within, I believe, 3 minutes, right? So we get an SMS immediately stating that, hey, look, your tag has been debited for X amount, and the toll plaza is so-and-so, which you have crossed, right? Tomorrow with GNSS tolling, it won't be like that, because in the long run, customers might not even see a physical structure over there. In phase one, yes, they might see it. So it is very important for the customer to see where did he enter the toll road, where did he exit, right? And what was the time which he had taken, etc., etc. So the SMS information today, which is just 160 characters of message which all the banks are sending, might get evolved, I mean, into a proper communication with even a map attached, which will open up and you will be able to see where you entered and where you exited. So that also will be part of the issuer entity role. Now, before the panel starts, in the next 2 minutes, I'll just try to summarize what are the main points which experts in this panel spoke about. Like we have got people from banks, we have got people from insurers, OMC, we have got people who has other non-toll use cases, right? It might be food, it might be daba, it might be fuel in some cases, it might be, you know, your service, etc., etc. Now, some of these use cases are not getting developed on FASTag primarily for two reasons, because FASTag is a prepaid instrument linked to a certain use case, and second is that we don't have a real-time online payment system, right? I mean, we don't know the location of the merchant who might be even moving, or we don't know the location of that customer, whether he's in point 1, which is a fuel station, or point 2, which is a dhaba. I think with this, lot of driver cache which is there can be taken out from a banker's point of view. There could be multiple bundled financial services. Today, I think someone had a query whether is it going to be prepaid or postpaid, right? So this might lead to a postpaid tolling where you travel now and you pay later, right? I mean, so because we are aware where you were, we know that which vehicle you were, which stretch you were, we know the time, we know the merchant IDs, etc., and we know you because we have your KYCs, we deal with you, right? And in some cases, we as a bank would have given finance for that asset or the vehicle. So it opens up a lot of embedded finance options. Reconciliation of trip expense for fleet operators. So some of us in this room would be even now helping fleet operators with reconciling their daily trip. As you're aware, 6 hours, 7 hours on the road, the driver is supposed to come back with a bunch of coupons or you know, slips and come back and reconcile the statements with the fleet owner. Now with this GNSS-enabled tolling with the exact location, the real-time data, etc., there could be, there could be tech platforms who could develop these kind of auto recon, which would help the driver and the fleet operators in a large way. And of course, the non-toll use cases, one of which came up in our panel was about how can we enable FASTag for various other things. So that payment instrument, I'm not saying FASTag as such, but that particular payment instrument for various other use cases. The one which came common across was the traffic challan, which is today also in some part it is non-cash, right? I think we have got two experts of insurance sector on the, in the panel, so I will not dwell much into that, but huge opportunities in the insurer space. During the pre-panel meetings and stuff, we could really sense that excitement in that segment. Lot of things, I don't want to steal the thunder over here, but including customized pricing, including, helping people when unfortunately they meet with an accident, how that can also help you in taking down the premiums and so on. And broader sense, road safety, right? And there are other opportunities which, OMCs, I will also categorize OEMs too here, and, various other partners on the larger ecosystem will have a play. Like one which came up was that India has got close to 100,000 plus fuel stations, right? And I believe the highest sellings are always on the highway itself. Now, this GNSS tolling is going to bring in a lot of synergy for fuel operators on the highway, right? I mean, because that is where the driver stops his vehicle. That's where even now, I mean, he spends some time, right? I mean, because that's where, it's like a pit stop in India, I mean, if you see. Lot of synergies on the fuel segment, and I'm sure Mr. Pardeep sir will take us through all those options, there. And the last one, which is a very small paragraph, which is connected vehicle payments. I'm sure that itself is a huge topic which will deal with a day's workshop, right? I mean, because most of the vehicles and most likely when we are going to speak about the passenger vehicle segment, the connected payments is going to be of extreme importance, right? It would save people's lives also, it will save time, money, etc. And I think that's GNSS first step towards that. So with this, we are going into the panel discussion. So as I said, we have a few themes which we are going to speak about, right? And the panelists will air their opinion on that. This will take around 20 minutes, and after that, it will be the Q&A, right? So I'll join the panelists on the stage. Thank you. So I think I'll start with the last slide itself. Pardeep sir, we wanted to hear from a OMC perspective, from a larger fuel ecosystem, on how do you see GNSS tolling happening and how it is going to create that playing field for you. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thanks so much for having me here. Just to give you a background about what OMCs are doing, like you just shared that there are about 100,000 retail outlets across the country today, and a large chunk of them are on the highways. And that is how we see a lot of synergy coming there for us, and a role for us to play there. Just to give you some glimpse and some numbers of how BPCL as Bharat Petroleum is placed on this and what we are doing today, just to give you some numbers, we have 22,000 outlets across the country. We have almost 2.2 crore customers coming to our forecourts on every day basis. We have a couple of digital applications which we are offering to our customers, starting from BPCL app, Hello BPCL. We have more than 1 crore downloads of these apps, 30 lakh active customers. Monthly average digital payments which we are handling is about 15,000 crores. Now, from there, BPCL is at forefront of using technology at the forecourt. We have payments like integrated payment solution. We have UFill, I don't know how many of you have heard of. Hello BPCL app, smart loyalty program. BPCL was the first one to launch a loyalty program way back in early 2000. So we have SBI co-brand card, one of the biggest today in the country, amongst the co-brand cards. So this is how BPCL stands out in the place of digital payment solutions. We are already using telematic devices for vehicle tracking system for our 15,000 odd fuel tankers through which we supply fuel to our retail outlets. We are already tracking them. They are already AIS 140 standard compliant. Those vehicles are there. We are using AI/MI for those vehicles already. We are tracking them for any detour, any unauthorized stoppages, any overspeeding, etc. So all those video analytics are also being done for those vehicles. So we are already in that space. Now coming to those vehicles, we are also tracking them through their geo locations at our retail outlet, geofencing, unauthorized stoppage, speed limit, night driving, etc., etc. On the digital payment front, we are also using all modes of UPI payments. We are facilitating customers, prepayment through UPI, post-payment through UPI, UPI payments alone on a daily basis are crossing about more than 25-30 crores every day. That's the kind of transaction which we are handling. Now, coming from the customer's point of view for highway drivers, BPCL was the first one to come out with an idea of today's what is so-called as wayside amenities. We started sometime in 2005, wherein we provided an outlet by the name called Ghar. And those Ghar outlets had the facility of dormitories, dhabas, self-cooking areas, what NHAI is thinking now and doing now. We did sometime back in 2005, and we have more than 150 such outlets across the highways, already up and running. So drivers are there, coming there and using it. They're spending good amount of time there. So as you said, one of our customers' long-pending demand has been they have to give a lot of different forms of payment to their drivers when they are traveling on the roads. One is for fuel, of course. Another is for toll, which is in the form of today FASTag. And third is for their other needs. If all these payments can be combined through one common instrument, then all their needs are met from one, whether we call it wallet or any other payment mode. So that gets addressed that they don't have to provide money in 3 forms or 4 forms to the drivers on the road. So this is how we feel all the oil companies, and especially BPCL, who has this kind of technology already available at the forecourts, can play a good contributory role while implementing the system. That's all.
Thanks a lot, sir. I think the wayside amenities would add to the entire ecosystem, right?
Absolutely.
I mean,
Absolutely.
So now, let me come to you, Rohit. So look, while we had spoken about various innovations around insurance sector, motor insurance, etc. One of the few themes which came up at that time was about pay-as-you-go insurance. And so if you can just elaborate on that and other viewpoints which you are having on GNSS tolling from an insurer standpoint, it will be great. Thank you.
Thanks, Shrikant. Shrikant, before coming to pay-as-you-drive, I will first talk about how motor insurance today is priced. If you look at it out, it's always priced on the asset base, right? Today you own a Maruti Swift, you drive in Delhi, it's a petrol or a diesel vehicle, what is the age of the vehicle? The customer is priced, and the price is usually uniform across the customers. So it's more of an asset-based pricing rather than the individual pricing. Pay-as-you-drive is a concept which was launched in the industry under sandbox concept by the regulator, where we said that we'll start pricing the motor insurance based on the usage and the customer behavior perspective. So I'll give you an example. If you are having a car and you're driving only 5,000 kilometers a year, vis-a-vis someone who's driving a 20,000 kilometers a year. Today, unfortunately, in the Indian insurance market, it's priced similarly. The claim frequency will be very different, right? Pay-as-you-drive allow you to price as per the usage of the vehicle. In the evolved version of pay-as-you-drive is pay how you drive, right? It actually calculates how your driving behavior is. It gives you a driving score and the basis of which you are charged a premium. And as the developed market, if it is, and today India is moving more and more towards customizing product and start pricing it as per the customer needs rather than as a asset-based pricing. And we believe this as an opportunity will be a game changer for the insurance industry, because today we use a lot of proxies. We ask the customers to give a photograph of their odometer, right? And then we decide how much kilometers he's driving the vehicle. We capture it on the basis of service record. Now, a lot of manufacturers have come with the connected cars, so we get a lot of information from that. But the penetration of those products are very limited. With this coming into picture, it will be game changer, because then we know how many kilometers the customer is driving, which area is driving. The claim frequencies will vary, the accidental ratios will vary depending on the route he's charging, and hence we can go very micro and charge the customer basis his or her driving behavior rather than doing asset-based pricing. So every customer, depending on his scores, will start having his usage, will start paying. So it's like a plan. You would go for a telecom as an example. You choose how you want to drive, how many usage you want to. You want to use data a lot, or you want to use voice a lot, and accordingly you design your plan. I think insurance is moving towards that side, where depending on your needs, your requirements, you can design the product, and this will be a key role it will play in revolutionizing the insurance industry?
Thanks a lot, Rohit. I think the takeaway here is that what I could sense is that like in telecom, what happens is that you pay for what you use, right? So same can happen in insurance, and I'm sure in tolling also with GNSS, that's the same thing which is going to happen. So how much I drive, I'm going to pay for that, right? Thanks a lot. So now, Sagar, you are the payment expert in this panel. You have seen how FASTag as a payment product evolved from say 5% of tolling to almost 97%. Now with GNSS coming up and FASTag still being there, what are the opportunities you are seeing from a payments standpoint? Thank you.
Hello. Yeah, thanks for inviting me here. It's an honor to be a part of this esteemed panel. Shrikant mentioned about what a issuer entity typically does in terms of issuing a prepaid instrument, issuing the form factor which is linked to the payment instrument, and then the payment is made. How I see this is, the key thing that an issuer entity brings to the table is creating value for the customer. There is a technology which is currently an RFID technology. That technology is evolving into now GNSS-based technology. There are operating procedures of how a tolling is done, right? That IHMCL and NPCI has been setting up benchmarks and standards for operating, which is useful to every stakeholder. These are the helpful value proposition for us. We offer our customers not just FASTag, or going forward, we will not just be offering our customers just FASTag. We are going to offer customer mobility services, of which tolling is a part of the activity, but a critical part of the activity. Now, what I mean by mobility services, currently, if you look at what we offer in FASTag is just payment instrument and a plethora of service around it. So we call it FASTag Enterprise Services for a fleet owner, because he does not just need a payment instrument to pay tolls, but he also needs ability to get MISs, ability to reconcile, ability to integrate data with various ERP applications that he has. So there is a large value that we create by building on solutions and services around the payment instrument, which is backed on a RFID technology currently. With this evolving into a GNSS-based technology, what we see is the number of data points which currently is available for an RFID-based technology, and compare that with what we will probably get in GNSS, there's going to be tremendous amount of data points which will be available to us. Now that will help us assess, along with the customer data points that most banks or most financial entities already have, is to assess and categorize and create cohorts of customers and be able to customize and create personalized services for them. Now, these personalized services could be simple value-added services, which I just articulated what we do for a FASTag bit, or could be something that, that brings around an insurance bit, or something which is around the value-added services like a fuel management, a fleet management. All the data points which GNSS will bring will help us create larger value for the customer. And that's how I see a critical role for the issuer entity that we have. And as we go forward, all these data points will help us gradually learn more about the customers and create more and more products for the customers, which are more personalized, more customs, and in certain cases, even bundled value propositions.
Great, Sagar. I think that was quite enlightening. And I think one takeaway which you're saying is that from processing payments, which is FASTag, we all might end up doing the term which you used was mobility service, the entire pattern. Good, great. So I'll now come to you. Then in one of those meetings which we had, you spoke about a very interesting fact, apart from the other things which we spoke about, was how GNSS tolling can help in road safety and help save lives. That I think is a theme for any day. I mean, whether we are speaking about GNSS or FASTag or anything. So would like to hear from you on that point, plus the other views which you are having. Thanks for that.
Thanks a lot, Shrikant. Thanks for having me here. It's an absolute pleasure and honor to be here, sitting amongst eminent panelists. And thoroughly, I have been enjoying all the conversations since morning. So insightful, so meaningful, and just glad to be part of this transformational journey out here.
I fully second the thoughts expressed by my colleague Rohit. You know, insurance industry is supposed to run on data, and that's the reason we have underwriters, we have actuaries who use statistics extensively to price the insurance products. But unfortunately, data deficiency was preventing most of the insurance companies till now from creating customized products and customized pricing. So Rohit is bang on when he says that this opens the opportunity for us to get there. Now, I have always believed that insurance industry is a reflection of society. If society is well disciplined, we see insurance rates going down. If we have notorious elements in the society, we see insurance rates going up. Essentially, it's pooling of resources, which is comprising of good risk, average risk, and some not so good risk. So what insurance companies are trying to do is, as we precisely identify how a good risk looks like, making insurance offerings more attractive to those set of customers, and thereby ensuring that there is clear mapping of risk attributes and the premium that we charge. Now, individual driving, individual habits, rash driving, sharp curves, all of this is important, and this data is going to help us in pricing. But let's take a moment and see what's going to happen at the industry level and how society at large is going to get benefited out of it. Today, if I talk of motor insurance industry, collectively all insurance companies who write motor insurance put together, we pay more than thousands of rupees of claim every single day. A large part of this claims payout happens because of the accidents, both own damage, which is vehicle damage, and third party, which is loss of life or injury that happens on highways. As all of us will get enabled and empowered with data, let's look at the possibilities. What opportunities can unfold because of this? Imagine a situation where we are living in a world where every single data point that's relevant for our lives is available. You know, in previous panels, people talked about having almost real-time ping at a 5-second lag, which tells you the exact location and speed and exact position of the vehicle at that particular point in time. Now, as we come together and start analyzing the accident locations on highways, I don't think it's a rocket science. Even a common man will be able to identify that this particular curve at a particular road is giving us a lot of accidents. And when we aggregate this data, this becomes one of the important insights for the people who are designing this infrastructure. One important thing that we often talk about is insurance is all about helping people. And it's all about helping people when they need us the most. Now, when do they need us the most? When they are hit with an unforeseen event. If vehicle damage is there, that is something that can still be taken care of. But what the industry really worries, and something that's personally very close to my heart, is loss of lives and people getting injured. Now, one of the problems that we have been seeing in India is we have these long stretches of roads, long stretches of highways, but unfortunately medical facilities are not mapped to the lost locations all the times. There have been a lot of initiatives that government has been taking to help what we call as during the golden hour. Immediate 60 minutes after an accident are considered to be lifesavers. Now, if my medical facilities are able to reach out to the victim within that golden hour, it's not only the life that we save, but even if it's injury, the aggravation of hospitalization cost that comes down suddenly. So while the primary objective that gets served is we end up saving lots of lives. You know, we are talking of hundreds and thousands of lives each year. If that's the magnitude of the impact that this is going to cause, it not only is going to reduce the financial burden on the industry, but in real sense, it's going to do a huge service to the society and community that we live in. And as I said, insurance industry is just a reflection of society. So lesser number of casualties there
what that means is lesser number of or lesser amount of premium that we charge for each vehicle. Also, at times there are antisocial elements. We often hear about somebody's car getting stolen, vehicle getting stolen, etc. Imagine a world where we have all of this geosensitive information available at our disposal. Our enforcement authorities will be so glad to have this data. I mean, this is a good step forward to my mind, where we are looking at almost crime-free state. So this is a step in the right direction, and this is going to be so important for each one of us as citizens and for insurance industry as well. Now, there are a lot of other elements that we talked of. We talked about, you know, how can merchants step in and provide value-added services. Same applies for even vehicles. You know, if vehicles are breaking down on the highway or meeting accident, how soon can a towing van or a mechanic can be sent over there, and products can be carved out accordingly. Blind spots is something that I talked of that can be taken care of. The industry and economy as a whole is also impacted by the menace of uninsured vehicles. A lot of efforts are being put in to ensure that every single vehicle that is plying on the public road is having at least third-party insurance. But we all know not everybody is buying this insurance. Now, having exact location of these vehicles is going to help us to locate them and ensure that those are brought into insurance net. And again, why this is important? Are losses going to remain at the same level? However, the more people that come in the insurance net, that's going to reduce the insurance premiums for every single vehicle owner in the country. So when I look at that, you know, it opens a huge box of opportunities. But as I said earlier, something that's very close to my heart is saving lives when it comes to taking immediate remedial actions in that golden hour. Thanks.
Thanks, Udayan. I think it was quite good. Dr. Sharath, you know, we are eager to know on what you have from your perspective, because I think you manage one of the largest B2B telecoms in that sense, and even in your previous expertise too. Like, we would like to know on what do you see from a merchant standpoint, business standpoint also. I mean, because highway itself is an ecosystem. So your thoughts on that, sir. Thank you.
No, thanks, Shrikant. In fact, I would like to start by stating that this transition from, let's say, an RFID-based system to GNSS-based system, which will have hybrid devices, is a generational change, because the device in the vehicle changes from being a passive device to an active device, which is connected all the time. So consider it like a change from moving from 2G to 5G or 3G onwards. Because in 2G, you did not have possibility of having applications like, let's say, Uber, Ola, and you know, the whole app economy that got created by that transition can potentially be facilitated once this transition happens. Because let's say you have an OBU, which is eSIM enabled, it is constantly visible to the network. And once it's constantly visible to the network, as telecom companies, I'm sure many of you are Airtel subscribers, but many of you may not know that Airtel is amongst world's top 2 telcos in terms of subscriber reach. Considering the presence in African countries, we touch 500 million subscribers. That gives us enormous information in terms of how telecom business is evolving, not just in India, but also globally. And I'll try to bring some perspective from that point of view. So as this change is made at very fundamental level, we have to consider that everything that current system provides must be there, and it should open up new opportunities. So at a very basic level, when you have an active device which is constantly being monitored and can be monitored and actually be billed by seconds, just like a telecom service does, it creates huge opportunities. You heard quite a few examples in banking and insurance that could be done. But I'll pick 1 or 2 examples. Let's take fleet management. When a vehicle can be constantly monitored on a telecom network across the country, fleet operators can look at multiple vehicles and make sure that they're routed according to the needs of the supply chain. That creates huge opportunities in supply chain and in creating productivity in general of the road system, which is also very closely tied to economy of the country, because it is a very well-known fact that when supply chain improves, it helps in economy of the country because things can reach faster, better planning can be done, it can create significant fuel efficiencies as well. Because imagine if there is a set of vehicles which are on a congested route and they have no way of knowing that there is further congestion ahead of them, it delays deliveries. If this information is available, these vehicles can be alternatively routed. And that can be done if this data is available. And there are numerous such examples that can be used. You can use for predictive and preventive maintenance of vehicles. It can be used to track driver behavior, not just now, but also predict what they might do in future if number of vehicles improve or the road situation changes, which can be used for many applications. But this also requires looking at aspects like capturing this data accurately. They can also be used for AI workloads in future for designing further road systems where enhancements should be done or not. That can be another application. In fact, any industry which is associated with it or is adjacent to it will be impacted if it is properly planned. And just like any core infrastructure which is planned, one needs to also look at the requirements of today, but also start looking at what might happen in future. For example, there might be autonomous vehicles in India in a couple of years' time. This can be a very powerful infrastructure to support autonomous vehicles if we can capture data accurately, and we can even have driverless systems on certain roads. And those things will suddenly start becoming available if the data is captured properly. But it requires, I'll provide the telecom and tech perspective on this. It on one hand requires connectivity across the whole country's infrastructure. That's basic. Fixed line, wireless, satellite communication, pretty much everything should cover that. It will also open up some new challenges which we may not have thought of. Passive devices don't have cybersecurity issues. Active devices have. The moment they get connected, you will have significant cybersecurity issues because if this system gets paralyzed, it impacts the whole country. And it then becomes a national level issue. So while these networks are designed, apart from looking at all the benefits associated with active devices, one also needs to look at cybersecurity, for that matter, even fraud prevention and other issues which I'm sure banking and insurance industries will be very interested in. They need to be considered, and that requires a significant amount of data center and cloud infrastructure that needs to run in parallel. This is the place where all data will be residing, and obviously there might be regulations around it, or it can be a government-held data. Once it is centrally there, then there can be multiple applications. And as I mentioned, it can unleash a new app economy just around that, around this specific ecosystem.
Thanks a lot, Dr. Sharath. We are reaching 3:15, so I would keep the floor open now for Q&A. While we had certain more queries for the panelists, but I think we'll flip it a bit. In case if you have any queries, please raise your hand, and I hope the mic will reach them soon. Yeah.
Hello. Hi, I'm Ajinkya from Blackbuck. We provide value-added services to commercial vehicle owners in India. So I have two questions. First question is, in the concept note, the word issuer entity is deliberately used instead of issuer bank. So how do the non-banks who don't have a PPI license, how would they go on to become an issuer entity? How would the accreditation process work? Do they need to get some licensing? That's one. Second question is, there are already, like, FASTag penetration is around 98% in India. So there are a lot of FASTag users, and some of them might have already bought a GPS device or a GNSS device. So the FASTag issuer could be A, and the GNSS provider could be B. So how would those customers go about?
Can I take it? Yeah. So, look, I mean, how we see it right now is that, as you're aware, in India, you have to be either an issuer bank or a PPI license holder, right? I mean, to issue FASTags. Now, in GNSS, it is going to go beyond that, right? So, in the first few panels, you would have heard about an issuer proxy going to be created, which is going to speak to the toll charger, right? That is where I believe, I mean, it's again a thought which we have right now, where most of these value-added services can be built. Now, hence, I think that is why the term has been kept well thought by the authorities as an issuer entity. So an issuer bank alone might not be able to do this activity, right? I mean, that's a fair assumption. So hence, I believe that is why the name issuer entity has been kept. And while, as you are aware, payments in India always happens through the payment systems. So yeah, that was your primary doubt. And how the issuer entity would be accredited or empaneled was your second one, right? That again is going to be a process which should be defined by the government in the next few weeks or months, and then we will have clarity on that. But as of now, I believe these workshops will help us also into creating that structure, right? Yeah.
If I can add to that, I think many payment products in India already have a sub-member framework, which allows non-banks or non-PPIs to participate in the payment ecosystems by becoming sub-members. So I'm assuming that a lot of deliberations will happen around this, and a framework for non-bank or non-financial services entity to join the issuer entity framework will come out very soon. And to answer your second question, which you asked, what if somebody has a FASTag from X bank and a GPS from the other bank? I think in the initial framework that has been laid out, FASTag ID is what is linked to the GPS device. So I'm assuming it would be the same bank for some time, unless a user chooses to replace both.
Good afternoon. This is Uplinarayanan from Secura Roads. The question is to Mr. Srikanth. Today I am having acquirer bank. After posting the transaction, they are responsible for further processing and settlement. Once you come into this GNSS, what is the role of acquirer bank? And today I am raising my all disputes to acquirer bank, which you are aware. But tomorrow, who is going to do that? These are the two questions.
Thank you. Please, sir, it is a bit of out of syllabus, but I'll try to answer that. Look, I mean, the acquirer bank will be still the face for the concessionaire or for the toll plaza, right? So as you would have seen in the toll charger diagram, the toll charger communicates to the acquirer bank. And today the fares are calculated by the acquirer bank. Tomorrow it would be for GNSS, the toll charger who would be calculating. But from an toll plaza perspective, again, what I've heard from the earlier panel is that the acquirer bank function is still there, right? They are the people who are going to look, I mean, as we would have seen, the payment credit is a very important part. Now, after the fare calculation, you have to send a debit instruction through a payment switch and get the money, and as an acquirer bank, I will have to settle it with you. So that is where I believe the acquirer role would be there. Yeah, so I hope it answers your question, right? Thanks, Upali.
Hi everyone, I'm Sachin Bhatia. I had already introduced myself, but for those who came in the second half, I'm the founder and CEO of Metro Infosys. We are there in 8,000 kilometers of highways in India, and we process 25 crores of toll every day for NHAI. Last panel could not really have the time to address the question I had raised. So I was very happy that Mr. Sharat Sinha brought the topic about safety. Now, what safety we are talking about from telematics is a post-mortem. That means afterwards we analyze that, what causes the accident, how accident can be prevented. But there is no way in this to have an instantaneous stopping of the accident. If you see what is happening in the West, what's happening in the US, what's happening in China, it's all CV2X, where you're having instantaneous alerts of 10 messages per second. And in fact, if you talk about like the self-driving vehicles, I mean, today the ADAS, what we see in cars, it is at the same point what a satellite phone was, when it had its own backhaul. But then came the mobile phone, which brought thousands of users on the same tower. So today the ADAS, what we have in Tesla and all these other cars, it's too expensive to replicate. And as Stephen Covey says, begin with the end in mind. So now we are starting a new journey. We should begin with the end in mind and see that, we are able to bring CV2X with the OBU. I strongly feel about that, and I mean, I'll only talk about that every time you give me a chance to speak.
Do you have any query for the panel, or I mean...
I want the panel's opinion on this, that when there is already a standard laid by the Ministry of Telecom, then why we are looking at in a silo? Why we are looking at technology which is 20 years old? Why we are not leapfrogging to the latest technology? That is my question to the panel.
I think Dr. Sharath, I think you can explain the technical part. I think the query to answer it 100%, I don't think the panel can do it.
No, so I'll touch upon the safety aspect. And see, the OBU right now is being looked at just the onboard unit, which will probably have connectivity. But nothing stops having an OBU that has camera integrated into it. So the moment you integrate camera to OBU, and it is constantly connected to the network, it can capture not just accident-related data, but actually prevent accidents. Let's say a vehicle is coming in very close proximity of a vehicle in front of it. And I'm speaking from experience. I mean, most of the developed countries have this. I've just moved back from Singapore. Yeah, right. 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 That's right. And nothing stops the infrastructure to have that, right? So those are some of the ideas which I'm sure National Highway Authority would be considering as they come out with this. And it doesn't have to be at the time now. I mean, this is something that can be an evolution as well, but it is pretty much there in many of the advanced countries. Did I answer your question?
Thank you, Dr. Sharath.
Kind of, I mean.
Okay. So my question is to Srikanth and Sagar in specific. So one of the laid down responsibilities of the issuer as showcased was that the issuer will have to integrate with the OBU manufacturers to receive the pings and then transfer it to the respective toll chargers. With the kind of scale at which we are looking at introducing this GNSS, do you think the kind of infrastructure that will be required at the issuers and the intelligence to pass on it to the respective toll charger, are the issuers really ready for this at this point of time?
Look, I mean, again, as I said, you have to think from issuer bank and issuer entity perspective, right? I think it was well explained by the first two panels that there would be an issuer proxy. That is going to be a big game changer, right? I mean, wherein the data, like as you were saying, I mean, you're absolutely right. A bank as an issuer bank, I might not be even keen to do that data mining at my end, right? But as an issuer proxy, that is where the clarity has come in, or it's shaping up in that way, wherein the issuer proxy is that platform which is going to do all the heavy lifting, which you were speaking about. And those would be players who have the capability, the skills, and other things, stuff, which you were speaking about. Now, the integration between an issuer entity and an issuer proxy, it's WIP. We will have to see how it can be done, etc. But I think the thought is the same. The way might be the correct one, because I could hear in the toll charger panel also, people were advocating to the fact that there should be a issuer proxy. I think with whatever limited knowledge we have on that, we would stick to that. Thank you.
Right. Hi. Okay, yeah. So Sonal from Capsh again. Capsh is one of the leading companies in toll, especially GNSS tolling solutions. The one thing, just a comment, I do support Sachin's idea to future-proof, and you had great ideas about connected mobility and CITS infrastructure. The specific question I have is that what is exactly the role of the FASTag in this ecosystem? Is this like is evolving? Is it transitionary? Because from GNSS point of view, we really don't need the FASTag. So are you planning that the payment is also processed in the existing way from the FASTag? If that is the case, then the FASTag proxies need to be integrated by the toll charger solution and the software. So that would also need some work around. I mean to say, and this probably would then need to be the responsibility of the toll charger provider, that he integrates existing FASTag into his systems, so there's no double payment. Any thoughts or idea about it? Because it leads to more complicated architecture, that's all.
Yeah, I think Vishalji mentioned when he spoke about that, this is going to be the initial phase of implementation, right? Where we are trying to create a hybrid ecosystem and relying on the current infrastructure to go ahead and see how it pans out. And I'm sure in a long term, we will look at an ecosystem which is far more independent and far more prudent, does not require multiple touch points, multiple integrations. But to start with, relying on an existing infrastructure to build will be easier and will be far more simpler for us to execute as an industry.
And if I can add on to that, look, I mean, leave the FASTag aside, right? Like almost 70 million Indians today have a virtual ID where they save money, right? I mean, so that's a prepaid account which you have. I don't think that scale would be there in any country in the world, right? So they have put money which is linked to a vehicle. So when FASTag was launched also, we all were seeing that as an Aadhaar to a vehicle, right? So I think that's a process. Tomorrow you might not need that RFID sticker, but still customers might be happy to keep some money in a prepaid wallet to pay for this particular use case, right? So all the payment modes will change like that. I hope it addresses. Yeah, thank you.
Shrikant, this question is for you. I'm Debashish from Reliance Jio. Having a logistics background, my questions are on two folds. One is, see, we are moving from RFID tags, which will be there for some time, and then we are also having the onboard unit, which is AIS 140. Now, RFID tag is a flat, right? It's very easy to manage logistics-wise, keep it. You have a reserve quantity which is being declared and that you keep issuing it out. Have anybody thought through, because this is a block which is a fairly sizable, how you're going to reserve, and you also need to declare it to proxy because that's going to ease out your life because it's going to help you out in easing out, in issuing that particular part. So has that been thought through? That's number one as a question. Second is, in the last session, one of the gentlemen talked about the user experience. Today we are talking about connectivity, and I think my Airtel friend is sitting right over there. How do you really look into it that AIS 140 which you're issuing, that's having the maximum coverage across NH? I think that is a very primary question which I filtered, and I think that should be looked at. So if that's been looked into it, I would like to hear it from the panel. I mean, Shrikant, that's for you, in fact.
Thank you, Prashish. Look, I mean, we have spoken about that. I mean, to answer your first query about the issuance part, I think what's happening right now is that RFID, as you said, it's a sticker, right? I mean, which comes from a manufacturer. We as a bank, we issue that. Tomorrow, when it is going to be an OBU, when it is going to be a GPS, now I see it on a positive note is that today when I heard people speaking that there are already 4 million AIS 140 certified devices on the Indian road, right? So, you don't need to actually, so that 4 million would have been done because there's a good amount of distribution structure which has been discovered by the current OBU manufacturers. So I believe as an issuer entity or as an issuer bank, that's a strength. So when we started FASTag, as you were there at that time, nothing was there, right? I mean, there was no point of sales, there was no person to sell, and it all evolved. But today we are speaking about 4 million vehicles already fitted with that devices. Next is where the new vehicles will come from. Today I'm super sure that manufacturers who are going to manufacture these vehicles are already tied up with these OBU manufacturers, etc. So we don't have to do any kind of reinvention. And as an issuer proxy, as an issuer entity, and if I combine both issuer proxy and entity, we are supposed to merge the FASTag or the payment device number with the OBU number and send across an unidentified number to the toll charger. So that activity is more of a software hack, which I think it can be done. And as I commented earlier also, it can't be done by one person. It could be a tech partner who is going to come in onto that. And that's how I see it. And for your second query, I don't have an answer right now because we never spoke about that. And I believe that the communication, connectivity, etc., while the device management is
device with an instrument like a CBDC?
So to add to that, I mean, 3 months back, we went live with CBDC linked to FASTags, right? So if you have a CBDC wallet, today you can top up your FASTag or link it to the CBDC wallet. And close to around 4,000 people on a daily basis, they top up through that mode, right? And it's an amazing, how do I put it, payment mode. And CBDC, once it is getting released in the full version, I'm sure that some of these points which we all raised about how, what would be the payment mode, that might, be addressed. That's a very great point. And we'll take one more, I believe. So please.
Hello, thank you. We know from Europe also that the value-added services is a very important key in the system, because it what brings money in addition to just tolling, because all what we are putting in place will cost money, and we have to recoup the money. And so the solution that is put in place today, and as we see, where the data flow will go directly from the OBU to the toll charger, it means that the toll charger will get all this data. And if we want to create an ecosystem for value-added services, it means that the central server, the government, shall redistribute all the data to the interested party for value-added services, which doesn't seem very practical. It will be much more practical to go through a proxy, as we are discussing it every day, so that the proxy will be able to add value-added services and distribute it to the, in addition to the tolling system, to the server. So I wanted just to share this view and to get your feedback on that. Thank you.
I think great. That's the same point which we were also trying to make, and I heard the other panelists and the officials too speaking about toll chargers doing the job of charging, right? And the issuer proxy is coming into play. And if you ask us, I think we all believe in the same, right? So these are all going to be evolved based on opinions from people like you. So I'll reserve at that. Thank you. So yeah, we are done.
Thank you very much indeed. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together for that wonderful interactive session we had. And I would request now Ms. Purnima Hunde, AVP IHMCL, to kindly do the honors of presenting a token of gratitude and appreciation on behalf of the organizers to our eminent panelists. We begin by presenting to Mr. Rohit Daga from ICICI Lombard. We present to Mr. Shrikant Kurup, IDFC Bank, and also our distinguished moderator for this session. Thank you, sir, for wonderfully moderating the session. We present to Mr. Sagar Sahai from Kotak Bank. We present to Mr. Pradeep Goel, BPCL. Thank you, sir. To Mr. Sharat Sinha, Airtel Business. And to Mr. Udayan Joshi, SBI General. Thank you. May I request all our eminent panelists to kindly step forward for a group photograph, requesting Ms. Purnima Hunde and Shri Chitranshi ji to kindly join the group photograph. And ladies and gentlemen, we will now take a short 15 minutes tea break. I would request everybody to kindly be seated back in time for the next session, as that session is very crucial as far as timing is concerned, because the Honorable Union Minister Shri Nitin Gadkari ji will be joining us post that session. I would request everybody to kindly come back and be seated in time for the final ministerial session, which will be graced by our Honorable Union Minister, Ministry of Road Transport and Highways, Government of India, Shri Nitin Gadkari ji. Thank you.
FASTag program, the illustrious flagship initiative of the esteemed National Highways Authority of India, NHAI, and the Ministry of Road Transport and Highways has been meticulously executed on a nationwide scale. Tolling used to be associated with delays at collection points and congestion at toll plazas, mostly due to efficiency constraints associated with manual method of toll collection in practice. To overcome these challenges, Government of India has therefore decided to introduce electronic toll collection in India, and thus IHMCL was incorporated to execute this ambitious project. In June 2010, a distinguished committee led by the esteemed Sri Nandan Nilekani graced us with their wisdom, presenting the visionary recommendation of employing RFID-enabled FASTag for a superlative, expeditious and impeccably seamless road commuting experience.
We felt that the time had come to design a brand new tolling system using new technology that had come out called RFID. And there was a committee of which I was the chair, and we looked at all the technologies prevailing in the world and came up with the decision that we would design an RFID-based tolling system. Architecture of this was to allow anyone to contribute, and this whole operation we had conceived at that time a company which became the Indian Highway Management Company Limited, which runs this, and it's partnering all the various banks.
The electronic toll collection, ETC, through FASTag has experienced consistent growth over the past years. In 2023, the total toll collection via FASTag, including state highway fee plazas, amounted to an impressive 62,296 crore rupees. This reflects an approximate 23% increase compared to the rupees 50,855 crores collected in 2022. FASTag has revolutionized the logistics and highway sector, introducing an efficient and transparent toll collection system across more than 1,326 toll plazas nationwide. FASTag has significantly contributed to the reduction of travel time and fuel consumption. By enabling swift toll payment, vehicles spend less time idling at toll plazas, resulting in improved travel efficiency and reduced fuel usage.
It is a great pleasure and pride for me. Then NHAI, we have started FASTag, and because of that, there is a reduction in waiting time from 12 minutes to 47 seconds. This is really important for the people. At the same time, the saving of the fuel costing 35 crore liters, that cost coming 3,200 crores. The logistic cost is very important, and 100% we want to reduce the logistic cost. Today, because of FASTag, we are reducing the logistic cost.
As India strides forward in its resolute path towards progress and self-sufficiency, with the aspiration to become a global economic powerhouse, the FASTag program by NHAI stands as a remarkable catalyst, propelling the nation towards extraordinary milestones. FASTag program, the illustrious flagship initiative of the esteemed National Highways Authority of India, NHAI, and the Ministry of Road Transport and Highways has been meticulously executed on a nationwide scale. It aims to eliminate bottlenecks and ensure smooth traffic flow by introducing the RFID-based FASTag for digital toll fee payments on national highways. This comprehensive program provides a unified and interoperable electronic toll collection or ETC solution, harmonizing the entirety of India's national highways. Tolling used to be associated with delays at collection points and congestion at toll plazas, mostly due to efficiency constraints associated with manual method of toll collection in practice. The delays negatively impact the operational efficiency of the improved road network and thus neutralize the benefits of the improvement of highway infrastructure. To overcome these challenges, Government of India has therefore decided to introduce electronic toll collection in India, and thus IHMCL was incorporated to execute this ambitious project. In June 2010, a distinguished committee led by the esteemed Sri Nandan Nilekani graced us with their wisdom, presenting the visionary recommendation of employing RFID-enabled FASTag for a superlative, expeditious and impeccably seamless road commuting experience. With meticulous foresight, this remarkable proposition envisaged toll plazas equipped with electronic toll collection ETC capabilities, adorned with dedicated lanes, at least one in each direction, especially tailored to accommodate ETC-equipped vehicles. The Apex Committee, mandated with design and implementation of nationwide electronic tolling systems, examined all aspects of ETC implementation and recommended that the passive RFID technology to be adopted converge to EPC Gen 2 ISO 18006C standards.
We felt that the time had come to design a brand new tolling system using new technology that had come out called RFID. And there was a committee of which I was the chair, and we looked at all the technologies prevailing in the world and came up with the decision that we would design an RFID-based tolling system. So just like Aadhaar was a unique ID for every individual, FASTag would be a unique ID for every vehicle, be it a car, a bus, or a truck. Architecture of this was to allow anyone to contribute, and this whole operation we had conceived at that time a company which became the Indian Highway Management Company Limited, which runs this, and it's partnering all the various banks.
The year 2014 witnessed the inauguration of the first pilot project, traversing the golden stretch of the revered Golden Quadrilateral, linking Ahmedabad to Mumbai. The year 2016 witnessed the engagement of NPCI, entrusted with providing clearing and settlement house services. FASTag's technical architecture comprises RFID-equipped stickers on vehicles, RFID readers at toll booths, and a central clearing house CCH. RFID readers communicate vehicle data to the CCH, which verifies account details, authorizes transactions, deducts toll fees, and generates digital receipts. This cashless, real-time system ensures efficient and convenient toll collection on Indian highways.
Over the period, you saw that, all the issues were ironed out, and, you could see, and rest is the history. Today, we do about 97% of the toll collector on NHAI on the purely electronic format. The value has gone 3x when we had started. I think it's a great story, and also kind of benefits citizens in terms of saving the time, effort, and also the money.
The advent of FASTag has proven to be a monumental paradigm shift, unleashing a multitude of advantages that have elevated the lives of individuals and fortified the very foundations of our economy. This ingenious NHAI FASTag solution stands as the epitome of seamless travel on our revered national highways, seamlessly deducting toll charges through automated means and granting passage through toll plazas without the hindrance of cash transactions.
National Highways was the most prominent sector when it came to investing by the institutional investors into India. But with the implementation of FASTag, the transparency, the efficiency, and the confidence that the highway sector was able to give to the global institutional investors has helped all of them to make commitments to India.
FASTag is one of the most important digital disruptions in a positive way in our country since independence. I think that is a reverence with which we should place it. It has helped to improve investor confidence substantially and also helped in improving operations excellence. If you look back few years, you'll notice that India did not have much international institutional investors. Fast forward to today, there are several such foreign funds who operate in our country. Being part of one such fund, I can say that FASTag has been possibly the single largest reason which gives investor confidence around revenue integrity, and then that's the reason why they are there in our country.
With this FASTag, that congestion, the delays at the toll plaza, the wastage of fuel has eased to a large extent. Moreover, one of the biggest advantage with the FASTag which we see is the transparency and plugging of the leakage of toll revenue, which could be verified by the data of toll collection from NHAI.
The Ministry of Road Transport and Highways has implemented several mandates for the widespread adoption of FASTag in India. Fitment of FASTag on all new four-wheelers and above was in Central Motor Vehicle Act 1989. According to the Central Motor Vehicle Act 138A, all new four-wheelers and above falling under categories M and N that were sold on or after December 1st, 2017 are required to have FASTag installed by the vehicle manufacturer or authorized dealer. From fiscal year 2016 to 2020, a cashback incentive program was introduced to encourage road users to use FASTag. It has been mandated that a valid FASTag is compulsory when obtaining a new third-party insurance. In November 2017, the FASTag mandate was extended to all new vehicles, Class M and N, sold after December 1st, 2017, heralding a new era. The dawn of January 2019 marked the launch of a visionary scheme providing financial assistance to states for the inclusion of state toll plazas. Since 1st of October 2019, the installation of FASTag has been made mandatory for national permit vehicles, specifically for commercial vehicles. November 2020 was a milestone moment as the FASTag mandate encompassed all old vehicles, Class M and N, sold before December 1st, 2017, effective from 1st of January 2021. By declaring all NH fee plaza lanes as FASTag lane of the fee plaza, made it mandatory for all tollable vehicles to pay user fee via FASTag.
FASTag has revolutionized the toll collection system in terms of efficiency and transparency. It has provided a huge economic boost to the economy of the country. The economic benefit on account of saved man hours, saving in fuel due to less idling of vehicles is estimated to be more than rupees 43,000 crore. FASTag has also reduced the greenhouse gas emission by almost 10 lakh tons per year. Ministry of Road Transport and Highways played its crucial role in this enabling transformative initiative by amending the Motor Vehicle Act and rules and putting in place a policy framework.
In February 2021, a historic milestone was achieved. With 100% cashless tolling through FASTag, a triumph celebrated from the midnight hour of 15th of Feb to 16th.
Our toll plazas were not well equipped. Many of them, they have been using it, but because it was optional, they had not upgraded the IT infrastructure. And the system integrators who were manning those toll plazas, they were asked to upgrade it, but suddenly we realized that their contract has no such provision. So it's a rare thing that post facto the contracts were amended because there was no other way. We took up rule at the competent level and amended their contracts, and all the infrastructure was upgraded.
The electronic toll collection, ETC, through FASTag has experienced consistent growth over the past years. In 2023, the total toll collection via FASTag, including state highway fee plazas, amounted to an impressive 62,296 crore rupees. This reflects an approximate 23% increase compared to the rupees 50,855 crores collected in 2022. FASTag has revolutionized the logistics and highway sector, introducing an efficient and transparent toll collection system across more than 1,326 toll plazas nationwide.
If you look at investor, from that point of view, it has increased transparency in toll collection. At the same time, it has encouraged investors to invest more in highway sector. Not just highways, FASTag is being used for contactless fee payments at parking lots, malls, even at recipient counters of national parks. I would say that the introduction of FASTag has far-reaching impact, and it has contributed to overall growth of the Indian economy.
With an objective to implement unified and interoperable ETC system for national highways as well as state highways in India, IHMCL issued state scheme guidelines wherein financial assistance was provided to all the state authorities, SPVs, for onboarding under FASTag program.
Our experience with the FASTag has been with distinction. We have passed the exam. It's over a year and a half since we have been using it, and I fully support using the FASTag for the convenience of the public, convenience of the employees, convenience of the bankers, convenience for every single person. I don't see any negative point in using the FASTag.
FASTag goes beyond toll payments, offering a range of versatile functionalities, offering convenient parking and fuel payment solutions. It seamlessly integrates with parking systems, saves time, promotes cashless transactions, and contributes to a unified transportation ecosystem. December 2019 witnessed the launch of a pioneering pilot project, utilizing FASTag for parking at the esteemed Hyderabad International Airport. The GMR Hyderabad International Airport introduced India's first fully contactless airport car parking in the wake of COVID-19 pandemic. The NETC FASTag solutions is based on as simple to use, reloadable electronic RFID tag, which enables automatic deduction of applicable parking charges, while one drives through the car park without stopping for any cash transaction. This resulted in ease of payments and reducing queuing at the entry and exits of the parking lot. This service made the airport travel experience for customers safe and hassle-free, thereby eradicating the need to deal with physical receipts. FASTag data sharing with other government programs through API integration is crucial for seamless information exchange. Programs like GST e-way bill system and Unified Logistic Interface Platform, ULIP, benefit from integrated FASTag data. Efforts are underway to integrate FASTag data with NatGrid for enhanced security. This collaboration enhances efficiency, transparency, and security across sectors.
After the implementation of FASTag, we are seeing a substantial increase
in the export and import times of containers. Similarly, integration of FASTag with ULIP has opened an amazing avenue for everybody. This is again a result of government's focus on using data for both identification of problems as well as solution of problems.
As per study conducted by NHAI in 2020-21, the impact of ETC system on the country has been fundamental and profound, deriving annual benefits estimated at 43,400 crore rupees, apart from other associated intangible benefits. The stakeholder perception surveys revealed that the majority of respondents from every stakeholder group indicated a clear preference for ETC over manual toll collection, and that the majority of stakeholders and end users have benefited from time savings and improved overall tolling experience as a result of electronic toll collection.
According to the recently conducted ETC impact assessment report, there has been an economic saving of about 43,000 crore, and most of it is in the form of travel time reduction, toll revenue increase, fuel savings, toll plaza operations cost.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. May I have your kind attention? I would request everybody to kindly be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, may I request everyone to kindly be seated, please. Ladies and gentlemen, may I now request everybody to kindly be seated. We are ready to go ahead with the proceedings of the next session, which is a panel discussion session on road infrastructure, multi-lane free flow. And let's put our hands together to welcome on stage Professor Geetam Tiwari, IIT Delhi. In fact, she's not joining us physically. She'll be joining us on the virtual mode. A very warm welcome to you. Inviting Mr. Akhilesh Srivastava, IRF. A very warm welcome to you, sir. Inviting Dr. Zafar Khan, HOAI. Dr. Zafar Khan, may I invite you to kindly join us on the stage, please. Inviting Mr. N. Shankar Narayanan, NHBF. Inviting Mr. Manish Saini from Strabag. Warm welcome, sir. Inviting Mr. Sandeep Pawar from Kent. Inviting Mr. Debashish Debsikdar from Geo. Inviting Ms. Sonal Ahuja from Cash.
Oh, I'm the name of my company is wrong. It's Capsh.
Capsh, okay. Mrs. Sonal Ahuja from CAPS. And finally, I would like to invite our distinguished moderator for this session, Mr. A.R. Chitranshi, CEO, IHMCL. Ladies and gentlemen, a very warm welcome to this enlightening discussion on multi-lane free flow, MLFF, a transformative approach to tolling. And today we explore how MLFF revolutionizes road infrastructure and enhances the user experience. I would now request our moderator, Shri Chitranshi ji, to kindly do the honors of welcoming our esteemed panelists by presenting them with a book on yoga. Thank you very much indeed, sir, for doing the honors. I would now like to hand over to our distinguished moderator, Shri Amit Ranjan Chitranshi ji, CEO IHMCL, to kindly carry forward the proceedings of the session. Over to you, sir.
Good afternoon, everyone. I request everyone to have a seat. As Mr. Kurup said that the last discussion was main course, this is a very good dessert, I assure you. So please everyone have a seat, because this session is actual on ground what we will do, what we are intending to do. Other things were what we intend to do, this actual on ground what will happen. So please everyone take a seat. So the last session for us today is the road infrastructure and multi-lane free flow. One of the biggest advantage of GNSS-based tolling is the multi-lane free flow. So what changes are required in the road infrastructure to ensure it is a multi-lane free flow or a near multi-lane free flow to start with? We also have in our panel representatives from NHBF and HOAI, so that we can also have a perspective of what our concessionaires think of this initiative, this GNSS-based tolling in India. So we have our eminent panelist, Professor Geetam Tiwari. She has joined online. Shri Akhilesh Srivastava from IRF, Dr. Zafar Khan, HOI, Shri N. Shankar Narayan from NHBF, Mr. Manish Saini from Strabag FCON, Mr. Sandeep Pawar from Kent, India, and Mr. Devasis Dev Saidar, he is from the Geo. So, as you see, the same diagram comes to the last session also, and this time we have attracted your attraction towards the vehicles, where it will travel, how it will travel. OBU, software, issuer entity, everything open, everything over, but how the vehicle will travel and how it will be a GNSS vehicle. So there were multiple themes, as I told. We had two very grueling and two very rich, in fact, discussions, pre-workshop discussions by our eminent panelists. So these were the bigger themes which were discussed. First of all, it is a technology integration. We have a toll charger at one end, a toll management system of the software at another end. And then we have a GNSS lane. All the toll, with the SI community, they must be knowing, our system integrators, that all the toll plaza, even the NPCI also knows that all the toll plazas are given a distant identification. So what will happen to the GNSS lane? Will there be any identification for it, or it will be integrated with the same toll plaza identification? So this we have discussed, and we came to a solution that the toll charger and the GNSS lane should be integrated. Also, solution came that a separate toll ID should be, a virtual toll ID should be, plaza ID should be given to the GNSS lane. So there are actually two plazas in one plaza. So that are the technological things we have to do. The next was the infrastructure upgrade. We cannot afford that vehicle goes little front, little back, reader is not reading, coming handheld. We cannot afford this. There should be a free flow system. So we need, our present equipment needs upgradation. The specifications, the present RFID readers, if we want that the RFID should be indicator of our GNSS vehicles, unlike the DSRC chips which are embedded in the OBU of the Western world, the reader should be capable of reading it at least at 100 km/h. Present specification says that RFID should read at 40 km/h with per second two vehicles. So this needs to be upgraded. We need a ANPR setup. The automatic number plate recognition camera we need, so that in high speed it can read the vehicle numbers and there can be validation at the toll plazas. Our concept note says that the toll plaza itself will be a validating gantry. In our, what we see in European countries, the GNSS gantries are placed at 60 to 80 to 100 kilometers, but we have toll plazas in less than, say, 60 kilometers. So we propose that our toll plaza itself will be a validation gantry. Whenever the vehicle will pass, it will be validated through the RFID tag and the ANPR setup. So this phase transitions has been long talked right from the first session. We see that a near consensus has been made that first it should be tried on vehicles which are already, which should be compliant with AIS 140 device, and others can come in a phased manner. Now, a very unique thing which GNSS required is communication network, and two-way communication network. In fact, a bi-communication network. First is the cellular network. In our RFID system, we hardly care whether our cell phone is receiving a signal or not, but we cannot afford it in GNSS atmosphere. We should have a good cellular network in the entire stretch, especially in our hilly areas. We have a lot of problems. So Mr. Mr. We'll deliberate it in our discussions. So the next is the public awareness and acceptance. This was a hard-learned lesson during the FASTag regime. A vehicle has to conveyed, it should be conveyed that it should not go in the GNSS lane if it is not a GNSS compliant vehicle. Because a one vehicle will create a queue and it will disturb our MLFF system. So this public awareness also needs to be created. Now this again, it was a very well question asked, what if the barrier closes? How the GNSS multi-lane free flow will work? So suggestions, our eminent panelists suggested that there should be a multi-layer, means there are two scenarios, as we discussed during the first session also. A red OBU case can happen under two circumstances. First is the low balance of FASTag, and second is the OBU malfunction. So proper programming should be there, that under which conditions the barrier should close or there should not be any barrier. And the enforcement should be done on the next toll plaza. So handling of defective OBUs, once the OBU, the toll charger has informed the toll plaza that this is a red OBU case and the FASTag balance is appropriate, it's a whitelisted vehicle, then it is certainly a case of a defective OBU. What should a driver do then? Should we have kiosks? Should we have like retail outlets should we have GNSS points? Who will take this responsibility? So system performance optimization. Of course, road safety will play a large part when we have a hybrid system, because the same toll plaza will experience a fast moving traffic and also a slow moving traffic. So probably we have Professor Geetam Tiwari, she'll elaborate, and Mr. Srivastava also. So we need new pavement markings, we need new FASTag, like we had in the FASTag era, new signages for FASTags. So we need those new signages for advanced information of vehicle that this particular lane of the toll plaza is a GNSS lane. Now, as I told, there will be conflict of fast-moving and slow-moving vehicles. So we need to, a very good suggestion came that whatever segregation is to be done, it should be done well ahead of the toll plaza, not at the pay axis. So lane allocation strategy. If we allocate the outermost lane, what will happen to the oversized vehicle? Should we make compulsory oversized vehicle as GNSS vehicle? So which lane should be made GNSS vehicle? We had deliberated a lot, and it was, both views are there, that the leftmost lane or the rightmost lane. Which lane should be GNSS lane? So our panel also gave suggestion regarding how the enforcement and validation can be done. We have a very small video. I'll just say. It's okay, now it's okay. So the last scenario was both from NPCI and the toll charger. The scenario was yes. You see this scenario. It's not yes. Can you help me? Just stop it where both the things are yes. Okay. this case, the vehicle has passed the gantry and both toll charger has given green signal as well as NPCI has given green signal that it is a whitelisted vehicle. Now see, it will have a free flow is there. Now another vehicle is there. It is say a non-GNSS vehicle or a vehicle with a damaged OBU, but it is a whitelisted vehicle. Can play again. Second. It will also go. It will pass because it is a whitelisted vehicle which is having sufficient balance. It can be charged double. Now this is the third scenario. Gate will close. So these can be the three scenarios which was also discussed in the first session, and we intend to close the gate only if both the cases are no, or there is another option that we do not have a barrier at all and we validate it at the next toll plaza. So as I told about the cellular network, Mr. Debasis from Jio has deliberated a lot because this is a new area in our tolling ecosystem. We need cellular network for running the GNSS ecosystem. And at present, although our highways are 95% covered with cellular network, but the 95% is the average data. We are proposing new greenfield highways where there is a cellular coverage of even less than 60%. So a planning that the ministry and the NHAI should also think, if we are intending to have GNSS system, then the cellular tower, cellular coverage should also go along when they are planning the alignment. So this is a new thing for us, which was not present in the RFID or the cache regime. So we have to go along with the cellular network. And other is data connectivity. Presently, with even 8 Mbps, our toll plazas are running even with the dongle, if under 2.4. Although recently we have made all the toll plazas ICD 2.5 compliant, but we need a better bandwidth because the toll charger has to communicate with the toll plaza. So this infrastructure also needs to be enhanced. The toll plazas should have better internet connectivity whenever they are passing a GNSS stretch. So what are the way forwards? First is we have to decide a proper layout of GNSS lanes. And it should be such that it should not be a conflicting one where two movements are in conflicting. Now, segregation of fast-moving and slow-moving GNSS vehicle at toll plazas. Identification of high lane equipment for GNSS lane, including their specifications and the testing protocols. Unfortunately, our RFID system also, we are lacking in stringent testing protocols. We have to see that the equipments for the GNSS lanes are high-speed performance equipments, and we should define their proper testing protocols. Recently, for the TMS system, we were in talks with STQC, and they have agreed to test our equipments. We may have onboard them for these testing also. Now, ensuring proper cellular and high-speed network at our toll plaza. The cellular network throughout the stretch and high-speed internet at our toll plazas. And we can have another thing which was discussed at large. Akhilesh sir will maybe elaborate that there is another vehicle to toll plaza communication technique, which CV2X, where by 800 or 900 meter, the vehicle can talk to the toll plaza through this technique. So I'll now ask one by one our panelists to start with Mr. Sandeep from Kent. Your thoughts, your views.
Good evening, everybody. Our task while designing these existing lanes was to see to it that the vehicles are passing through the toll plaza without stopping. Toll lane, I would say. Because as per the GNSS concept, we will be dedicating 2 lanes in each direction initially to start with. So as per the animation which we have seen, if there is no problem with the validity of the GNSS device, which we will confirm by giving a call to toll charger, and we will also receive the data from the ISD 2.5 network about the validity of the FASTag. We won't stop that vehicle. The barrier in that lane would remain open. In other case, second case, if the FASTag is valid but there is no GNSS device, then we can decide some certain penalty to be applied for that vehicle for passing through that lane, but still we will not stop that vehicle in the lane. We will collect it as per the FASTag rules and the vehicle will be allowed to pass. The third thing, that it doesn't have a proper GNSS device and a proper FASTag. It has to be stopped because otherwise, in case if there is an enforcement mechanism, additional enforcement mechanism, wherein the enforcement is possible maybe through ANPR or maybe other methods, we can allow this vehicle also to pass from the lane. But currently, because it is not available, we will have to stop that vehicle, otherwise there will be a revenue loss. We can do this particular mechanism of segregating, like detecting the vehicle before the payment axis, even at a distance of maybe 200, 300 meters before the toll plaza. We can keep the lane, dedicated lane of GNSS there, and if at all there is no proper balance or the vehicle is not having a proper GNSS or a FASTag unit, FASTag device, the vehicle will be forced to exit into normal lanes, and only the proper vehicles will be allowed to pass straight. They will pass non-stop through the toll plaza. Now, during our pre-workshop discussions, we discussed the possibility of this solution. But the major hurdle, what we had experienced during the earlier days of FASTag, when we had ejection lanes, the land acquisition of land, the availability of land, proper infrastructure was a big challenge, and that was the reason that idea was dropped. But in this case, while we are doing the survey again, we can find out these possibilities, and wherever possible, we can make it free flow for GNSS vehicles. Also, initially we are going to start with M and N category vehicles, which are commercial vehicles. So if we see the average data, like whatever data we could see in state and national highway toll plazas, in commercial vehicles, the percentage of not having the FASTag proper balance for commercial vehicles is hardly 0.3 to 0.4%. So if there are around 5 lakh commercial vehicles passing from a toll plaza in a month, for example, hardly 1500 vehicles will be stopped in 30 days. So that will be the initial stage. My next point was, during the discussion was, like we have come 97% ahead in FASTag. The 3% which is remaining, there are some reasons. Like people are having FASTag in their pocket. They want to use it as a smart card, or they want to use it for multiple vehicles. If strong penalties are put on these kind of cases, and the second case is bad or worn tags, old tags. If those are replaced, if we achieve 100% penetration of FASTag, let us say initially to start with commercial vehicles, there will be no case of stoppage. All the lanes will be actually 100% free flow. Still, we will have a control on the audit part if required. So that was my participation when we discussed.
Thank you, Mr. Sandeep. Kent has developed a multi-vehicle free flow system at Vashi. So what happens when a non-FASTag vehicle comes is the only problem, as he told. So probably we'll have to find a solution here, that how can we mitigate this problem, that if in multi-lane free flow a non-compliant vehicle comes to play. So next, I invite Dr. Zafar from HOI to also throw some light on the concerns regarding other points which have not been put in the slide, but the concessioners' concern and their willingness to join this GNSS ecosystem.
Thank you, Chitanshi. And I think now NHAI should start technical consultancy also for other industries, because it's no more road construction industry company now. So thank you, Chitanshi. First of all, FASTag has given a lot of learning to us. And when we started FASTag, I remember the earlier discussion with Srivastav-ji, a lot of foreign consultants used to come and tell, no, it is not possible in India, it will not happen. And we always used to say that if India it is possible, it is everywhere it is possible. And we will always surprise the world either by negative or positive. But most of the time we always positive. And when we reach 97%, even in developed countries are not reached there. So I think there's a very good use case available. A lot of learnings are available, whether we talk about exit arrangement, whether we talk about getting a standardization of equipments for FASTag. Now we will have some more equipments, standardization requirement for GNSS, which we'll do. So only one thing which is exciting is that for a user perspective, now user will have two options available, and they can choose either of it. So a lot of people who are not using full length of the road will have better rates. For concessionaire, a lot of leakages in between the plaza, they will be able to capture that, because if there are a lot of traffic which is not reaching to the toll, that can be help to increase the revenue. So I think exciting time, though it is a little bit long time to develop the map and system, etc., which means automatically if I have to develop the whole network and map in next 2 years time before we go and implement this, there will a lot of technologies will be catching up very, very fast, like CV2, which will be catching up very, very fast. So probably today what we are talking may not be 100% exactly at the time of implementation, because a lot of technology is there. We have already implemented this free flow system, like in Bhopal Devas is one of our road where we have implemented, and your barrier is always open. Whenever a blacklisted vehicle or a non-FASTag vehicle comes, then only it is stopped. So it is already there. Now with GPS, we will further augment it, improve it, and exciting time. And I'm sure a lot of, since we represent asset management companies, and in future we see that road will be competing with each other, and probably we will use this facility to provide add-on services to road users, and with that I will have better qualities, better services on my road, which will help me to get me more revenue for that reason. So that's my excitement. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Zafar. We have Mr. Sonal Ahuja from CAPSH, and for their insights.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chitranshi, and thank you to all the delegates who have come over here. So I head CAPSH, and I'm based over here now looking after our growth and business in India as well. So we are market leaders in satellite tolling, and I just want to give you a few examples of how a successful project we have delivered recently in Bulgaria. So as a company, we have been doing tolling projects all across the world. We are the leaders in dedicated short-range communication, or DSRC technology. We do a lot of truck tolling. These references are around the world. But when we look at multi-lane free-flow tolling or GNSS-based tolling from Bulgarian perspective, there are some lessons to be learned. Now, the solution that we have provided is for 4 EETS toll service providers. EETS stands for European Electronic Toll Service. So it's a standardized toll service which is provided across the European Union. And the toll charger is basically, as I was saying, is going to be the core brain of the successful implementation of this particular project. If two things that are required for the success of this project are the toll charger solution, which is basically a software solution, and of course the enforcement. How are we going to make sure that these guys who are not following the system, then they are penalized? Also, you got to future-proof it. So in Bulgaria, we have also provided the enforcement solution, the commercial back office, map matching, trip building and rating. And this is where the use of artificial intelligence and machine learning algorithms can really come at play. Some people talked about that before. Here we are looking at 60,000 GNSS OBUs that we have provided and 440,000 tracking devices which are in operations. Many other players have provided the OBUs already. They're also looking at logistical services, and they are taking location from more than 30 different telematics devices. In GNSS support devices, for example, looking at asset management and proxy services, the MPO services, and there are more than 250,000 GNSS OBUs in operation itself around Bulgaria. So that's how the ecosystem really looks like. Perhaps the same could be implemented within the Indian context itself. You have got the tolling application, which could also not just be perhaps, for example, an OBU driven, it could also be a mobile phone application. Somebody previously talked about an ecosystem of entire apps coming out where you could be at discounted services if you were adhering to the compliance, perhaps, for example. It is extremely important to provide a cellular network, as we discussed, for the success of the project, because without that, you can't really enforce. And it's not just going to be 3G or 4G, for example, or 5G as we would have, but also 2G nativity is also kind of important sometimes when there is high-density networks which are coming. There's a point of sale that is involved, but as I said, the brain really lies in the GLP software and the asset management software and how it connects to traffic management, commercial back office, enforcement, and in customer relationship management. Somebody picked up that point, the gentleman from America in the morning, that how it's really going to feel like, the success, how that's going to work. So in our solution in Bulgaria, we have worked with all of these providers, for example, and that's what we would need. Different players who are already in the process of providing OBUs need to be onboarded and integrated, and it needs to be done, for example, in the right way. In Bulgaria, the vehicles are charged according to the distance traveled, emissions, and I think this will be very important as we talk about climate change perspective from the Indian context. The number of axles, for example, overloaded vehicles, the road type, the time of the day, all of this ecosystem is extremely important. And in Bulgaria, we have looked at the customer journey extremely at the central point of it. So there are 6,152 kilometers of toll roads, all different types of roads, 295 enforcement gantries, 100 are new, 195 are old gantries, like what we intend to do right now in Indian context will also be there. There are 105 enforcement vehicles. So these are mobile vehicles, as you can see in the car over there, which can be placed anywhere, and you can see if the enforcement is happening or not. 150 weather stations, because some other advanced information is being provided. More than 100 weigh in motion control points for heavy goods vehicles, and we are looking at 1.2 million distance-based route passes. So these route passes, as I was saying in the morning, they could be paper passes or it could be electronic route passes that you can upload before you go. If you're not a frequent user of the tolled road, you could just say, okay, I'm going from A to B, and I prepay on the road itself. And we are talking more than 910 million toll decorations. Now, Bulgaria is a small country, it's compared to the size of India. So we're talking really much, much more complex situation over here. And all of that ecosystem would be required to make it successful. And I think the future lies in getting it all connected through AI and ML, perhaps. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sonal. I request Mr. Akhilesh Srivastava, a road safety expert and also a CV2 expert, to throw.
Thank you. Thanks, Chitransi. Ladies and gentlemen, there are two things. You said it is the desserts, not actually, it's the hardest part, cooking of the food. Because technology is simple, but implementation of that technology to success, that's the toughest part. And what we are going to talk is the multi-lane free flow. It's not independent. You are not giving this multi-lane free flow on a separate highway. It is on the existing highway where already there are toll plazas. Out of these different lanes, 2 lanes are going to be made as a free flow and rest of the lanes are going to remain as it is. Now, how you are going to ensure that only bona fide vehicles are passing through that? That's the actually tough task. And of course, the safety concern will also be there that we can talk. But let me if I take it in the totality in a very simple terms, there are basically three issues when we are going to implement this GNSS-based tolling. One, what is the hook to the users? Why they should switch from a FASTag system to a GNSS? What is that lucrative things to them? If you are providing them complete free flow, perfectly, that's one ask to them. It is even reducing that few seconds or few minutes they are stopping at the toll plaza through and back and through. Second is, are you going to give some incentive like FASTag used to give initially? Initially it was 15, 10%, then 7.5, 5 and all. So that can be, so in that case, if it is not fully free flow, that compensates, that monetary compensation is there. Now come to when we say that these two lanes are free flow. These free flow lanes, the OBU is fitted inside the vehicle. From outside, the toll operating agencies do not know whether this vehicle is having a OBU or no. How you are going to identify and stop this vehicle entering into that free flow lane? Many vehicles will see it's a free flow and they will just go, causing a loss to the highway operator sitting next to me, and that's their concern. So the third concern. So what are the technologies which are available as of now? Because whatever we just heard, the Western, the developed countries, a few examples. Let me tell you, it's India. Their full scale is our pilot. Yeah, so our scale is too big. So we just cannot copy and paste the solution over here. We have to create our own system. Here, few technologies. Somebody in the morning was telling about CV2X, and you asked me to also elaborate. This is upcoming technology. Very recently, it has started coming up. And in this, what happens? This CV2X is actually, it doesn't require any network, because it operates at a very high frequency band. So if two SIMs or two chips having a 5G connectivity or plus, which is of course India is going with maybe in 5 years 6G and all, they can communicate without even any Airtel or Jio or any network provided. And that communication is up to 1 kilometer, but up to 700 meters is perfect. It communicates with. So if an RSU is put at the receiving unit at the toll plaza, which I was suggesting, at the toll plaza, and if an OBU fitted vehicle is approaching, so at least 600 or 700 meters before that pay access, you can easily identify this vehicle is carrying, is a bona fide OBU fitted vehicle or no, number one. We need to segregate the vehicle, or we need not to create a chaos at the pay access. It has to be done at least 500 meters ahead of that. So there you can start putting various signages that the OBU vehicles follow the extreme left lane or extreme right. That decision can be taken depending on the toll plaza. And just follow it. It's not a rocket science. People will start following it. It may take some time to understand everyone, but I mean, we cannot cross a river just sitting on a fence. We have to go into the water, see the depth, optimize the things, but it's doable. This can be, so the moment CV2X RSU receives the signal of the OBU, either it makes a light green and the vehicle passes it on, or it can even open the boom barrier, which was, because keeping a barrier suddenly closed when a vehicle is cruising at the speed of 60 or 80, because it's a free flow, and suddenly you drop it, that's going to create a havoc, a safety hazard in fact. So that can be one of the solutions. So there are many. So I will take a pause. Let's listen to other experts.
Yes.
Thank you.
I'll request Mr. Debashish, your wisdom points on, especially on the cellular network, which we never thought of while constructing the highways.
Thank you, Chitranshi ji. By the way, while we are talking GNSS, I have been into this industry when we have seen the first implementation of the toll, Mumbai-Pune Expressway, where it was semi-classification of the toll which used to happen. People used to also collect cash. Then it's graduated to touch and go. Then it graduated to RFID. Then we made it all RFID, which we said that it is could be a free flow part of it. So I think as far as India is concerned, I think we graduated pretty well, and absent plays a very important role. While we talk about communication, and he has already said that I work with Jio, I think today most of the people know that Jio provides communication, and that's the reason probably I might be selling the concept of communications here. No. GNSS without the communication backbone, it cannot happen. It cannot work. Because the moment you're trying to say about, I want to really give that leeway to the travelers, and I would like to charge him on pay-per-use, I need to have a big cellular network. When I say big cellular network, today we have a coverage, as a Jio coverage on national highway, we have 95% of the mobility coverage. Is that enough? I think when you get into GNSS, no, it's not enough. Reason being, while we might be looking from the AIS 140 a pinging of 1 second to 5 seconds, and if you don't have a network, say for a kilometer, because the vehicles are cruising at a speed of 80 kilometers or 100 kilometers per hour, within a minute you're losing a long distance. And if the vehicle is coming out of the NHAI, you might lose the value what has been used by the traveler but not getting paid to the concessionaires or to the authorities. So the coverage of the network is very important. Couple of things to really look into this particular aspect. When we talk about AIS 140, we need to have minimum of 2 profiles or more, so that if I'm providing, say, Jio with a 1 SIM coverage, which might have a 95, a few of the areas might be less than that, I have a second SIM with a second profile for the same purpose or the same vehicle, so that that coverage can be looked into it, and we can minimize the data loss because of the coverage aspect part of it. That's number one. Can we really look into more profiles? I think that is something which we should really look into it as such. The second part is coming to the enforcement as well. While vehicles are coming and it is getting cruised, can I really have the same toll plaza with the same connectivity? I think the kind of enforcement system we have wherein we will be needing more data. People talked about a camera-based ANPR systems. I need to pick up a camera where the vehicle comes out. There's a lot of processing which happens. A lot of data gets processed. We might also have a scanner for our vehicle classification systems, right? Plus the RFID readers and blah, blah, multiple sensors which has to capture it out. You really need to have a good connectivity with a better bandwidth. You cannot do enforcement without the connectivity again. Then the data which is going from the vehicle to the toll charger to NPCI to the acquiring bank credit and the debit to the issuer bank, how it can happen seamlessly without the connectivity part of it. So I think the communication is a very important aspect, and probably that's the reason. I mean, I wanted to emphasize this because in lot of places across NH, we might have a lower coverage, and I want NHAI to really look into it. Can the telecom provider or the concessionaire be allowed to really be given a right of way or a space to put up towers to increase the mobility connectivity, to provide power to the mobility connectivity part of it? I think that is something which we need to be flexible enough while we are getting into this journey. If the coverage is not there, you are basically landing into a problem. And I think that's very important as such, in fact. That's one. I would just like to say that while people know Jio, we are into the communication and the telecommunication solutions. We are big time into sensors, devices, IoT and devices, and that's the reason I was talking more about AIS 140. That is only one of the sensorization and device which we really look into it, right? The next part is where I am generating the data from. I'm generating data from the vehicle through AIS 140. Where is it going? The initial data needs to be stored by the issuer. Where is that data getting stored? People say it's cloud. What kind of cloud? How the visibility of the cloud is? I think the data management, again, it's a part of an infrastructure from the data source perspective. I think it needs a lot of clarity. Similarly for toll chargers, similarly for NPCI, and ultimately there is a back office because there will be a lot of exception handling which is going to happen. Where is that data getting managed? How are we bifurcating the cloud? Will it be separate for issuer? Will it be separate for toll charger? Will it be separate for the NPCI and the back office? I think that we really need to think about it. That infrastructure is again very, very important as such. So I think we are there in the entire piece of the journey. We can really help you out. And for an example, the Meghraj cloud project which the government has done, we executed it out. If government would like to use that Meghraj project, that can be one way of looking at it. Do I need to do the democratization of a cloud, making it as an edge compute, be it closure? I think, do I really need it? I think we need to think and deliberate upon that. So this communication and the data piece as an infrastructure needs a very clear deliberation and has to be a very separate section and specifications. Otherwise, this basic need, if it is not there, while we are talking of a next journey on the technology, we are missing on a big thing. Without this basic piece, I think that journey is not going to happen. With that, I rest my case. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Devasis. In fact, it is a much darker area for us. In fact, we never had thought in our first generation tolling there was nothing. The second generation RFID, we managed with very little internet speed, we are managing our toll plazas. So it will no more work. That is the wisdom of the day. I request Mr. Manish to throw some light on the validation infrastructures with the upgrade which we would require to have on the GNSS lanes.
Good evening, everyone. So, just to set the context, so Strabag has done GNSS-based tolling in Belgium, and we made the system operational way back in 2016, and it has been working since then. So, if we look at the European kind of GNSS implementations versus what we are looking over here in India, there is a difference between the two. Not from the basic concept difference, but the difference on specifically on the enforcement side and the charging mechanism side. So whatever toll charger is doing over there, the same thing will be done over here as well, in Indian context as well. All those things remain same. So when we talk about the enforcement mechanism specifically, so as you must have seen in the CAPS slides and in the other previous sessions as well, so there are no toll plazas. The enforcement is done either through a gantry, fixed gantry, or through mobile vehicles, or through a standalone or a mobile kind of a pod kind of stands which have been used over there. But here we are talking about a hybrid kind of a infrastructure, hybrid kind of an implementation of GNSS, wherein the existing plazas will be used for the vehicles to pass through and as a enforcement mechanism, or I'll say as a validation mechanism, validation checkpoints per se. So in any, Mr. Sandeep has also shown a lane architecture of an OBT which I think is running in Vashi. So similarly, on MTHL also, Strabag FCON has deployed a open barrier tolling. We pronounce it as, or we state it as OBT. So when we talk about a GNSS, when we talk about a vehicle coming at a comparatively medium kind of a speed level, the tracking, the assignment of right OBU or right vehicle to the right FASTag or OBU is very critical and important. So the tracking of the vehicle, the queue management, it plays a very, very important role in the overall performance of the system. And it cannot be just done only on based on RFID tag itself, because it has its own limitations in terms of readability and all that. So it will be a combination of RFID supported by ANPR, whether it is like from front or rear or from both sides. So all those are the kind of things which we should take our learnings from the various deployments within our country which has been done in OBT in various projects, and we should move forward, take those learnings, do the right implementations, decide the right layout, and move forward so that the wrong charge is not assigned to the wrong vehicle. Otherwise the whole dispute resolution or dispute redressal mechanism would take a much longer time, and the commuters will have hassle due to that. So in addition to that, I think when we are talking about all this what will be the lane layout and what all things will be there. There are some, negative scenarios as well, which we have to discuss, which we all have to, the feedback from the whole industry, from the concessionaires, from the NHAI, from the system integrators, everybody is required in order to capture the negative scenarios and how those negative scenarios can be incorporated into the system itself at the design phase, so that at later stage we do not do any iterations and we learn from our past experience and the learnings at various levels. So, as well as I would like to add one more point over here. When we were talking about like the AOB might get faulty just before the toll plaza, or it's or some snag has occurred on that. So I'm not sure, but yes, in Europe we are looking at, or there are self-serve outlets or self-serve kiosks and service centers which are just before or at the toll plazas itself, wherein the drivers, they are going themselves and replacing those OBUs over there, and the journey is henceforward taken forward without any interruption and without any barrier getting closed on the invalid kind of vehicles. So if we can, the issuer entities and the whole body, if we can think about that, it would be really helpful in my opinion. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Manish. I think we can quickly have views of Mr. Sankar Narayan, and then we can listen to Professor Geetam.
Hey, thanks, Chitanshi. From morning, we've been hearing about the devices, the back office, the connectivity. They all are critical for the implementation of GNSS. But some of the points which are critical to understand and try to deliberate upon is who's going to issue the OBUs, whether the OBUs are going to be secured, okay, and what are the equipments which are going to be there in the lanes for it to be reading those effectively. So the topic talks about the multi-lane free flow infrastructure. So today in most of the toll plazas, we find we already have equipments like readers and we have the sensors. But when we go for a GNSS, and as you rightly said, Chitanshi, like we may have to keep a lane for GNSS, it's more important for us to understand from where do we have that lane started. It's at the start or is at the toll plaza. 70% of our highways are point-based. We still have 30% which are having unguarded exits. We have expressways coming up. What happens to those? So these are some things which we need to understand, whether we need to have gantries every 2 kilometers, 3 kilometers. Suggestion is that in the earlier slide we found that we can use VIDA's gantries. It's a valid suggestion. It can pull in the data back to the respective toll charger and he can have those used as the enforcement. Now, when we come to bandwidth, the bandwidth is the key, okay, but what is the bandwidth is required? Keeping a tower, having an 8 Mbps, as you rightly said, 6 and 8 also works right now. If you have ANPR, if you have high resolution, high fast rate, read rate, then you need minimum of 50, 100 Mbps. Is the industry looking at that? To give that at the respective locations is a question which we all need to answer. Overall, if you see, these are the infra point of view. Now, when we come from a concessionaire or a road user, we need to see that side also. Let's talk from a concessionaire point of view or a toll. We need to really see what is that the user is going to pay for. Is he going to pay for the 10 kilometers he travels? Then who pays for the balance 50? So let's say if he exits, then how do you get it? So there's a lot of questions which we need to answer of how this revenue will be safeguarded and who's going to underwrite that for the banks, because they are the ones who are looking at it, and then for the entire toll revenue point of view. Now coming from a road user point of view, till now he knows that he's paying for the entire 60 kilometers which he's traveling. Good, you are going to pay for use, you pay only for the 10. How are you going to tackle the people who do not pay at all? How are you going to start telling people that now you're not paying, you need to pay for the 10? How are you going to tackle what my friend Sandeep said? How are we going to tackle the 3% who are not using or not paying us? I think that's some things which we need to really look at, and trying and having an enforcement or trying to penalize them and trying to get them on board. And I'm sure the balance who are already good customers on FASTag, who are already on the 97%, right? They already will definitely would look at the GNS system. So I think technology is there. It's more that we need to see the operational difficulties, try and see if these operational difficulties can be solved by technology and not technology solving that. Because that's going to be the key, like what Akhilesh sir said, you know. We have everything in India, and we've got the best of the players and best of the industry experts who can provide this. So I think overall, the infrastructure needs to be upgraded, as you rightly said. We need to see how the road users can get captured, compensated, charged, and in the end, we also need to see how the concessionaires or my representatives from HOI, the investors' revenues are also safeguarded. I think that's the broad outline of how this entire thing will go in, and it looks positive because FASTag has taken 10 years and we've reached 98. I'm sure GNSS will ensure that some pie will move here, and it will be a faster implementation if we have all this taken at the first stage itself and answered. I think that will be the last one point I would want to try and put it across as a suggestion, which I had put in earlier also. We should look at, with all due respect to the Joint Secretary, we should look at the postpaid system. Prepaid system on FASTag, we all know what's going on. We call something blacklist, low list, a lot of things. I'm sure GNS calls red, green. It's going to be the same. We shouldn't have anything red. We should have everything green. GNSS talks of free flow. We should have everything green, and let's have the postpaid system looked into by banks and let them have different APIs to the different entities. You have Vahan, you have the different agencies who can try and give you APIs. Every industry now runs on APIs. We should have these strings attached to it and have the customer just speed through instead of you telling on a barrier and looking at it. That's my suggestion on it.
Thank you, Mr. Shankar. And probably the only reason for keeping a hybrid system in place is that we don't want revenue loss. So if he goes, a wrong vehicle, a malicious vehicle goes from one plaza, at least we can enforce at the second toll plaza. And as the concept note says, that our toll plazas are our enforcement and validation gantries. So I now invite Professor Geetam, and one sentence from her still resonates in my mind, that the road infrastructure influences the road user behavior. So it will be a new infrastructure. Let's hear some pearls of wisdom from ma'am. Ma'am, over to you.
Yes, thank you so much, Mr. Chitranchi, and my apologies for not being present in person. But mostly, I've heard through the day what discussion has taken place. And for this particular panel session also, panelists have explained a lot of details about the technology. Let me just highlight two aspects which I think are important and simple to do at the same time. And that is first of all, we have to give a lot of advance warning. So we accept that the existing toll plazas are going to be the gantry for managing this system. And out of current lanes, we will allocate some lanes which should act as free flow lanes. To begin with, we have talked today also that we will start with commercial vehicles. So if it's commercial vehicles, we already know that commercial vehicles are expected to be on the left lane. So perhaps we should start with left lane where the commercial vehicles are as free flow lanes. And we do expect that most commercial vehicles already have OBU, even for our pilot project. But at the same time, be ready for that some of them may not. And that is where the discussion you have, and you've shown the simulation, identifying red and green would be useful. But if we are targeting 60 to 80 kilometers speed for commercial vehicles, then repeated information to them to stay and come to the this GNSS lane, free flow lane, would be, we will require at least 1.5 to 1 kilometer advance warning. So we have to develop a proper protocol for signage and marking both to inform, give lot of advance information to user, which is the free flow lane and it's time to come, give repeat warning that it's only 500 meters or 200 meters. So this is one aspect. We don't have this current proper marking protocol or signage in IRC 67. We should develop this before we start it.
Right.
Second thing is that we have to have, still assuming that some OBUs may malfunction. So one option is that they are caught at the next one. In case of malfunctioning OBU or in case of wrong identification or for whatever reason, it comes out to be red. But should we not look at least in some percentage of toll plazas to have a storage lane, to give option to people that you already know you are red and you are in the wrong lane, you still have 200 meters to go, move out. So some kind of configuration which gives this option to people. So this would be, so I would lay a lot of emphasis on road marking and signage, and this would need to be developed maybe first from simulations but also from experiments. So that is my other big point, that if we are going to start the system, this is a very good opportunity to have a very robust monitoring and evaluation protocol in place. And for that, we should have benchmarking, that when we start, how much malfunctioning or delays we should expect, and how should we start monitoring our system, documenting it, that whether it's lane marking, whether it's signage, whether it's lane configuration, that is one part. But the second part is also about quality of OBUs, quality of information, how much user is using, how many are violating, etc. Document it properly. And this would require proper preparation of monitoring and evaluation protocol, collecting data from that, and then maybe 6 months later or periodically review it and see how we start improving the system. Because as Mr. Akhilesh also said, let's experiment it, let's get into the water, and the only way to sail through it is that we keep improving our system by doing very good monitoring and evaluation. So in terms of system, so we have to develop what are the key KPIs here for equipments, and this requires wrong detection, delays in transmitting information, malfunctioning, but also about adequacy of signage, marking. And the other point that I was saying, that there will always be lane changing behavior near toll plaza, because we are not starting with 100% vehicles having this system. So we have to be ready with that and then see that how lane changing, which starts leading to more conflicts near toll plazas, how we start reducing it, how we have some kind of speed monitoring there in terms of, for other vehicles anyway, other vehicles are going to come down to only a very, very low speed, but free flow lane is still going ahead. So what is the differential that we are willing to accept, which which ensures that the conflicts are not high-speed conflicts, and there is enough space and enough markings to give advance warning to people. So, system performance KPIs in terms of adequacy of signage, marking, conflicts and lane changing behavior, and still what the delays people are facing, and number of violating vehicles. So this protocol has to be put in place before we start the system, because this gives us a good opportunity to then improve our system based on our evidence, what is happening when we start implementing this system. So these are the 2 points that I would like to highlight, and I think a lot of other points have already been covered. And one last thing that, when I was hearing today's discussion struck me, that the current toll plazas in many, I know in many expressways, we already have 2 kinds. One is along the expressway, but we do have many other places where the plazas are at the exit point. So I think that is also a good strategy, because when vehicles exit, and already you are actually seeing how many kilometers have been traveled and deducting toll according to that. So in places where we do not have gantries at the exit, perhaps we could think of introducing that.
Yes.
That's all from my side.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much. And of course, road safety is a very important part which has to be thought of while implementing this hybrid system, when we'll have vehicles with multiple speeds at near locations. So thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much. So with this, I have just been informed that Honorable Minister is on the way and he can arrive at any moment. So I'll quickly have only 2 questions. Maybe you can interact with the panelist during the break. Please introduce yourself and ask which of the panelists you want to. You can speak.
Yeah, hi, this is Mittal Jain from HC1. I just have one quick question. We are talking about having OBU also and having FASTag also. And we are talking about the matrix where if the OBU is not working, then double fee will be collected from FASTag. So as we understand, the double penalty or the double user fee collection was implemented to have a strict implementation of digitization of the fare collection. FASTag is already a digital collection. So do we really want to face user a double user fee collection for not having OBU?
Yes, it's a privilege.
It will be only in the GNSS lane.
Yeah, I know, but he is having FASTag.
If the non-GNSS vehicle is traveling into GNSS lane, then only double. Otherwise, in normal other lanes.
In the matrix which was shown, if the OBU is not working, if it has a FASTag, in that case, double user fee will be collected from FASTag.
Only in the GNSS lanes.
Yeah, in GNSS lane only I am saying.
That's it.
But it is already a digital payment.
So it's not, it's not
this
that
is the additional is going to be, because he is using a multi-lane, free flow lane. So for free flow lane, there is extra. That's what the philosophy is.
It's more of a discipline issue which you are talking about.
Exactly. Otherwise, everybody will go.
Sir, it's Aditya Chauhan from Geo. First of all, thank you so much for the insightful session. We heard the perspective from the issuer entity, toll charger, and from the network entity also. Would like to understand what will motivate the end user to go on the GNSS-based solution, because AIS 140 would be expensive devices and there will be a recurring monthly charges. So what will gonna motivate the second car owners or the end user to go on this particular solution? Thank you.
So in fact, at the opening of my talk, I said same thing. What is the hook to the user? Why a user should buy an expensive device and go with this? So there are a couple of things. One, he is getting a free flow. Second, distance-based tolling, which may be at times beneficial to them because they will be charged only for the distance they travel. Thirdly, I'm sure authorities must be thinking to give an incentive initially till the time system gets matured, like it was done for the FASTag. It was 10% rebate on the toll. It was lesser than 7.5, 5, and finally it was disbanded. Similar kind, so that monetary incentive will also help. These are the various hooks for this. And over and above, you must have heard in the morning, there are many value-added services which can be given with the GNSS-based tolling. So those are, far more than what is going to get at a toll plaza itself.
Chitranshi, I have a question.
Hello. Yes. The last question from sir.
Yeah, I am Naveen Kumar, CGM NHAI, and I have a pleasure to ask question from my ex-colleague, Mr. Srivastava. So I will ask a question. You see, the greenfield corridors which we are constructing right now, those are access control, and we are having a concept of closed tolling for those corridors. For example, we are going to construct Agra Gwalior. Agra Gwalior, we are putting a sweetener, the existing 4-lane also, as part of the new 6 lanes which we will construct there, totally access controlled, and we will have there the concept of closed tolling. What is the existing brownfield? It is an open system. Even if we are using GNS system, as Professor Gitam Tiwari told.
Sorry to interrupt you, sir. If you could kindly briefly ask your question.
So OVU system, if we put satellite will catch the actual usage. But in sometimes malfunctioning of this and maybe blatantly making it malfunction with some bad intention, how we will justify its effective tolling for the brownfield? That is my question.
No, for expressways, as you already answered.
Brownfield with open tolling.
Yeah, so in brownfield, that's why we are geofencing the highway. That's the first and foremost requirement. The highway is geofenced. The moment an OBU enters into it, you know the coordinate where it entered and where it is exiting. So that's that geofence, not actually fenced, but it's a geofenced. And with a very granular, you can say the resolution, it's almost 2 meters, which we saw in the morning. So that itself, it's a fencing it, and it is giving the preventing all those malpractices. Then there are many validators. I think Honorable Minister.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much indeed, ladies and gentlemen. I would now request Mr. Harsh Nisar, Advisor IT NHAI, to kindly do the honors of presenting the mementos. We present to our distinguished dignitary, Mr. Sandeep Pawar from Kent. We present to Dr. Zafar Khan, HOAI. We present to Mr. Akhilesh Srivastava, IRF. We present to Mr. N. Shankar Narayanan, NHBF. We present to Mr. Manish Saini, Strabag. We present to Mr. Debashish Debsikdar, Geo. And to Mr. Sona Lahuja from Kapash. And we thank Professor Geetam Tiwari from IIT Delhi for sparing her time and joining all of us here. And may I request our panelists for a group photograph? Mr. Nisar, can I request you to kindly join us back for a group photograph, and our moderator, Mr. Chitranshi. Ladies and gentlemen, we would request everybody else to kindly remain seated. The Honorable Minister will be here any moment now. We just need to do up the stage for the ministerial session. I would request everyone to kindly remain seated.
सिक्योरिटी बोल रहे हैं तो
तुम्हें पता है ना?
Program, the illustrious flagship initiative of the esteemed National Highways Authority of India, NHAI, and the Ministry of Road Transport and Highways has been meticulously executed on a nationwide scale. It aims to eliminate bottlenecks and ensure smooth traffic flow by introducing the RFID-based FASTag for digital toll-free payments on national highways. This comprehensive program provides a unified and interoperable electronic toll collection or ETC solution, harmonizing the entirety of India's national highways. Tolling used to be associated with delays at collection points and congestion at toll plazas, mostly due to efficiency constraints associated with manual method of toll collection in practice. The delays negatively impact the operational efficiency of the improved road network and thus neutralize the benefits of the improvement of highway infrastructure. To overcome these challenges, Government of India has therefore decided to introduce electronic toll collection in India, and thus IHMCL was incorporated to execute this ambitious project. In June 2010, a distinguished committee led by the esteemed Sri Nandan Nilekani graced us with their wisdom, presenting the visionary recommendation of employing RFID-enabled FASTag for a superlative, expeditious and impeccably seamless road commuting experience. With meticulous foresight, this remarkable proposition envisaged toll plazas equipped with electronic toll collection ETC capabilities, adorned with dedicated lanes, at least one in each direction, especially tailored to accommodate ETC-equipped vehicles. The Apex Committee, mandated with design and implementation of nationwide electronic tolling systems, examined all aspects of ETC implementation and recommended that the passive RFID technology to be adopted converge to EPC Gen 2 ISO 18006C standards.
We felt that the time had come to design a brand new tolling system using new technology that had come out called RFID. And there was a committee of which I was the chair, and we looked at all the technologies prevailing in the world and came up with the decision that we would design an RFID-based tolling system. So just like Aadhaar was a unique ID for every individual, FASTag would be a unique ID for every vehicle, be it a car, a bus or a truck. Architecture of this was to allow anyone to contribute, and this whole operation we had conceived at that time a company which became the Indian Highway Management Company Limited, which runs this, and it's partnering all the various banks.
The year 2014 witnessed the inauguration of the first pilot project, traversing the golden stretch of the revered Golden Quadrilateral, linking Ahmedabad to Mumbai. The year 2016 witnessed the engagement of NPCI, entrusted with providing clearing and settlement house services. FASTag's technical architecture comprises RFID-equipped stickers on vehicles, RFID readers at toll booths, and a central clearing house CCH. RFID readers communicate vehicle data to the CCH, which verifies account details, authorizes transactions, deducts toll fees, and generates digital receipts. This cashless, real-time system ensures efficient and convenient toll collection on Indian highways.
Over the period, you saw that all the issues were ironed out, and you could see, and rest is the history. Today we do about 97% of the toll collector on NHAI on the purely electronic format. The value has gone 3x when we had started. I think it's a great story, and also kind of benefits citizens in terms of saving the time, effort, and also the money.
The advent of FASTag has proven to be a monumental paradigm shift, unleashing a multitude of advantages that have elevated the lives of individuals and fortified the very foundations of our economy. This ingenious NHAI FASTag solution stands as the epitome of seamless travel on our revered national highways, seamlessly deducting toll charges through automated means and granting passage through toll plazas without the hindrance of cash transactions.
National Highways was the most prominent sector when it came to investing by the institutional investors into India. But with the implementation of FASTag, the transparency, the efficiency, and the confidence that the highway sector was able to give to the global institutional investors has helped all of them to make commitments to India.
FASTag is one of the most important...
Ladies and gentlemen, requesting everybody to kindly remain seated. All mobile phones either switched off or put onto silent mode. We are expecting the Honourable Minister to join us any moment now.
You notice that India did not have much international institutional investors. Fast forward to today, there are several such foreign funds who operate in our country. Being part of one such fund, I can say that FASTag has been possibly the single largest reason which gives investor confidence around revenue integrity, and then that's the reason why they are there in our country.
With this FASTag, that congestion, the delays at the toll plaza, the wastage of fuel has eased to a large extent. Moreover, one of the biggest advantage with the FASTag which we see is the transparency and plugging of the leakage of toll revenue, which could be verified by the data of toll collection from NHAI.
The Ministry of Road Transport and Highways has implemented several mandates for the widespread adoption of FASTag in India. Fitment of FASTag on all new four-wheelers and above was in Central Motor Vehicle Act 1989. According to the Central Motor Vehicle Act 138A, all new four-wheelers and above falling under categories M and N that were sold on or after December 1st, 2017 are required to have FASTag.
I would request the entrance passage to be left clear from my right-hand side. May I request the entrance passage to be left clear for the Honourable Minister to walk in? Thank you. Can we remove those chairs, please? Can the chairs be pushed a little back? Thank you. May I request guests at the entrance to kindly take their seats, not to block the entrance passage, please. Requesting the guests to not to block the entrance passage. Honourable Minister would be walking in any moment now. Thank you.
FASTag program, the illustrious flagship initiative of the esteemed National Highways Authority of India, NHAI, and the Ministry of Road Transport and Highways has been meticulously executed on a nationwide scale. It aims to eliminate bottlenecks and ensure smooth traffic flow by introducing the RFID-based FASTag for digital toll fee payments on national highways. This comprehensive program provides a unified and interoperable electronic toll collection or ETC solution, harmonizing the entirety of India's national highways. Tolling used to be associated with delays at collection points and congestion at toll plazas, mostly due to efficiency constraints associated with manual method of toll collection in practice. The delays negatively impact the operational efficiency of the improved road network and thus neutralize the benefits of the improvement of highway infrastructure. To overcome these challenges, Government of India has therefore decided to introduce electronic toll collection in India, and thus IHMCL was incorporated to execute this ambitious project. In June 2010, a distinguished committee led by the esteemed Sri Nandan Nilekani graced us with their wisdom, presenting the visionary recommendation of employing RFID-enabled FASTag for a superlative, expeditious and impeccably seamless road commuting experience. With meticulous foresight, this remarkable proposition envisaged toll plazas equipped with electronic toll collection ETC capabilities, adorned with dedicated lanes, at least one in each direction, especially tailored to accommodate ETC-equipped vehicles. The Apex Committee, mandated with design and implementation of nationwide electronic tolling systems, examined all aspects of ETC implementation and recommended that the passive RFID technology to be adopted converge to EPC Gen 2 ISO 18006C standards.
We felt that the time had come to design a brand new tolling system using new technology that had come out called RFID. And there was a committee of which I was the chair, and we looked at all the technologies prevailing in the world and came up with the decision that we would design an RFID-based tolling system. So just like Aadhaar was a unique ID for every individual, FASTag would be a unique ID for every vehicle, be it a car, a bus or a truck. Architecture of this was to allow anyone to contribute, and this whole operation we had conceived at that time a company which became the Indian Highway Management Company Limited, which runs this, and it's partnering all the various banks.
The year 2014 witnessed the inauguration of the first pilot project, traversing the golden stretch of the revered Golden Quadrilateral, linking Ahmedabad to Mumbai. The year 2016 witnessed the engagement of NPCI, entrusted with providing clearing and settlement house services. FASTag's technical architecture comprises RFID-equipped stickers on vehicles, RFID readers at toll booths, and a central clearing house CCH. RFID readers communicate vehicle data to the CCH, which verifies account details, authorizes transactions, deducts toll fees, and generates digital receipts. This cashless, real-time system ensures efficient and convenient toll collection on Indian highways.
Over the period, you saw that, all the issues were ironed out, and, you could see, and rest is the history. Today we do about 97% of the toll collected on NHAI on the purely electronic format. The value has gone 3x when we had started. I think it's a great story, and also kind of benefits citizens in terms of saving the time, effort, and also the money.
The advent of FASTag has proven to be a monumental paradigm shift, unleashing a multitude of advantages that have elevated the lives of individuals and fortified the very foundations of our economy. This ingenious NHAI FASTag solution stands as the epitome of seamless travel on our revered national highways seamlessly deducting toll charges through automated means and granting passage through toll plazas without the hindrance of cash transactions.
National Highways was the most prominent sector when it came to investing by the institutional investors into India. But with the implementation of FASTag, the transparency, the efficiency, and the confidence that the highway sector was able to give to the global institutional investors has helped all of them to make commitments to India.
FASTag is one of the most important digital disruptions in a positive way in our country since independence. I think that is a reverence with which we should place it. It has helped to improve investor confidence substantially and also helped in improving operations excellence. If you look back few years, you will notice that India did not have much international institutional investors. Fast forward to today, there are several such foreign funds who operate in our country. Being part of one such fund, I can say that
with this FASTag, that congestion, the delays at the toll plaza, the wastage of fuel has eased to a large extent. Moreover, one of the biggest advantage with the FASTag which we see is the transparency and plugging of the leakage of toll revenue, which could be verified by the data of toll collection from NHAI.
The Ministry of Road Transport and Highways has implemented several mandates for the widespread adoption of FASTag in India. Fitment of FASTag on all new four-wheelers and above was in Central Motor Vehicle Act 1989. According to the Central Motor Vehicle Act 138A, all new four-wheelers and above falling under categories M and N that were sold on or after December 1st, 2017 are required to have FASTag installed by the vehicle manufacturer or authorized dealer. From fiscal year 2016 to 2020, a cashback incentive program was introduced to encourage road users to use FASTag. It has been mandated that a valid FASTag is compulsory when obtaining a new third-party insurance. In November 2017, the FASTag mandate was extended to all new vehicles, Class M and N, sold after December 1st, 2017, heralding a new era. The dawn of January 2019 marked the launch of a visionary scheme providing financial assistance to states for the inclusion of stage toll plazas. Since 1st of October 2019, the installation of FASTag has been made mandatory for national permit vehicles, specifically for commercial vehicles. November 2020 was a milestone moment as the FASTag mandate encompassed all old vehicles, Class M and N, sold before December 1st, 2017, effective from 1st of January 2021. By declaring all NH fee plaza lanes as FASTag lane of the fee plaza, made it mandatory for all tollable vehicles to pay user fee via FASTag.
FASTag has revolutionized the toll collection system in terms of efficiency and transparency. It has provided a huge economic boost to the economy of the country. The economic benefit on account of saved man hours, saving in fuel due to less idling of vehicles is estimated to be more than rupees 43,000 crore. FASTag has also reduced the greenhouse gas emission by almost 10 lakh tons per year. Ministry of Road Transport and Highways played its crucial role in this enabling transformative initiative by amending the Motor Vehicle Act and rules and putting in place a policy framework.
In February 2021, a historic milestone was achieved. With 100% cashless tolling through FASTag, a triumph celebrated from the midnight hour of 15th of Feb to 16th.
Our toll plazas were not well equipped. Many of them, they have been using it, but because it was optional, they had not upgraded the IT infrastructure. And the system integrators who were manning those toll plazas, they were asked to upgrade it, but suddenly we realized that their contract has no such provision. So it's a rare thing that post facto the contracts were amended because there was no other way. We took approval at the competent level and amended their contracts, and all the infrastructure was upgraded.
The electronic toll collection, ETC, through FASTag has experienced consistent growth over the past years. In 2023, the total toll collection via FASTag, including state highway fee plazas, amounted to an impressive 62,296 crore rupees. This reflects an approximate 23% increase compared to the rupees 50,855 crores collected in 2022. FASTag has revolutionized the logistics and highway sector, introducing an efficient and transparent toll collection system across more than 1,326 toll plazas nationwide.
If you look at investor, from that point of view, it has increased transparency in toll collection. At the same time, it has encouraged investors to invest more in highway sector. Not just highways, FASTag is being used for contactless fee payments at parking lots, malls, even at recipient counters of national parks. I would say that the introduction of FASTag has far-reaching impact and it has contributed to overall growth of the Indian economy.
With an objective to implement unified and interoperable ETC system for national highways as well as state highways in India, IHMCL issued state scheme guidelines wherein financial assistance was provided to all the state authorities, SPVs, for onboarding under FASTag program.
Our experience with the FASTag has been with distinction. We have passed the exam. It's over a year and a half since we have been using it, and I fully support using the FASTag for the convenience of the public, convenience of the employees, convenience of the bankers, convenience for every single part. I don't see any negative point in using the FASTag.
FASTag goes beyond toll payments, offering a range of versatile functionalities, offering convenient parking and fuel payment solutions. It seamlessly integrates with parking systems, saves time, promotes cashless transactions, and contributes to a unified transportation ecosystem. December 2019 witnessed the launch of a pioneering pilot project, utilizing FASTag for parking at the esteemed Hyderabad International Airport. The GMR Hyderabad International Airport introduced India's first fully contactless airport car parking in the wake of COVID-19 pandemic. The NETC FASTag solutions is based on as simple to use, reloadable electronic RFID tag, which enables automatic deduction of applicable parking charges, while one drives through the car park without stopping for any cash transaction. This resulted in ease of payments and reducing queuing at the entry and exits of the parking lot. This service made the airport travel experience for customers safe and hassle-free, thereby eradicating the need to deal with physical receipts. FASTag data sharing with other government programs through API integration is crucial for seamless information exchange. Programs like GST e-way bill system and Unified Logistic Interface Platform, ULIP, benefit from integrated FASTag data. Efforts are underway to integrate FASTag data with NatGrid for enhanced security. This collaboration enhances efficiency, transparency, and security across sectors.
After the implementation of FASTag, we are seeing a substantial increase in the export and import times of containers. Similarly, integration of FASTag with ULIP has opened an amazing avenue for everybody. This is again a result of government's focus on using data for both identification of problems as well as solution of problems.
As per study conducted by NHAI in 2020-21, the impact of ETC system on the country has been fundamental and profound, deriving annual benefits estimated at 43,400 crore rupees, apart from other associated intangible benefits. The stakeholder perception surveys revealed that the majority of respondents from every stakeholder group indicated a clear preference for ETC.
Ladies and
over
gentlemen, we
annual
would like to
toll
inform all our guests present here. The Honorable Union Minister Shri Nitin Gadkari ji has arrived at the venue, would be joining us any moment now. May I request everybody to be seated, aisle passages to be left clear. Thank you.
ETC impact assessment report, there has been an economic saving of about 43,000 crore, and most
Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together to welcome our Honorable Chief Guest, Honorable Union Minister, Ministry of Road Transport and Highways, Government of India, Shri Nitin Gadkari ji. May I invite you, sir, to kindly grace the stage with your august presence. Also inviting to join on stage Shri Ajay Tamte ji, Honorable Minister of State, Ministry of Road Transport and Highways, Shri Harsh Malhotra ji, Honorable Minister of State, Ministry of Road Transport and Highways and Corporate Affairs, Shri Anurag Jain ji, Secretary, Ministry of Road Transport and Highways, Shri Santosh Kumar Yadav, Chairman NHAI, Shri S.P. Singh, Joint Secretary, Ministry of Road Transport and Highways, and Shri Vishal Chauhan, Member Admin NHAI and CMD IHMCL. Kindly be seated. Namaskar and good evening. Honorable Chief Guest, Shri Nitin Gadkari ji, Honorable Union Minister, Ministry of Road Transport and Highways, Government of India. Our guests of honor, Shri Ajay Tamte ji, Honorable Minister of State, Ministry of Road Transport and Highways, Government of India. Shri Harsh Malhotra ji, Honorable Minister of State, Ministry of Road Transport and Highways and Corporate Affairs. Shri Anurag Jain ji, Secretary, Ministry of Road Transport and Highways, Government of India. Eminent dignitaries on the stage, senior officials, esteemed participants, both from abroad and India, stakeholders, respected members of the press and media, ladies and gentlemen. A very warm welcome to the ministerial session of the International Workshop on Global Navigation Satellite System-based Electronic Toll Collection in India, which is being organized by the Indian Highway Management Company Limited, IHMCL, an initiative of National Highways Authority of India, NHAI, Ministry of Road Transport and Highways, Government of India. The Ministry of Road Transport and Highways envisages to implement global navigation satellite system-based electronic toll collection in India to increase the efficiency of the tolling operation in line with the global practices. And we are fortunate to have at the helm of the affairs the Honorable Minister of Road Transport and Highways, Shri Nitin Gadkari ji. Under the Honorable Minister's able guidance and leadership, for the past 10 years, we have witnessed unprecedented growth and transformation in India's infrastructure. One of the most valuable achievements under Shri Gadkari ji's leadership is the massive expansion of the national highway network. From the year 2014 to the year 2024, the length of the national highways has almost doubled and has been crucial in enhancing connectivity across the country. Sir has also been a strong advocate for incorporating technology in road construction and maintenance. Shri Nitin Gadkari ji's vision and dedication have brought about a transformative change in India's road transport and the highway sector. And such initiative is the introduction of FASTag, an electronic toll collection system that has revolutionized the way toll payments are made, reducing congestion and enhancing fuel efficiency. And the launch of GNSS-based electronic toll collection in India will be a positive step in that direction. Ladies and gentlemen, we thank Shri Gadkari ji for his unwavering commitment and commend him for his outstanding contributions. And may I request Shri Vishal Chauhan, Member Admin, NHAI and CMD IHMCL, to kindly do the honors of welcoming and honoring the Honorable Minister by presenting a book on yoga by Swami Vivekananda. A very warm welcome to you, sir. May I now request Shri S.P. Singh, Joint Secretary, Ministry of Road Transport and Highways, to do the honors of welcoming Honorable Minister of State, Shri Ajay Tamte ji. I would request you, sir, to also welcome Honorable Minister of State, Shri Harsh Malhotra ji. Thank you, sir, for doing the honors. May I once again request Shri Vishal Chauhan ji to kindly do the honors of welcoming Shri Anurag Jain, Secretary, Ministry of Road Transport and Highways. Warm welcome to you, sir. I request you, sir, to welcome Shri Santosh Kumar Yadav ji, Chairman, NHAI. And request you, sir, to kindly welcome Shri S.P. Singh ji, Joint Secretary, Ministry of Road Transport. Ladies and gentlemen, it's an honor to have with us Shri S.P. Singh ji, the Joint Secretary of the Ministry of Road Transport and Highways, Government of India. Shri Singh has been a key figure in driving the modernization and technology advancements of our road transport infrastructure. May I now request you, sir, to kindly begin the proceedings with your introductory address.
Good evening, everyone. It is with immense pleasure and deep sense of honor I extend a very warm welcome to our esteemed chief guest today, Honorable Minister Shri Nitin Gadkari ji. Sir, your visionary leadership and unwavering commitment to infrastructure development have significantly contributed to the growth of our nation. Your presence here today inspires us all and reaffirms your dedication to transforming India's toll collection landscape. I also extend a heartfelt welcome to our guest of honor, Honorable Ministers of State, Sri Ajay Tamte ji and Sri Harsh Malhotra ji. Your invaluable contribution in your respective fields have made a lasting impact, and we are privileged to have with us today. I extend a warm welcome as well to Secretary RTH, Chairman NHAI, and Member Admin NHAI. Secretary Sir insight and inspiring guidance has helped us a lot to reach at this stage of GNSS tolling policy formulation in India. I once again welcome all the delegates and participants in general and foreign delegates in particular. Today's gathering represents a convergence of brilliance, and the insights, concepts, and framework delineated today will undoubtedly shape the future of user fee collection in our country. The adoption of GNSS technology promises to revolutionize the way tolls are calculated and collected across our extensive network of highways and roads. By leveraging satellite positioning data, vehicles will be accurately tracked and toll charges will be based on the actual distance traveled. This transition is poised to bring about several significant benefits such as enhanced efficiency, cost savings, fairness and accuracy, data utilization for other value-added services, and an improved user experience. Indeed, the implementation of satellite-based tolling in India necessitates a thoughtful approach that considers our unique conditions, laws, and road user behaviors. While Western technology provides valuable frameworks, adapting them to suit India's diverse landscape and infrastructure challenges requires a distinctly tailored approach like multi-lane free flow, which enables seamless toll collection without the need for vehicles to stop or slow down, improving traffic flow and reducing congestion. To address the same, we would be making changes in NHP rules, CMVR, Central Motor Vehicle Rules, and AIS 140 specifications. Thank you once again for your presence here today. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much indeed, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, today we had 4 enlightening panel discussion sessions, and we will now invite representatives of each session to kindly share the deliberations. From the first session, which was on OBU, AIS 140 VLT device, CMV, and NHV rule, may I invite Mr. P.K. Banerjee from Siam and Mr. Bruno Codlin from Germany to kindly come up on the stage and share the experience. I would request our panelists to be as brief as possible.
Param Shraddhe, respected Honorable Minister of Road Transport, Shri Gadkari ji, and other panelists present in the dais. It's my profound privilege to present the findings, the summary and conclusion of the session 1, which was very well moderated by none other than Joint Secretary CSP Singh ji. And India's growing aspirations and realization of Viksit Bharat. Sir, 2014 when you came, BS6 became the first milestone, skipping BS5. When 2019 you came, you gave us the FASTag. And today, sir, after yesterday's oath taking, today we are here for adopting this new initiative of GNSS-based tolling. Sir, our findings are very simple. We are sure to get motivated by what you have done for India. So we are also suggesting an approach which is acceptable to everyone. So to start with, sir, it was earlier thought of M and N category, all vehicle we will plan the implementation for. But having discussed with all the stakeholders, it was decided that aapne kaha tha, sir, transportation efficiency is a priority, transparency is priority, and building the system of logistic improvement. So us point of view se, sir, 70-30 ke ratio mein, freight and commercial vehicle gives 70% of toll collections. It impacts the society in a big way. And also current, sir, jo AIS 140 vehicle location tracking device, CMVR mein jo mandated hai, that is for public service vehicle, national permit vehicle, and also it is for the commercial vehicle category. Private vehicle mein, sir, privacy ka issue hai, it could be huge issue. So therefore, sir, panel has concluded that the implementation will be for commercial vehicle, public service vehicle, national permit vehicles, and we will stabilize the system very well, and that will give us a very good start. So first point is that it will be implemented for all the commercial vehicles, GNSS system. Second, sir, it was also felt that aaj ki date mein 4.5 million vehicles ऑलरेडी AIS 145 व्हीकल लोकेशन ट्रैकिंग डिवाइस के साथ चल रही हैं, तो उनको भी हमें इनेबल करना है विद लीस्ट ऑफ मॉडिफिकेशन ऑफ फर्मवेयर. सो दैट इज़ अ वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट आउटकम ऑफ सेशन. सरकार का कंट्रोल होना चाहिए इन अ बिग वे सो दैट थिंग्स रिमेन secured and safe. Therefore, middle layer gateway is being proposed with the ownership of toll charger or NHAI, and then to the toll charger is the way the data will flow. Sir, the protocol will be set by toll charger like FIFO, first in, first out, and suitable program will be done to handle that. Education, awareness, and people participation is essential for success. Therefore, information campaign will be very, very seriously taken up for users and stakeholders. FASTag, sir, एक successful story है for Digital India. Therefore, FASTag with few additions, including an OBU proxy system, will be followed for the architecture and success of this GNSS system. As sir, 4.5 million vehicles are already today using this AIS 140 based vehicle location tracking device. List of change of firmware के साथ उसको भी सर GNSS में onboarding करना है. जहाँ तक सर हार्डवेयर की का सवाल है, in the embedded in the OBU, so that हम end-to-end encryption कर पाएँ. Security and data safety is ensured. OBU manufacturing जो सर हार्डवेयर मैन्युफैक्चरिंग होगी, उसमें सर डिवाइस मैनेजमेंट सिस्टम enable करेंगे for regular safety updates to avoid any misuse. Service level agreement must be well defined between the services of OBUs, issuer identity entities, and ATMs as well. NPCI was also part of the panel, and it has been very clearly understood that how this entire system will function in conjunction with the existing system. OBU to be accredited at manufacturing level. हमें ये भी ensure करना है कि जो भी devices होंगी सर, they have to be absolutely safe and secure, malfunctioning नहीं हो, इसीलिए at manufacturing level we are recommending accreditation. Quality checks at onboarding, at issuer level, and continuous data level checks by toll charger. Last but not the least, sir, we have also noticed with the existing system में जो भी lacunas हैं, based on the experience of center state recommendations basis, on ground जो challenges सर हमेशा आप कहते हैं कि RTO level पे हमें एक transparency लानी है, उसका भी ध्यान रखते हुए सर, the recommendation is being made by this panel. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, sir. Now, from the first session itself, we would like to invite our international panelist, Mr. Bruno. He's from Continental Automotive, Germany.
Hello, thank you. It was a pleasure to be there with you. I'm Bruno Kuno from Continental. In order to achieve free flow for all users, for all Indian road users, there are numerous technical challenge, and that's a big issue, and we are all here to solve this challenge. What happens in this system, in this kind of system, is that all entities should benefit from the system, should see their benefit for the system, should find their own way to it, the user, the end user, but all the issuers, the manufacturers, the truck owners, and of course the drivers. They should see that the system brings them value. And we also had a panel, a good, nice panel on value-added services. It's very important that also we can create values on top of this, because it's just a start. We get data, a lot of data. We have to make sure that we ensure privacy, security, and everything. But on top of this, we can create also a thriving economy. And new actors will join, will create safety, will create... so it's just a start of the journey. And what I saw in this panel is that many people are really open-minded and really willing to solve all this issue. And as an industrial Continental, I'm really pleased to be here to help and to help saving this issue and ultimately provide our own system, our own value into this system. So I'm very happy to be there, and for the next panels, next workshop, we would like to continue to contribute to this effort. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, sir. And now, ladies and gentlemen, for the session on toll charger software, I would like to invite our eminent panelist, Mr. Sankathir Salvan Surya Prakasan from TCS.
Honorable Ministers, delegates of IHCML and NHAI, it's a great pleasure to be on this stage talking to all of you and being part of this initial journey of GNSS. This was a very great discussion that we had. I'm sure there's a lot more discussions happened in the earlier stages also. But this is kind of giving us a direction, and I think as the first panel spoke, they spoke about the OBD device, which is actually giving the sensory data, and then how to bring the data from that sensory ecosystem and ensure that security is ensured in terms of avoiding various risks and mitigations. How do you actually bring the virtual ID generation? How do you make sure that there is no interventions that is happening due to spoofing and man-in-the-middle attack kind of things? So there was a recommendation made that we need to have a subcommittee for security so that this can be assured properly. And then we speak about the flow of traffic and the way people are using the roads, how to avoid misdirectional flows. How do you track that on a map? How do you bring that to be envisioned as events and make sure that the right people are charged for the right entry exit? And then if there is a problem, how do you do the dispute and grievance redressal? So if you look at this, there is a lot of edge-related ecosystems, multiple devices that are brought together, and it has to be contextualized for the usage of the road. This is a complex ecosystem that needs to be developed, tested very effectively before it is being deployed for a larger scale. So one of the recommendations that we did was we need to test it in a small scale in all the kind of complexities before it is deployed for a larger rollout. And also this, if you look at this data, it helps us bring standardizing the parameters of the carbon footprint. How do you reduce carbon footprint? How do you bring driver behavior analysis and enable insurance and other ecosystems also? So probably the usage of the lanes is the tip of the iceberg, which is enabling faster movement of traffic. But with this, we are also able to bring other usage in terms of the data that is coming out of this. So in short, we are talking about bringing a toll charger ecosystem which will be robust, can be tested, validated, deployed, and replicated throughout the whole nation. And that's the recommendation that we have made, sir. And we are confident that this will be a very useful tool for the nation, and we will be successful in this. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, sir. And now from this session on toll charger software, I would like to invite our panelists from Austria, Mr. Norbert Schindler, who is also a GNSS expert. Over to you.
It's an honor to be here, and I'm allowed to present a few slides that I prepared earlier this morning to show the experience we had in Europe and how that experience could be used in India. As I mentioned, when Honorable Minister Gadkari announced in 2020 that GNSS tolling will be coming to India, I decided I'm also coming to India because this is the most exciting project that I have seen in my career until now, and I'm extremely excited to be a part of it. So this is a toll road in Germany. Germany at the time decided to introduce GNSS tolling on 12,000 kilometers of roads, and you're looking at a toll point which is completely virtual because on each and every vehicle that had a toll, each truck was given such an onboard unit, which was a thick client, so all the map information was on that onboard unit. So rather than investing in the roadside infrastructure and gantries, we invested into the onboard units in Germany. And this proved to be a very successful model, which already from the beginning was generating 5 billion euros in toll revenue. Now they've extended it to 52,000 kilometers and a revenue of about 8 billion euros. So looking at Europe, we now have 8 countries that have implemented GNSS-based tolling. Switzerland being the first already in 2001, Germany having the classic section-based tolling, as we have just seen. And this has become the model of choice for Europe. You can see we have also other systems that are based on microwave solutions, but some of them have already been removed and replaced by GNSS. And currently 5 new countries in Europe are tendering a GNSS-based solution. Most important is that in Europe, all these solutions that are based on GNSS have only have achieved a leakage of less than 1%, which is quite remarkable, and I'm sure we can achieve the same in India. How it works in Europe is that we started with a single model. Each country had its own operator, and now we have an international interoperable system where each driver can choose a service provider, take the onboard unit, mount it on the windshield, and here are 4 examples of service providers we have in Europe. Each of these companies is present here today. They are also very eager and anxious to support this project, to work with local Indian partners based on the experience we have and integrating it into the Indian system. The basic setup is that each vehicle is equipped with an onboard device, GNSS-based. They receive the signals are then collected. Maybe there could be a position gathered every second, and then the data is collected and transmitted over a cellular network, for example, every 1 minute, and then the data is collected at a proxy. Now, this proxy has the function of also managing all the onboard units. There are maybe updates required. It gathers information. It does the exchange of information. It does the entire data security. And this has proven to be a very successful model, especially when we're talking about the toll charger model. So with each of the toll service providers collecting the data, they then transfer that information to the toll charger back office. That's the European model. If you look at India, you have the successful FASTag model, where you have the issuing bank and the acquirer bank, and the issuing bank is providing the FASTags. Now, if we look at how we can put GNSS into it, basically, building on top of the existing model, we would have the issuing entity, which is still a bank, but it could be also another service provider. They would provide the onboard units, and they would manage their own onboard units. They would provide services that would be not just tolling, but it would open up the door for all kinds of value-added services that can be made available, and this can lead to new competition and new opportunities on the market. And that concludes my brief overview. I would like to summarize that there was much enthusiasm in the panel, an emphasis on the interfaces, that they would be well defined in advance, that we design a system that has an open market, that facilitates growth, and it's clear that the stepwise approach that's being taken in India is going to be a very sound approach, because we will go step by step, starting with a few toll plazas, with a few lanes, and eventually reach the final goal of multi-lane free flow in India. And to quote Mr. Amit Chintranchi this morning, he said, "The light will come from the east," and I fully agree. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, sir. And now, ladies and gentlemen, for the session on issuer entity, may I invite our panelist, Mr. Shrikant Kurup from IDFC Bank.
Honorable Minister, respected guest on the stage, I would summarize what we did in our panel. So we had a panel of experts from various domains, starting from banks, insurance companies, oil marketing companies, and telecom. So the objective of the panel, sir, was to discuss and think about the way forward in terms of how GNSS tolling can move from a FASTag-based payment instrument into more of a mobility ecosystem. Various thoughts were exchanged, and we started by uploading the fact that, sir, thanks to your directive way back, how India's tolling has reached 97% in non-cash tolling, which is FASTag-based. From there, we went to the data side of things. One challenge which was told was the cost of the device, right? And the panelists on stage and others also agreed to the fact that most of these entities, like being an insurer, a bank, etc., could derive value for their customers from such kind of data, which is real-time locations. And there could be a time, sir, where the device cost would not be passed on to the customer. That is the objective which we had, because that was one challenge which was shown, and there is a clear way out there. Second was a massive synergy which we could see on the highway, sir, there are close to 100,000 fuel outlets across India, across IOCL, BPCL, HPCL and others. And these are the transit spots or the pit stops in some sense for the truckers to park, etc. And how that fuel ecosystem can come to play. They were also thought exchanged on that. One topic which is, I'm sure, that very close to your heart, sir, on road safety. There was a very noble thought which came up saying that if GNSS is being complied and if the trucks are there fitted with GNSS and being tracked on tolling also, the response time for any kind of accidents which might happen in a normal case on the highway would be extremely fast. And one colleague from the insurance side, he was opining that if that happens, surely the premium also will come down, which would result in better pay-by-use kind of an insurance policy. Like where I drive, how much I drive, would be defining the premium which I have to pay. So that was also one more thought which came out. Another thought which came and which I think all the entities would work towards is that one payment instrument for all kind of highway payments. Starting from toll, it could be even for a DABA payment, it could be for traffic challan, it could be for fuel, etc., wherein it would lead to that. The last point, sir, but extremely futuristic. India is seeing a growth in electric vehicles, again, thanks to your directives. The GNSS for electric vehicles and autonomous vehicles, which will come in future, is going to be extremely key for that project to start, and including charging points, etc. So these were broadly the points, and we had a very eventful day. And thanks to the organizers for having us here, and looking forward, excited. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much indeed. And now from the final panel discussion session on road infrastructure, multi-lane free flow, MLFF, we would like to invite Dr. Zafar Khan, HOAI.
So, thank you everyone, and Honorable Ministers in the dais, thanks for inviting the concessionaire also to participate in this journey. और यहाँ पर सर सिर्फ दो उद्देश्य थे जिससे हमने ये स्टार्ट किया. भले ही हमने बहुत सारी कॉम्प्लेक्स टेक्नोलॉजी की बात की जिससे बहुत सारे लोग कंफ्यूज हो गए, लेकिन दो साधारण उद्देश्य हैं. एक उद्देश्य ये कि कोई भी आदमी जब टोल से गुजरे तो सीधा गुजर जाए बगैर किसी बूथ के, और दूसरा उद्देश्य ये था कि जितना किलोमीटर वो ट्रैवल करे उतने के पैसे दे. इस दो साधारण उद्देश्य से वी स्टार्टेड दिस होल डिस्कशन, एंड looks very complex, but if we see the objective and just ask the question back to the objective every time we stuck to a problem, that objective is just these two, that travel as you use, pay as you use, and second, frictionless tolling experience. And we were doing the discussion around infrastructure requirement to implement this. और उसमें सर कुछ छोटी छोटी चीज़ें हैं जहाँ पर हमें कुछ थोड़ा काम करना पड़ेगा. जैसे एक प्रॉब्लम आई कि सब कुछ, तो ऑल बैकबोन कम्युनिकेशन इज़ नेटवर्क, एंड करेंटली अवर हाईवे हैज़ 95% अवेलेबिलिटी ऑफ द मोबाइल नेटवर्क. सो थोड़ा समय हमें काम करना पड़ेगा टू वर्क विद सर्विस प्रोवाइडर लाइक जियो, एयरटेल एंड अदर्स, मे बी गिव देम सम एक्सेस टू ROW so that we can increase the network facility to help us, because without communication this whole system will not work. So that is one requirement which has come. Second, as we have seen कि जब फास्टैग स्टार्ट किया था तो हमने डेडिकेटेड लेन किया था, और जब कोई नॉन फास्टैग गाड़ी डेडिकेटेड लेन में जाती थी और वो खड़ी जाती थी उससे पूरा जाम लग जाता था. तो हमने एग्जिट लेन चालू किया कि वो गाड़ी साइड से निकाल दे ताकि हम जाम को खोल सकें. वो एक थोड़ी समस्या है जिससे तो एक सजेशन ये आया कि जो भी ऐसी व्हीकल हैं, जो भी GNSS व्हीकल हैं, उनको कम से कम 400-500 मीटर दूर पहले ही आइडेंटिफाई कर लिया जाए थ्रू ए गैंट्री, एंड देन ए क्लियर कट रोड मार्किंग, साइन बोर्ड्स एटसेट्रा टू डायरेक्ट दैट व्हीकल इनटू दैट जोन सो दैट कैन बी अवॉइडेड. एक सजेशन ये भी आया कि CV2X टेक्नोलॉजी इज़ द फ्यूचर टेक्नोलॉजी, एंड राइट नाउ वी आर वर्किंग ऑन OBU टेक्नोलॉजी. 5G and above में since the frequency is very high and one SIM can talk to another SIM within 500-700 meter. So CVX टेक्नोलॉजी टोल प्लाजा से गाड़ी का जो बातचीत है उसके लिए अगर यूज़ किया जाए तो वो ज़्यादा बेहतर होगा और फ्यूचरिस्टिक होगा. एक सोल्यूशन ये भी आया। एक सोल्यूशन ये भी था कि अगर OBU रास्ते में ख़राब हो जाए तो क्या करें। तो उसका बड़ा ये साधारण सा है कि सेल्फ रिप्लेसमेंट, सेल्फ सर्विस आउटलेट लाइक यूरोप में जगह जगह पे हैं कि आप जैसे अभी आप ई-व्हीकल में आप स्कूटी से जाएं, अपनी बैटरी निकालें, दूसरी बैटरी लगा लें, वैसे ही कुछ सेल्फ सर्विस आउटलेट्स फॉर रिप्लेसमेंट ऑफ फॉल्टी OBUs दैट हैज़ टू बी डन। एक बार एक चीज़ उभर के आ रही है कि अभी तक हम सब कुछ प्रीपेड में कर रहे हैं और उससे कई सारी समस्याएं आ रही हैं। तो अगर हम इस बार चूँकि GNSS में जा रहे हैं और हम पोस्ट पेड अप्लाई करें तो हम बहुत सारा ब्लैक लिस्टिंग वाला प्रॉब्लम, जो लोग निगेटिव बैलेंस में चले जाते हैं, वो प्रॉब्लम को सॉल्व कर सकते हैं, जिसको कि हम सिबिल स्कोर से या क्रेडिट स्कोर से अगर कनेक्ट कर दें तो वो प्रॉब्लम को थोड़ा सॉल्व किया जा सकता है। एक छोटी सी समस्या सर और आएगी जो ब्राउन फील्ड प्रोजेक्ट में, जहाँ उस पर हम इम्प्लीमेंटेशन चालू करेंगे तो कुछ जगह पर तो इंक्रीमेंटल रेवेन्यू आएगा, कुछ जगह पर रेवेन्यू लॉसेस के चांसेस हैं, तो वो हमें साथ मिलके काम करना पड़ेगा इम्प्लीमेंटेशन के लिए। करेंटली फास्टैग चूँकि 97% आ गया है, वी आर ट्राइंग टू पिगीबैक इनिशियली फॉर 2 years एंड देन विल स्लोली इंक्रीज इट। राइट नाउ आई थिंक एटमॉस्फेयर इज सेट, एवरीबडी इज पॉजिटिव, टेक्निकल सर्विस प्रोवाइडर इज देयर, इंटेंट इज देयर, तो जहाँ नियत होती है वहाँ काम संभव है। तो उसके साथ मैं बोलना चाहूँगा कि वी आर देयर टू सपोर्ट दी NHAI एंड मिनिस्ट्री टू इम्प्लीमेंट दिस। थैंक यू सो मच।
Thank you very much indeed, sir. And now, ladies and gentlemen, to present the summary of discussions on this groundbreaking technology of GNSS-based tolling in India, may I invite Shri Vishal Chauhan, Member Administration of the National Highways Authority of India and Chairman and Managing Director of the Indian Highways Management Company Limited. Let's put our hands together to welcome, sir.
Honorable Minister, sir, Honorable Minister for State for Road Transport, Secretary, sir, and Chairman NHAI, and my colleagues on the dais, and all the participants. Sir, this workshop has created immense interest in Indian as well as all the global players, sir. We could see best of the minds, best of the companies globally which are available are today present in this workshop, sir. Sir, it is because all your efforts and your interest in the subject, sir, which could gather so much of interest in the India's story has been very, very successful and positive, and entire world today is assembled here to be part of this story, sir. Sir, I will tell you what has been the action taken so far and how we are moving ahead to achieve the GNSS tolling, sir. Sir, you are aware that Apex Committee has been approved by you, in which we had Director IIT Kanpur, Dr. Maninder Singh, Dr. Subrata Kaur, and lot of experts were there in that committee, sir. This is the committee, sir, and then we have Dr. Lalitesh also with us. Sir, after that, you directed NHAI team to visit to see some of the best global practices, sir. In the month of February, we visited 3 countries in a short period of 4 days. We could see 4 countries almost. We could see Belgium, we could see Germany also, sir, and a few other 2 more countries. And how the GNSS system is working there, sir, this has been a great learning for us. Then after that, sir, we had multiple round of meetings in the NHAI, first at the level of our chairman, sir. Then after that, we have 3-4 rounds of meeting with our secretary, sir, on the whole concept, and then separate meetings with secretary, sir, on the NH fee rule amendments, on the central motor vehicle amendments. At least 2 to 3 meetings we have on each of the subjects, sir. Sir, you have also taken 2 meetings on the subject, and based on that, after conceptualizing everything, sir, we have issued a concept note on GNSS-based tolling. This concept note is on public domain. Everybody who is sitting in this room has read that concept note and have reacted in a positive manner. Some suggestions have come, sir. We will keep on improving their suggestions, sir. Sir, NH fee rule amendment have been finalized, and whatever small suggestions have come today, sir, those will be incorporated and will take your approval within next month, sir. Sir, central motor vehicle rule amendment are also finalized, and they are also under process of your approval. AIS 140 standard amendments are also finalized, sir, and it is circulated among the expert group, And this will also, so target is, sir, within July, all these 3 rules will be approved and will be put for implementation. Next. Then, sir, we have also a floated expression of interest for the toll charger. The last date is 22nd July, sir. Tomorrow, we are doing a pre-bid conference on the expression of interest. All these eminent players, global players, as well as Indian players, will be present tomorrow to give their suggestions in writing, and by 22nd of July, sir. And based on that, today we are having a wider consultation through workshop. And based on that, sir, we will issue a RFP, request for proposal for toll charger in the month of July. And we expect that a toll charger will be in place by December. We have already identified 5,000 kilometers of national highway stretch for implementation. And whatever road infrastructure work has to be done, as discussed in the last panel, we will ensure that this is done. And we hope, sir, before the end of the financial year, we will see few successful pilots, about 4,000, 5,000 kilometers of GNSS tolling in the country before end of this financial year, sir. That is the roadmap which has come out of today's meeting, sir. And thank you very much, sir.
Thank you very much indeed, sir, for that detailed presentation. And now, ladies and gentlemen, please join me in inviting Shri Santosh Kumar Yadav, Chairman NHAI, to kindly share his insights and address the August House. Let's put our hands together to welcome sir.
हमारे प्रेरणा स्रोत माननीय परिवहन मंत्री जी, राज्य मंत्री जी, हमारे कैप्टन अनुराग जैन सर, my colleagues SP Singh, Vishal, eminent speakers, learned representatives of industry, banks, NPCI, technology service providers, subject matter experts, especially from abroad and India also, officials of NHAI, ministry, my media friends, ladies and gentlemen, namaskar. So today's gathering, for us, today's gathering is an important milestone in our journey to revolutionize Indian tolling system. Sir, in a decade, road network has increased by 60%, and we carry roughly 70% of freight of the country, in proportionately the same amount of passenger traffic also. So to us, implementing this GNSS is not an option, it's a necessity. Necessity why? We know if we implement it, we'll improve our logistics efficiency. This is what we are looking for. Second, it's a futuristic. Finally, we are an aspirational nation. So it's a question of our aspiration also, because we embrace the latest technologies. Sir, with your guidance, with your vision and the direction of MORTH, we successfully implemented fast-track technology. Standing here, right now, every second on real-time basis, there are 130 transactions. 99% of user fee collection is through FASTag only, sir. There are 1,409 toll plazas in the country, and roughly to the tune of 194 crore rupees daily we earn from it. So having successfully implemented it, now with your direction, we are committed. We are committed to leverage this technology, latest technology, and implement GNSS. Sir Vishal told about the journey of this implementing GNSS technology, sir. So while we were doing consultation, we do lots of consultation with be it ISRO, be it vehicle manufacturers, be it OBU manufacturers, be it our concessionaires, be it our highway operators. So primarily two concerns came. The first was, how about privacy? And the second was, how about assurance of revenue to the road operators. So regarding this privacy issue, sir, ex-Chief Justice of India, Justice Bobde, who was one of the 9 member committee, expert committee who delivered judgment on privacy, we took their opinion, and sir, based on that, we'll track the vehicles only in that geo zone only, and based on user consent. So this aspect will be taken care of. Regarding what will happen to the revenue of assurance of revenue to road operators. So ministry is taking changing the rules so that they will not be their road operators revenue will be assured. Sir, as we implemented fast technology without least inconvenience to customers, the same this fast tag and GNSS will coexist for some time to come. The transition will be, as was discussed, initially we will start with commercial vehicles. So this transition will be smooth. Sir, I expend my heartful and sincere thanks to the experts present over here who deliberated whole day, and definitely we are enlightened. Our UI is in the market. I'm sure there will be enthusiastic response based on the clarifications today. सर, हम एक बार फिर आपके बहुत बहुत शुक्रगुजार हैं माननीय मंत्री जी, क्योंकि आपका गाइडेंस, आपका विजन, आपकी ऊर्जा हम लोगों के साथ रहती है। माननीय राज्य मंत्री जी, आपने भी समय निकाला, इसके लिए बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया। हमारे कैप्टन अनुराग जैन सर, and especially my team of IHMCL, Vishal, and the members who tirelessly keep on working for it. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, today's workshop was conceptualized by Shri Anurag Jainji, Secretary, Ministry of Road Transport and Highways. And to have this international deliberation on this important topic, based on the Chintan Shiva model, 2 workshops have already been conducted. And may I now invite Shri Anurag Jainji to kindly share his insights and address the August gathering. Let's put our hands together to welcome sir.
Honorable Minister, Mr. Nitin Gadkari ji, whose visionary leadership all of us acknowledge, and the kind of transformation which has already come in the last 10 years, we all know, and infrastructure improvement, the road improvement, that has been one of the primary reasons for what is attributed to Mr. Modi's government, and Mr. Modi 3.0 has already come back, and this is one of the major contributing factors. The road, everyone tells that there has been a transformation. Honorable Minister of State, Mr. Tamta, Honorable Minister of State, Mr. Harsh Malhotra, Mr. Santosh Yadav, Vishal, SP Singh Saab, the whole team, all the experts, all the invitees. I'll not take category wise because all of you have come here to actually give us guidance, I would say, to create an ecosystem which will work. Last year when I joined, Honorable Minister talked about implementing GNSS. Then we started working. We were working with some consultants, but we had our serious doubts in the kind of design which had come up. First, it was putting all eggs in one basket. Second, it was getting wedded to one particular technology. And personally, having had experience of creating things like Jan Dhan cum UPI, ONDC, I was very particular that we need to have open architecture. If we wed ourselves to one particular technology, it could be very difficult times for the system to come, in the times to come. So thereafter, we had long discussions under the chairmanship of Honorable Minister himself. And then he again guided, okay, why don't you start doing the work once again? And we sent the team
to see the kind of work which is being done across the world. They came back, they shared all whatever they learned there. Then we had much more clarity how to go forward. We realized that there are already models which are interoperable. So why should we get wedded to one particular technology? So that is going to be the prime thing. Obviously, the speakers before me have already brought out very categorically what is the objective. Objective, there are two things. One is the barrier-less tolling, and other is pay as you go, as you use. The first thing is very easy. It is much cheaper solution. That normally open kind of a toll gate is already operative in many projects already in the country, like the recent one which was inaugurated, Atal Setu. That's a normally open thing. So barrier-less tolling can come at a much cheaper cost. And especially given the vision of our ministry that we are going to have 50,000 kilometers of high-speed corridors which will have only limited number of entry and exit points, there actually it is use and pay model itself. Pay as you use kind of thing. You know where the person has entered and where he is going out. But still, there are a lot of other benefits of GNSS, which Honorable Minister keeps pushing us to. So finally, we said, okay, let's start, but we should have this clear concept that it has to be interoperable. So anybody who takes one particular part of the system, another person, so we don't put all our eggs in one basket. If they are interoperable, one person who is driving in one particular state goes to another state, he doesn't have to do anything. They have to talk to each other. So finally, design is coming to a reasonable place. For the success of any program, what are the major ingredients? First and most important is the top leadership or the top management support, which we all know is abundantly there with Mr. Gadkari sitting around and the team of the MOSs we have. Second most important part for success of a program is good design. And that is what we have invested last many months on this. And with kind of interactions we have had with the expert system and today's workshop, I believe that we'll come out with the design which is sort of best possible in the given environment. On the point of resources, next important thing, I don't think there's any problem. NHAI has actually worked out the resources required for this and should not be an issue. Then comes is the communication and change management. We need to ensure that we properly communicate to our stakeholders so that there's no anxiety. I'm happy the kind of feedback which has come today. You have actually given a transition plan how to move with the commercial vehicles first, because there are added advantages of compliances, because commercial vehicles come annually to some kind of a system for getting their updations, and if they have violated something somewhere, if there are outstanding dues, they can be recovered at that time. Otherwise, for passenger vehicles, for personal cars, that implementation and enforcement itself is a challenge, which of course, things when start changing, they'll come. We also need to ensure that we have our eyes and ears on the ground. We keep looking for the feedback when the implementation happens, and whatever improvements are to be done in the system, whatever complaints are there, they need to be resolved properly so that it's a smooth transition and people don't feel the pinch of changing the system. Some good ideas in the presentation came that there can be a way that the price of OBU is not to be borne by the vehicle owner, the value-added services which can be given by the ecosystem. In theory, it looks very good and exciting, but we need to actually ensure that that happens. Otherwise, these theoretical inputs can always remain inputs and can become a good, very important hurdle in the implementation. If we say, though, we are going to get it free of cost. So we have to develop that thought further, and in the kind of follow-up EOI meetings you are going to have in the pre-bid discussion, have that clarity how that is going to come. Otherwise, I don't think we mind spending some kind of money to put the system initially in, and later the data can be monetized separately if that ecosystem is not ripe as of today. So once again, I place my appreciation for the kind continuous guidance which we have been receiving from the Minister, and the kind of hard work which has been done by the team led by Mr. Vishal and his whole team. And once again, I also should thank all of you to have taken pains to have come all the way from Europe or wherever you were located. And I think this is also a reflection in the kind of belief the world has in the growth story of India. For the first time, we talked about India being a developed country by 2047. This is one more step moving towards India being a developed country. I wish this project all the success and give this commitment as secretary to all of you that we'll work together and make it a success. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, sir. And ladies and gentlemen, I now have the proud privilege in inviting the Honorable Union Minister for Ministry of Road Transport and Highways, Shri Nitin Gadkari ji, for the inaugural address. Let's put our hands together to welcome sir.
हमारे विभाग के आदरणीय राज्य मंत्री आदरणीय अजय टमटा जी, हर्ष मल्होत्रा जी, हमारे विभाग के सचिव आदरणीय अनुराग जैन जी, NHAI के चेयरमैन संतोष कुमार जी, मेंबर एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन श्री विशाल चौहान, जॉइंट सेक्रेटरी SP सिंह और उपस्थित सभी भाई और बहनों, सबसे पहले मैं विशाल चौहान और उनके टीम को बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद दूंगा कि उन्होंने इस विषय पर काफ़ी मेहनत और परिश्रम भी किया और वर्ल्ड में जो सक्सेसफुल प्रैक्टिसेस है उसका भी अध्ययन किया। NHAI के चेयरमैन संतोष जी के मार्गदर्शन में उन्होंने ये सब काम किया। उसमें आप जैसे स्टेक होल्डर्स ने जो सहयोग किया, जिसके कारण इस चिंतन से कोई निश्चित रूप से अच्छी चीज़ निकलेगी, ऐसा मेरा विश्वास है। और ये जो कुछ आपने सबने किया है, इसके लिए मैं आप सबको और विशाल जी की भी टीम को हृदय से बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद देता हूँ, आपका अभिनंदन करता हूँ। इस विषय का मैं ज़्यादा जानकार नहीं हूँ, पर योगायोग से ऐसा हुआ है कि मैं इसमें से सबसे अनुभवी शायद मैं हूँ, क्योंकि मैं पिछले 25 साल से इसके साथ जुड़ा हूँ। मैं जब 95 में महाराष्ट्र में मिनिस्टर बना तो NHAI का पहला BOT प्रोजेक्ट ये करने का सौभाग्य मुझे मिला। उसका नाम था ठाणे भिवंडी बाईपास। और ये प्रोजेक्ट करने के पहले ये जो BOT वाली कल्पना जो मन में आई थी, मैं उस मलबार हिल पर मंत्री करके रहता था और एक टीवी के दुकान में गया था और मुझे टीवी खरीदना था। तो जहाँ मैं रहता था वहाँ 19 हाईकोर्ट जज रहते थे और मैं अकेला मंत्री रहता। रॉक हिल करके एक बिल्डिंग है मलबार हिल में, तो सब जजेस के पास टीवी था PWD के पैसे से। तो मुझे भी टीवी लगा के मेरा डिपार्टमेंट मुझे भी टीवी खरीदी करके देगा। तो मेरे सेक्रेटरी ने आके मुझे बताया कि टीवी और फ्रिज ये GR के हिसाब से इसमें कवर नहीं होता। तो मैंने उनको पूछा कि फिर ये इतने 18 जजेस है यहाँ, इनके घर में जो टीवी और ये लगा है फ्रिज, ये कौन से पैसे से आया? तो उन्होंने कहा कि हमने ही किया, सरकार के ही पैसे से हुआ है, आप अगर चाहोगे तो हम एडजस्ट करके आपको करा देंगे। तो मैंने कहा एडजस्टमेंट मत करिए। तो फिर मैं टीवी खरीदने के लिए मलबार हिल में एक दुकान में गया, अभी भी है वो। और ऐसी जाने के बाद उसको मैंने टीवी BPL का एक कलर टीवी सिलेक्ट किया। तो उसने मुझे, पहले तो उनको पता नहीं था, मैं भी नया नया मंत्री बना था। बाद में उसको ध्यान में आया कि ये मैं मंत्री हूँ। तो उन्होंने मुझे कहा कि मैं, क्योंकि मैंने उनको इंस्टॉलमेंट पर मांगा था, तो उसने मुझे कहा कि सर अभी पीस अच्छे नहीं है, नए पीस का लॉट आएगा, मैं आपको टीवी डिलीवरी कर दूंगा। बाद में उसने 2 महीने टीवी भेजा ही नहीं, तब मेरे ध्यान में आया कि मंत्री को इंस्टॉलमेंट पर टीवी लेने की हिम्मत उसमें नहीं है, उस दे नहीं रहा। तो 2 महीने उसमें चले गए, पर उस आइडिया ने मुझे काफ़ी बड़ा इंस्पायर किया कि जब टीवी अगर इंस्टॉलमेंट पे मिल सकता है, कार मिल सकती है, फ्लैट मिल सकता है, तो ब्रिज, टनल और रोड क्यों नहीं बन सकता। और उसी के आधार पर ये पीपीपी मॉडल में बीओटी, कुछ मेरे साथ अधिकारी थे, मेरे एक बहुत अच्छे सेक्रेटरी थे और बहुत ईमानदार थे, पर पूरा डिपार्टमेंट उनको पसंद नहीं करता था, क्योंकि वो इतने सख्त थे और ईमानदार थे। जो रिटायर्ड हो गए तो उनके पास पूना में घर नहीं था। जब मुझे पता चला तो मैं मुख्यमंत्री के पास जाकर मैंने कहा कि पीडब्ल्यूडी में रहने के बाद बेचारा ऐसी स्थिति है, तब उनको 10% में एक फ्लैट पूना में दिला। और जब रिटायर्ड हो गए तो जो चपरासी रोज उनकी बैग उठाकर लेके आता था, जिस दिन वो गए उस दिन वो बैग उठाने वाला भी उनके साथ नहीं गया, क्योंकि बिकॉज ऑफ हार्ड एंड हार्श डिसीजन के कारण वो लोकप्रिय नहीं थे, पर वो बहुत ईमानदार थे। मैं उनकी इज्जत करता था। अभी उनका देहांत हो गया तो उनको ये बीओटी प्रोजेक्ट के लिए पॉलिसी बनाने का काम जब बताया, उनने बहुत मेहनत की। और हमने जब 2 बार 3 बार जब टेंडर निकाला तो कोई रिस्पांस ही नहीं आया। रिस्पांस नहीं आया तो मुझे लगा कि ये कैसे, बोले सर कोई आ ही नहीं रहा। फिर मेरे प्रेजेंटेशन मेरे सामने हुआ। अब मैं भी वैसे थोड़ा इतना तो रिफाइंड व्यक्ति नहीं हूँ, तो गाँवरानी भाषा में मैं भी बोलता था। तो मैंने उनको कहा, देशपांडे साहब, उनका नाम सेक्रेटरी देशपांडे था, अपने लड़की की शादी करनी है, आपने बहुत अच्छा लिखा है, आईएएस ऑफिसर चाहिए, घर में मर्सिडीज चाहिए, 4 बंगले चाहिए, 500 एकड़ खेती चाहिए, 1000 तोला सोना चाहिए, बहुत अच्छी बात लिखी। अगर ये होता तो इसके जैसी कोई अच्छी बात नहीं, पर तुम्हारे कंडीशन के बाद जो रिक्शा चलाता है वो भी साला अपने तरफ देख नहीं रहा, वो भी पसंद करने के लिए तैयार नहीं, और तुम कंडीशन बढ़ाते जा रहे हो, ऐसे कैसे पॉलिसी होगी। तो फिर मैंने कहा आप एक काम करो, मैं आप और कुछ टीम लेके बैठते हैं और ये फाइनेंशियल और टेक्निकल क्वालिफिकेशन को हम लिबरल बनाते हैं थोड़ा, और फिर उसमें ट्राई करते हैं। जैसे हमने लिबरल बनाया और भारत सरकार से अनुमति ली तो पहले प्रोजेक्ट में 7 टेंडर आ गए, और फिर वर्ली बांद्रा सीलिंग प्रोजेक्ट, मुंबई पुणे एक्सप्रेस हाईवे, 55 फ्लाईओवर्स इसमें हुए। तब टोल कलेक्शन करने की बात आई। Either you like it, may not like it. टोल कलेक्शन ये तुम्हारा धंधा ही नहीं है। अभी देश में ये धंधा है, इसमें जो इन्वॉल्व है एंटरप्रेन्योर, वो एक तो पॉलिटिशियन है, अंडरवर्ल्ड है, या क्रिमिनल है, मारपीट करने वाले हैं, लट्ठीबाज। तुम ज्ञानी लोग हो, तुम्हारे बस का काम ही नहीं उधर वो टोल कलेक्ट करना, वही आते हैं। और वो आने के बाद ये सिस्टम में उनकी दादागिरी चलने लगी, और फिर उन्होंने एक काम किया कि अभी बहुत से जगह पर उतना ज़्यादा डायरेक्ट बोलना मेरे लिए उचित नहीं है, वहाँ का मेंबर ऑफ पार्लियामेंट हो या एमएलए हो, उन लोगों के साथ इनका जॉइंट वेंचर बन गया, और फिर उसके बाद ये बिजनेस रन करते हैं। और एनएचआई में भी 3-3 महीने के टेंडर निकालते हैं। मेरे को समझ में आज तक नहीं आया कि 3 महीने में क्यों टेंडर निकालते हैं, 3 महीने में कैसा लेता, कितना लेता और कितना देता, तो ये भी वो बराबर करते थे। तो पहली बात तो यू नीड टू अंडरस्टैंड द स्ट्रेंथ एंड वीकनेसेस ऑफ दिस इशू। पहली बात यह है कि टेक्निकली और फाइनेंशियली ये जितना इम्पोर्टेंट है, उतना ये पॉलिटिकली और सोशली भी इम्पोर्टेंट है, जो आपके एजेंडा का विषय नहीं है, रहना भी नहीं चाहिए। ये जो रोड बनाते हैं तो टोल लेते हैं, तो हमारे यहाँ महाराष्ट्र में बहुत बड़ा वंग नाट्य बोलते, विनोदी नाट्य था, तो उसमें एक फेमस एक्टर थे, उन्होंने नाटक बनाया था, वो बड़ा पॉपुलर हुआ। और वो नाटक में वो कहता है हीरो कि अरे गाड़ी रोको, तो बोले क्यों रोको, बोले वो गडकरी आड़ा पड़ा है ना वहाँ, यानी वो टोल लगेगा बाहर। इतना वो सोशली भी विषय आगे गया। सबसे पहला प्रॉब्लम है कि अगर आप अच्छी सर्विसेज नहीं दे रहे हो तो आपने टोल नहीं लेना चाहिए। इफ़ यू वांट गुड सर्विसेज यू हैव टू पे फॉर इट। अब ये क्या हुआ कि स्टेट में, देश में भी इसकी अलग अलग मानसिकता है। पूरे टोल को गुजरात में, पूरा गुजरात में स्टेट में विरोध है। हमने एक बड़ौदा से लेकर बड़ा हाईवे बनाया, अहमदाबाद बड़ौदा, तो वहाँ के सरकार ने उसको पैरेलल हाईवे बनाया। तो पहली बात, वो टोल देने में जो मानसिकता है वो कुछ जगह है, कुछ जगह नहीं है। और हमारे यहाँ जो आदत है कि कितने जल्दी टोल लगाए और कैसे पैसा वसूल करे और अपना इंटरेस्ट प्रोटेक्ट करे, इसमें जल्दबाजी है। और जब रोड अच्छा नहीं होता तो फिर वो सोशल मीडिया पे फोटो छपते। रोज मेरे पास अनेक कंप्लेंट्स आती है। और फॉर्चुनेटली और अनफॉर्चुनेटली हमारी यंत्रणा जो है टोल पर की और जो पीडीआरओ है वो उतने सेंसिटिव नहीं है। और दूसरी बात कैसी है कि एक हर चीज़ का एक ब्रेकिंग पॉइंट होता है। जो ब्रेकिंग पॉइंट टोल का है वो मैं समझ चुका हूँ। जो लोग नए आते हैं वो नहीं समझ पा रहे हैं। इस सिस्टम का ब्रेकिंग पॉइंट यही है कि आप जहाँ ज़्यादती करोगे वहाँ सिस्टम कोलैप्स हो जाएगी। पॉलिटिकली आप टोल ही नहीं कलेक्ट कर पाओगे। तो सिस्टम में वो जो इक्विलिब्रियम मेंटेन करना है, उसमें बेस्ट क्वालिटी का रोड देना चाहिए। लोग कीचड़ में जा रहे हैं, गड्ढे पड़े हैं, आप टोल ले रहे हो, लोग गालियाँ देते हैं। और गालियाँ संतोष यादव को नहीं मिलती है, सेक्रेटरी को मिलती है। गालियाँ मिलती है नितिन गडकरी को, टमटा को, क्योंकि लोगों के नज़रों में रेलवे एक्सीडेंट होने के बाद बोलते हैं रेलवे मंत्री रिजाइन करो। हवाई जहाज का एक्सीडेंट होता है तो हवाई जहाज का मंत्री रिजाइन करो। तो वो स्वाभाविक भी है। हमको कभी कभी इस पोजीशन का फ़ायदा भी होता है, नुकसान भी होता है। तो बहुत बार ये जो टोल के बारे में मानसिकता है, इसमें अगर आप टोल नाके पर सिस्टम कोलैप्स करके एक एक घंटा अगर खड़े होंगे लोग और आपकी सिस्टम कोलैप्स होगी तो सबसे ज़्यादा गालियाँ हमको खाने को मिलेगी। और सिस्टम में बहुत घुसे हुए लोग हैं, उनकी पहुंच बहुत ऊपर तक है। रात को वो फास्टैग कैसे बंद करना, कंप्यूटर फेल कैसे करना। अब मैं ग्रास रूट पर आदमी हूँ, फुटपाथ पर चाय पीने वाला हूँ, तो इसलिए मैं नीचे में क्या होता है इसकी मुझे पूरी जानकारी है। मैं पूरी कुंडली जानता हूँ, कहाँ कहाँ क्या हो रहा है, कौन कैसे मैनेज हो रहा है, कहाँ से पैसे ले रहा है, तो काफ़ी मैं समझ चुका हूँ। तो प्रॉब्लम यह है कि सिस्टम को ट्रांसपेरेंट, क्वालिटेटिव और 100% परफेक्ट बनाना चाहिए। उसमें लूप होल नहीं चाहिए। जब हमने टोल सिस्टम को फास्टैग पे लाया तो 6-7 हज़ार करोड़ हमारा इनकम बढ़ा। जब हम लोग नेचुरली आज ये ग्लोबल नेविगेशन सैटेलाइट सिस्टम पे जाएंगे तो पहला मेरा पूरा कॉन्फिडेंस है कि इसमें से हम 10,000 करोड़, अभी 54,000 करोड़ कमा रहे हैं, हम 10,000 करोड़ हमारा बढ़ेगा। थोड़े से लूप होल इसमें से बंद होंगे। 100% लूप होल बंद होना ये इम्पॉसिबल कंसेप्ट है, पर 99% हमने किया तो भी ये बड़ी अचीवमेंट है। क्योंकि नो वन इज़ परफेक्ट एंड नो वन कैन क्लेम दैट ही इज़ परफेक्ट। उत्तम, अधिक उत्तम, सर्वोत्तम, अप टू इन्फिनिटी। 100% परफेक्शन अपेक्षा हमारी जरूर है, पर संभव नहीं है। तो पहली बात तो यही है कि सिस्टम को इतना अच्छा बनाइए कि लोगों को तकलीफ ना हो। और तुमने झटके दिए सिस्टम को, और ये जो इसमें जो काम करने वाले लोग हैं वो बड़े आपको सैबोटेज करने में वो महारत उनको हासिल हुई है। ये जो टोल नाके पे बैठेंगे उनको मालूम है कि आपकी गाड़ी पंक्चर कैसी करना। और ये अगर लोगों को इसमें तकलीफ होगी तो हम लोग पूरी तरह कोलैप्स हो जाएंगे। अभी क्या है कि जो फास्टैग की सिस्टम है इसका कब बंद करती है, कितने तक, कभी बोलता पावर चली गई, फिर हमने बोला सोलर लगाओ, फिर बोलता मशीन बिगड़ गई। ये सब ऐसे वो इसके बहुत एक्सपर्ट है। तो वो सिस्टम को अगर चेक और काउंटर चेक का जो बैलेंस है वो अगर सैटेलाइट से जुड़ा हुआ है और दूसरी जगह ये पता चल जाएगा कि इस सिस्टम में कुछ अगर हुआ तो किसने किया है, तो उसको हम आइडेंटिफाई कर सकेंगे। ये उसमें सुविधा चाहिए। और इसलिए स्वाभाविक रूप से सिस्टम 100% क्वालिटेटिव, लीक प्रूफ और परफेक्ट ये हमको आवश्यक है। हमको प्रयोग नहीं करना है। प्रयोग के भी सबसे भुगतभोगी मैं हूँ, क्योंकि 2014 में जब मैं मंत्री बना और तब आरपी सिंह हमारे सेक्रेटरी NHAI के चेयरमैन थे और उस समय चिब्बर साहब सेक्रेटरी थे। और RP सिंह ने जो टेंडर निकाला था, आप में से कुछ लोगों को मालूम है कि नहीं मुझे पता नहीं, उसमें ICICI बैंक, एक्सिस बैंक, बैंकों को दिया और उन्होंने पहले ये कहा था कि आप जो हमको ये पैसा इकट्ठा करके हमें कितना देगा उसके आधार पर हम टेंडर अवार्ड करेंगे। उनकी आइडिया बुरी नहीं थी। यानी आज भी मुझे लगता है कि टोल को 1 रुपये भी NHAI ने खर्चा नहीं करना चाहिए। पैसा कलेक्ट करके इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर आपने ही खड़े करना चाहिए और ऊपर से कंपटीशन होनी चाहिए। 2% कौन देता है, 2.5% कौन देगा, 3% कौन देगा। ये जब संभव है कि ये जो रोज 54,000 करोड़ या 70-75 हज़ार करोड़ और आगे 1.5 लाख करोड़ तक जाएगा, ये जो पैसा कुछ समय के लिए जिसके पास रहता है उसका एक अलग धंधा है। वो शायद आपके अध्ययन में नहीं आया होगा, पर बैंकर आपको बताएगा कि इतनी अमाउंट पर वो खेलता है फिर, और उसमें जो इंटरेस्ट मिलाता है उसके आधार पर उसका बेनिफिट होता है। तो एक टेक्नोलॉजी प्रोवाइडर चाहिए और एक बैंकर चाहिए इसमें, तो दोनों आधार पर फिर अच्छा टेंडर मिलेगा। अब प्रॉब्लम ये हुआ कि उस समय हमने हमारे करीब 3,85,000 करोड़ के 406 प्रोजेक्ट स्टॉल प्रोजेक्ट थे। आज हमारे काफ़ी कम है, पर हम शुरुआत ही इसीलिए करते हैं कि प्रोजेक्ट स्टॉल प्रोजेक्ट कैसे खड़े हो जाए। यानी हम सब मिलकर ऊपर से लेकर नीचे तक पूरे सक्सेसफुली प्रयास इस बात के लिए प्रोजेक्ट फंसेगा कैसे और वो कॉन्ट्रैक्टर का काम कैसे बंद होगा, इसीलिए हम सबको मिलजुल कर प्रयास करते हैं। शुरू करने के पहले घर में, छोटे से गरीब घर में, वो परिवार अपना प्लान करता है कि महीने भर का राशन होगा तो किराना कितना होगा कि ला के रखते हैं। हम टनल बना लेते हैं, पर टनल में जो पंखे बिठाने के हैं उसका अप्रूवल टनल बनने तक नहीं देते उसको। हर आदमी 2-2, 3-3 महीने फाइल दबा के बैठता है, और फिर जब टोल लेने की बात आती है तो बोलते हैं अभी ये सिस्टम फॉरेन में ऑर्डर की अभी आई नहीं। ये यहाँ नहीं, यानी मैं कोई स्पेसिफिक टनल की बात नहीं, सब टनल में प्रॉपर समय पर कोई काम नहीं होता, फिर उसका हम टोल ले नहीं पाते हैं। मैं आपका शिविर में था, वहाँ भी यही प्रॉब्लम है। और 6-6, 8-8 महीने प्रोजेक्ट डिले इसलिए हुए कि ये इक्विपमेंट अभी नहीं आए। तो प्लानिंग इन एडवांस, प्लानिंग इन डिटेल विथ इंटीग्रेटेड अप्रोच, ये सब जगह पर होगा तो निश्चित रूप से ये जो प्रॉब्लम से नहीं आएंगे। अभी हम लोग, मैं कहता हूँ कि एक बार आपको अगर 5,000 किलोमीटर का काम करना है तो 15,000 किलोमीटर की तैयारी शुरू करो। कुछ तो कागज का ही होता है, उसका खर्चा नहीं लगता। जब लैंड एक्विजिशन शुरू होगा तब पैसा लगेगा, लगे तो तब तक एप्लीकेशन करके रखो। इन्वायरमेंट, फॉरेस्ट क्लियरेंस, रेलवे की परमिशंस, बाकी बहुत सी बातें होती है। तो अगर वो जहाँ ये भी इससे हम गए, मैं बड़ा लिबरल हूँ, और जब हमारे सेक्रेटरी मुझे कहते थे कि 100% लैंड और सब बातें हुए बिना अपॉइंटमेंट डेट नहीं देंगे, तब मैंने कहा कि इतना मत करो, 60% करो, फिर कैसे होगा। अब पर मेरा मत अनुभव से बना है कि 90% लैंड और ऑल टाइप ऑफ क्लियरेंसेस हुए बिना अब टेंडर ही नहीं निकालना चाहिए। अब हम टेंडर निकाल के 1-1, 1.5 साल रखते हैं, पर हम दे नहीं पाते क्योंकि ये नहीं हो पाता। फिर हमारे तरफ से कुछ कमियां होती है, कुछ उसके तरफ से गारंटीज नहीं मिलती, फाइनेंशियल क्लोजर नहीं होता, तो ये फिर आगे डिले चलता रहता है। तो कहीं ना कहीं ये पूरे सिस्टम में हमें ट्रांसपेरेंसी चाहिए, क्वालिटेटिव अप्रोच चाहिए और पब्लिक को रिलीफ चाहिए, और 100% परफेक्शन, हमारी जो कुछ सॉफ्टवेयर होगा, टेक्नोलॉजी होगी, 100% परफेक्ट चाहिए। तो उसके आधार पर हम ये सक्सेस स्टोरी बनाएंगे। और इसलिए मैंने जब ये हुआ तब मैंने चौहान जी को कहा कि आप वर्ल्ड की सक्सेसफुल प्रैक्टिसेस जो है वो एक बार देख कर आइए, और वो देख कर आने के बाद हमारे देश की मानसिकता और उनकी मानसिकता में भी फ़र्क है। मुझे याद है, मैं यंग विद्यार्थी था तो हम पेरिस में गए थे। तो हम लोग वैसे ही भारतीय बहुत ही जीनियस है, तो हमको एक पब्लिक टॉयलेट में जाना था, तो एक जाता तो एक कॉइन डालना पड़ती थी। तो मैंने बोला रुको, एक कॉइन डाली और पैर उसके दरवाजे के बीच में रखा, और एक कॉइन में 25 लोग टॉयलेट में जाके आए। तो ये जो होशियारी हमारे लोगों की है, ये आप समझ लीजिए कि ये कहाँ का चोरी कर सकते हैं। यू नीड टू अंडरस्टैंड द वीकनेसेस ऑफ द सिस्टम। वो नहीं करेंगे तो फिर उसके कारण भी काफ़ी तकलीफ होगी। अभी मैंने डाटा मंगवाया, हमारे पास 4 व्हीलर 7.2 करोड़ है, ट्रक्स 4 करोड़ है, कमर्शियल व्हीकल 1.5 करोड़ है, टोटल 12.7 करोड़ है। और हमको टोल देने वाला फास्टैग की संख्या 9 करोड़ है, बराबर है सर। तो 25% इसमें है ही नहीं। 3% जो है वो समझ के ये लगाते नहीं और टोल भरते, क्योंकि चोरी का माल ले जाते हैं सरकार का, वो रिकॉर्ड नहीं बनाना चाहते। तो ये भी एक रैकेट है। तो आज इस सिस्टम में 100% परफेक्शन होगा तो सरकार का बाकी जगह भी रेवेन्यू में जो चोरी होगी वो बचेगी। एक इम्पॉर्टेंट चीज़ मुझे लगता है कि इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर जो खड़ा कर रहे हैं, तो ऑलरेडी हमने कुछ इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर खड़ा किया है फास्ट ट्रैक का, और फास्ट ट्रैक के इसके ऊपर ये GNSS ये जो है, ये दोनों को जोड़कर अभी वो जर्मनी के प्रेजेंट कर रहे थे, वो बता रहे थे इसको 2 लाइन से करना अच्छा होगा। अगर ये फेल होगी तो इसका रिपोर्ट मिलेगा, ये फेल होगी तो इसका रिपोर्ट मिलेगा, ताकि उसको प्रिवेंटिव मेजर्स में कुछ ना कुछ रखना होगा। तो मुझे लगता है कि हमारे एग्जिस्टिंग सिस्टम का कुछ उपयोग हो सकता है क्या। देखिए, हमने नई नंबर प्लेट लाई है और जो मैंडेटरी की है, एक समय उसकी कीमत 6,000 8,000 रुपये थी। मैं खूब पीछे पड़ा, उसमें भी बड़े रैकेटियर थे, और अब वो 400 रुपये और 500 रुपये में आई। और वो नंबर सिस्टम में अभी भी कुछ स्टेट गवर्नमेंट्स है वो 5-5 हज़ार 6-6 हज़ार चल रहा है। तो हमने उसमें अभी क्या किया कि मैन्युफैक्चरर जो है उनको ही नंबर प्लेट लगाने का ये कर दिया, तो वो रेट कम हो गए, तो ये इधर का दुकान बंद होगा। तो हमको पब्लिक को किसी भी हालत में तकलीफ नहीं होनी चाहिए, उनको एक्सप्लॉइट नहीं करना चाहिए, उनको सिंपल ये देना चाहिए। तो 3 बातें आपके पास है, एक नंबर प्लेट है जो नए टेक्नोलॉजी की बनी हुई है, और फास्ट ट्रैक है। अब ये मैंने सुना, मुझे मालूम नहीं कि पुरानी नंबर प्लेट का भी फ़ोटो निकाल कर हमको जानकारी मिल सकती है कि वो कहाँ से निकली है, कहाँ से आई है और कितना गया है। अभी NHAI में एक वीक पॉइंट है कि ये हमारे इनकी गलती नहीं है, बीच में UPA सरकार थी, उन्होंने एक बहुत गलत उस समय निर्णय हुआ, उसका नाम था स्वीटनर। ये पूरी तरह अनलॉफुल है, अन्यायकारक है। अगर ये कोर्ट में जाएगा तो हम फंस जाएंगे। उन्होंने क्या किया कि शहर के बाजू में ही सबसे ट्रैफिक का रेवेन्यू बढ़ाना चाहिए, इसलिए वायबिलिटी आने के लिए टोल लगा दिया। अब जो आदमी रोज़ इंडस्ट्रियल एरिया में काम करने जा रहा, रोज़ टोल भरता है, फिर उसको पासेस आए। तो पहली बात तो ऐसी है कि जहाँ अर्बन डेवलपमेंट हो रही है उन लोगों को तकलीफ देना और ये टोल कलेक्ट करके उनका असंतोष बढ़ाना कोई मतलब नहीं है। जब मैं मंत्री था तो मेरे सेक्रेटरी ने स्कूटर पर भी टोल लगाया था, पहला ऑटो रिक्शा पे लगाया था, नसीब उसने साइकिल पर नहीं लगाया। तो मैंने उनको कहा कि तुम अगर कार वालों से टोल ज़्यादा लोगे वो आंदोलन नहीं करेगा, ट्रक बसेस वाले एजिटेशन नहीं करेंगे, पर स्कूटर और साइकिल वाला झंडा लेके घूमता है, तो उससे तुम्हारे टोटल इसमें 1% भी एडिशन नहीं हो रहा, उसको आंख पे क्यों ले रहे हो? उसको ऑटो रिक्शा और स्कूटर से लेने का कोई कारण नहीं। तो पहली बात तो ऐसी है कि हमारा 75% टोल ये जो आता है ये ट्रक्स और कमर्शियल व्हीकल से आता है, 25% केवल कार से आता है। तो अमाउंट में देखा जाए तो बहुत कम है। अगर ये भी एक सोच है, सेक्रेटरी साहब और चेयरमैन साहब सोचे कि इस बहाने हम लोग इस सिस्टम में से एक मंथली और एनुअल पास अगर कार वालों को दे देते हैं तो हमको पैसे भी मिलेंगे और ये झंझट भी खत्म हो जाएगी। तो कहीं ना कहीं ये ज़्यादा कोई इनकम नहीं है हमारा, सब NHAI का सब पेट पानी जो चलता है वो ट्रक पर और कमर्शियल व्हीकल पे चलता है। अब धीरे धीरे ये भी एक सोशल एंगल है कि स्टेट ट्रांसपोर्ट की बसेस और लग्जरी बसेस जहाँ पब्लिक बैठती है जाती है उनको माफ़ कर देना चाहिए। ये बहुत बड़े प्रमाण पर आर्गुमेंट चलते रहता है। स्टेट ट्रांसपोर्ट भी मेरे डिपार्टमेंट में है, उनकी हालत ICU से नहीं, ICU से भी और 10 गुना ऐसे ICU में रखी, इतनी ख़राब है। और उनकी बसेस ऐसी है कि उसकी हॉर्न छोड़कर सब बजता है, ऐसी हालत है। और ड्राइवर और कंडक्टर के पगार मुश्किल से नहीं दे पाते, और इसलिए हर स्टेट में, अब केरल का तो झगड़ा चालू है, अभी भी सुलझाया नहीं गया, वो बोलते हम पैसे नहीं देंगे। तो अब वो ये एक हमारे पास एक सोशल प्रॉब्लम के रूप में ये भी आया हुआ है। तो जो दे सकता है उससे लेना चाहिए, लॉ एंड ऑर्डर सिचुएशन बिगड़नी नहीं चाहिए, पब्लिक को बेनिफिट मिलना चाहिए। एक बीच में एक व्यक्ति ने एक सॉफ्टवेयर डेवलप किया था कि कौन से टोल नाके पर कितने मिनट का डिले होता है, और वो सॉफ्टवेयर देखने के बाद ये जो हरियाणा के दिल्ली जयपुर रोड पर टोल नाका है, इसका तो किताब लिखने लायक है। वहाँ बीच में टोल नाके वाले ने पुलिस वालों से जहाँ अपनी अलायंस बना दी, उसने एक लेन बंद कर दी और उसका काम अब अच्छा चल रहा था। तो ये अलग अलग प्रकार की प्रॉब्लम्स हैं। ये समझते हुए टोल नाके के ऊपर किसी को 2 सेकंड की क्या रुकने की जरूरत ही नहीं पड़नी चाहिए। ये इस सिस्टम का सबसे सक्सेस का सबसे पहला मापदंड है। अगर उसको रुकना पड़ेगा तो प्रॉब्लम है। दूसरी बात ऐसी है कि योगायोग से ये अच्छी बात है कि इस ट्रांसपोर्ट मिनिस्ट्री में मोटर व्हीकल एक्ट हमारे पास है, और जो भी ट्रक ओनर है, कार ओनर है, उसको हम लटका सकते हैं। अगर वो वायलेशन करता है तो उसको जब व्हीकल बेचना होगा, जैसे हमारे यहाँ एमएलए एमपी आते हैं तो हमको फॉर्म भरना पड़ता है इलेक्शन के दिन 5 साल के बाद, तो वो एनओसी मांगते हैं सब। तो हमारे नाम पर कोई एमएलए हॉस्टल में रहता है, इधर रहता है, उधर रहता है, हमको सबका एनओसी लेके पैसा भरना पड़ता है, क्योंकि नहीं तो हमारा वो सब हम भर ही नहीं सकते। तो वो एनओसी लेने के लिए वो पैसे वसूल हो जाते हैं। तो ये जो मिनिस्ट्री में ये एक्ट है, इसका उपयोग करके हम लोग किस प्रकार से उस व्यक्ति को और उस व्हीकल को, ये वायलेशन करने वालों को पकड़ सकते हैं, क्योंकि हम जो कर सकते वही हमारा है, दूसरों ने करना चाहिए सपना है, वो इम्प्लीमेंट करने में कठिनाई होगी। तो इसमें वायलेशन करने वालों को हमारे एक्ट में क्या करना, सुधार करना और क्या नहीं करना, ये सोचना होगा। दूसरी बात, मैं तो इस मत का हूँ कि जो इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर है वो कॉन्ट्रैक्टर ही खड़ा करें, और पैसा भी वही बैंक में इकट्ठा करें, और जो पैसे जमा होते हैं उसके आधार पर कितना % हमको देता है, ऐसे ही टेंडर हम निकालेंगे। फिर देखेंगे क्या होता है कि जैसे अभी हमने कहा कि 40% हाइब्रिड एन्युटी में हम लोग ये देते हैं। तो मैं कहता हूँ कि अभी 40% देने के समय है, हम ये कहें कि 30% में कौन करता है, हम लोग 20% में कौन करता है, 10% में कौन करता है, और एक आधी केस में वो कहेगा कि 50% चाहिए, तो हम लोग उसका भी विचार करेंगे कि इकोनॉमिक वायबिलिटी या इंटरनल रेट ऑफ रिटर्न अगर ठीक नहीं है तो वो भी करें। तो ये मार्केट ड्रिवन होना चाहिए। तो नेचुरली ये कोई मेरा ऐसा करना ही चाहिए ऐसा नहीं, क्योंकि सभी अनुभव के साथ इसमें जो प्रॉफिट, कोई भी आदमी सेवा करने के लिए थोड़ी आ रहा है। आप लोग जो आए कि देश की सेवा करो, मोदी जी ने आह्वान किया है इसलिए अपन भी कुछ मदद करो, ऐसा तो कोई आता नहीं। मेरे एक गुरु ने मुझे अच्छी बात बताई, उसने कहा राजनीति राजनीति जैसी करनी चाहिए, धंधा धंधा जैसा करना चाहिए, सेवा सेवा जैसी करनी चाहिए। सेवा को राजनीति में मिक्स नहीं करना चाहिए, राजनीति का धंधा नहीं करना चाहिए। तो ये कहीं ना कहीं ये कि आपका ये बिजनेस है, और ये स्वाभाविक है कि हर बिजनेसमैन ने सोचेगा कि हमें इसमें कितना प्रॉफिट निकलता है, और वो निकलना आपका स्किल्ड है। और मेरा विश्वास है कि आप लोग जितना निकाल सकते हैं उतना हम नहीं निकालते। मैं डिसइन्वेस्टमेंट कंपनी का कमेटी का भी काम करता हूँ। एक राजस्थान में जिंक का पुरोहित था, वो अनिल अग्रवाल जी ने लिया। तब मैंने एक सुझाव दिया था कि इसमें हम अपनी 25 to 30% इक्विटी रखें। तो बहुत लोग अधिकारी थे, बोले क्यों रखें। मैंने बोला आज आपको पता नहीं चलेगा, पर एक दिन ऐसा आएगा कि ये इक्विटी हमें बहुत पैसा देगी। अब हमने उस समय जो इक्विटी रखी थी वो जिंक प्रोजेक्ट में, आज उसकी कीमत 27,000 करोड़ हो गई, क्योंकि उसका वैल्यू एडिशन हुआ। अगर कोई कंपनी के शेयर पर कोई बड़े कंपनी का ब्रांड लगता है तो 10 रुपये का शेयर 40 रुपये का होता है। तो नेचुरली मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि इन सब स्थितियों में आपको मार्केट में इसके ऊपर आप पैसा भी खड़ा कर सकते हैं। हमारा क्रेडिबिलिटी बहुत अच्छी है। अभी इनविट मॉडल में हम जब गए तो NHAI के इनविट मॉडल में जो हमने लोगों के लिए, आम लोगों के लिए रखा था 25% रिजर्व, हमें उसमें 7 दिन का टाइम था और पहले दिन 7 घंटे में 7 टाइम्स ओवर सब्सक्राइब हुआ, इतना पैसा मिला। तो NHAI रिलेटेड एक्टिविटी का अब मार्केट में पोटेंशियल बहुत बड़ा है और इसमें अगर कोई IT कंपनी, बैंक मिलकर अगर इस प्रोजेक्ट पर पैसा भी खड़ा करेगी तो भी मिल सकता है कम इंटरेस्ट में। तो मुझे एक लगता है कि इसमें अलग अलग प्रकार के कुछ डायरेक्ट एडवांटेज है, कुछ हिडन एडवांटेज है। आप उसका सबका अध्ययन करिए। एक हमने जो प्रोजेक्ट यहाँ पायलट प्रोजेक्ट पर के सक्सेसफुल किया, वो मुझे लगता है कि वो भी काफ़ी बातों में हमें उसके अनुभव के कारण मदद मिलेगी। एक आखिरी में मैं आपको एक बात कहूँगा कि पब्लिक ग्रीवेंसेस होगा इसके बारे में, तो उस टोल बूथ पर भी 13 कहीं ना कहीं उसको कुछ लिखने का, कुछ बताने का या कुछ जैसे तकरार करने का उसका जनता का अधिकार है। तो वहाँ से या अपने मोबाइल फ़ोन से एक नंबर देकर हमारे उस पर इसकी तकरार वो कर सके ताकि हम तुरंत उसको एक्शन लेकर उसका समाधान कर सकें। अब ये बहुत बार आ रहा है, मेरे पास बहुत तकरार थी कि ज़्यादा पैसा काट दिया, मेरे पास फास्ट ट्रैक होने को फाइन लगा दिया, इसकी सुनवाई नहीं हो रही। ये लोगों में आक्रोश है। तो हम किसी के ऊपर हमारे सिस्टम में उसके ऊपर अन्याय नहीं होना चाहिए और अगर कहीं हुआ है तो विदिन आवर उसका समाधान होकर उसके साथ न्याय मिलना चाहिए, उसके ग्रीवेंसेस नहीं होने चाहिए, ये भी इम्पॉर्टेंट है। और बैरियर लेस फ्री फ्लो मूवमेंट, ये इसकी सक्सेस स्टोरी है। सब कुछ करने के बाद अगर उसमें डिले होगा तो फिर ये सिस्टम करने की कोई मज़ा नहीं आएगी। इससे इन्वायरमेंट को भी प्रोटेक्ट होगा, फ्यूल की भी बचत होगी, टाइम की भी बचत होगी, तब लोगों को इसका एडवांटेज मिलेगा। और ये जो 60 किलोमीटर वाला है, ये गलत वसूली हो रही है, ये कानूनी नहीं है, पर अब मिल रहा है तो मिल रहा है। एक बात, कुछ बातें मैंने की और गलत होते हुए भी मैं उसका विरोध नहीं करता हूँ कि इसमें पहले इसमें जो भारत सरकार की पॉलिसी थी BOT पर, उसमें ऐसा था कि उस प्रोजेक्ट के पैसे वसूल होने के बाद बैच सहित उस प्रोजेक्ट को टोल फ्री करेंगे। फिर ये मेंटेनेंस की बात आई। अब मेंटेनेंस कितना लगता है, कॉस्ट ऑफ प्रोजेक्ट और मेंटेनेंस में काफ़ी अड़चन है, पर हम उसको कंटिन्यू कर रहे हैं। मैं इसलिए इसका सपोर्ट करता हूँ कि जहाँ इकोनॉमिक वायबिलिटी नहीं है, अरुणाचल, मेघालय, त्रिपुरा, जम्मू कश्मीर, उत्तराखंड, हिमाचल, ये केवल राजस्थान, गुजरात, महाराष्ट्र, कर्नाटक, आंध्र यहाँ वायबिलिटी है। तो फिर जहाँ इकोनॉमिकली बैकवर्डनेस है वहाँ अगर प्रोजेक्ट करने होंगे तो हमको उनको मदद करनी होगी, तो नेचुरली ये पैसा वहाँ जाएगा। तो इसलिए वो बात तो हमने हमारे इसमें कंसिडरेशन में ली है। मेरा अभी भी आप सबको विश्वास है, मैंने रिक्वेस्ट है, अभी भी आपको लगता है तो आप बने तक सक्सेसफुल टेक्नोलॉजी के साथ जॉइंट वेंचर करिए। अगर इंडियन IT इंडस्ट्री अगर सक्सेसफुल टेक्नोलॉजी दे सकती है तो ज़रूर उसके साथ करिए। एक एंगल है कि फॉरेन इन्वेस्टमेंट भी हमको चाहिए, फॉरेन टेक्नोलॉजी भी चाहिए, हम उनका स्वागत करते हैं। पर अगर इंडिया की कोई कंपनी अपनी टेक्नोलॉजी देकर ये सक्सेसफुल कर सकती है तो सोने में भी सुहागन है। तो नेचुरली हमारे देश में से IT कंपनीज है, उनके लिए भी मैंने चेयरमैन साहब को कहा था कि उनका भी सलाह लो। आज वर्ल्ड में तो हम डोमिनेट कर रहे हैं, तो सॉफ्टवेयर बनाने में तो हमारी वर्ल्ड हमको रिकॉग्नाइज करता है। तो दोनों प्रकार से भी सोचकर इसकी सक्सेस स्टोरी हमको बनानी है, प्रयोग नहीं करना। प्रयोग आप करोगे तो सबसे पहले मेरी पिटाई होगी। अब मेरी पिटाई फास्ट ट्रैक में भी बहुत हुई और अनेक जो विद्वान लोग एक के दूसरे आते नए नए प्रयोग करते हैं, नाम तो मैंने लाता, गाला खाने का काम मेरा हुआ और मैंने सब ज्ञानियों को अनुभव ले लिया। हर बार नया आता था, नया प्रयोग करता था। तो मेरी चौहान साहब से रिक्वेस्ट है कि मेरे को गाली पड़ी कि मैं तुम्हारे ऊपर चढ़ जाऊंगा, तो कुछ भी करो। तुम पब्लिक से कहीं भी लूपहोल मत रखो। आपको पैसा खर्चा करना पड़ता है, कैपिटल इन्वेस्टमेंट लगती है, टेक्नोलॉजी में कुछ करना है, तो वो एक बार चलेगा, पर 100% प्रूवन एक्सपेरिमेंट है, होना चाहिए, नो ट्रायल एंड एरर। और इसलिए मैंने उनको कहा था, मैं तो सुझाव के रूप में कहा था कि वर्ल्ड में जो सक्सेस स्टोरी है उसकी कॉपी करो, नया प्रयोग मत करो। जिन्होंने अनुभव किया उसका स्किल वही जानता है। वो एक मेरे पास एक शेफ आया था, उसने 2 किताबें लिखी, मैं भूला उनका नाम, बहुत टीवी पे प्रोग्राम होता, तो उन्होंने मुझे कुछ चीज़ें बनाई, तो वो तेल मीठ वही डालते हैं सब, 1 मिनट में टेस्टी चीज़ बनाई। मैं भी कोविड के समय वो कॉपी करने लगा, मेरे को नहीं जमा। देखो, आप इंजीनियर हो, ऑफिसर हो, IAS ऑफिसर हो, आपका एक्सपर्टाइज का हर आदमी का एक फील्ड होता है। आपको ये एक फील्ड में सफलता मिलती है तो अपने को लगता है कि मैं सब फील्ड में एक्सपर्ट हूँ। मैं ये 95 में जब ये रोड का काम सक्सेस स्टोरी बनी, मुझे बहुत लोगों ने तारीफ की, तो मेरे को ऐसा लगने लगा कि मैं बहुत शाना हूँ और मुझे बहुत समझता है। तो मैंने अपना एक घर बनाने का, नागपुर में था, पुराना बाड़ा था, मिट्टी का घर था, बहुत बड़ी जगह थी, तो अच्छे बड़े आर्किटेक्ट ने डिज़ाइन किया, तो मेरे में अहंकार आ गया कि मैं तो मुंबई पूरे हाईवे बनाया, फ्लाईओवर बनाया, वर्ली बांद्रा बनाया, ये आर्किटेक्ट मुझे क्या बताएगा। और मैंने अपनी अक्ल यूज़ करके घर का डिज़ाइन तैयार किया। मेरे बेडरूम में मेरे बेड के सामने पिलर आ गया। तब से मैंने कहा कि जिसका बंदर वही नाचे। ये गलत बात होगी कि जिसको एक्सपर्टाइज है, जिसका एक्सपीरियंस है, जिसकी प्रूवन सक्सेस स्टोरी है, उसी का सहयोग लेना कभी भी उचित होगा, तो ये 100% सक्सेस स्टोरी होगी। नक्शल में इतना ही मुझे कहना है कि स्वदेशी के आधार पर यहाँ के लोग कर सकते हैं तो सोने में सुहागन है, नहीं हो सकता है तो फॉरेन टेक्नोलॉजी को हायर करके वो करें। अगर आप सब करके आप ही इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर डालकर हमको रेवेन्यू दें तो बहुत ही अच्छा है। अगर नहीं होगा तो कुछ कॉस्ट हम बेयर करके करें, वो भी ठीक है। अल्टीमेटली जो ब्रेकिंग पॉइंट है वो ट्रांसपेरेंसी के साथ, करप्शन फ्री सिस्टम के साथ हमको बीडर को आइडेंटिफाई करना है। और एक बात चौहान साहब आप याद रखना कि आपके टेक्निकल और फाइनेंशियल क्वालिफिकेशन ये हार्ट ऑफ द सब्जेक्ट है। हमारे महाराष्ट्र में इतना एक्सपर्टाइज था एक समय कि पीडब्ल्यूडी में इतना ही लिखना बाकी था कि काला कोट पहन के जो आएगा उसी को टेंडर मिलेगा, इतनी कंडीशन रही थी। और आज भी मैं स्टेट गवर्नमेंट में जानता हूँ, क्योंकि मैं टेक्निकल क्वालिफिकेशन एंड फाइनेंशियल क्वालिफिकेशन की शुरुआत मैंने की है। कैसे मैनेज होते हैं, कहाँ खुटी मारना, एक ब्रिज बनाना है, एक ही डाल देना कि इतना स्पैन 150 मीटर का जिसने किया वही टेंडर भर सकता है, बाकी पूरा रामायण लिख दिया और एक वाक्य लिख दिया तो 90% लोग डिस्क्वालीफाई होते हैं। इसमें बहुत लोगों को महारत हासिल है। तो पहली बात, वी वांट ट्रांसपेरेंसी, वी वांट एग्जैक्ट प्राइस, करप्शन फ्री सिस्टम, क्वालिटेटिव अप्रोच, और पब्लिक को इसके बारे में कोई तकलीफ नहीं होनी चाहिए, ऐसी सक्सेस स्टोरी, और इंक्रीज इन रेवेन्यू फॉर गवर्नमेंट। और ये ऐसा आप करिए कि इसमें हमारा रेवेन्यू बढ़ेगा। और मुझे लगता है जब एक ही सिस्टम से 8-10 हज़ार करोड़ बढ़ेंगे, ये तो हम चाहते कि ये फुकट में आप करें आपका, पर वक्त आया तो 5-7 हज़ार करोड़ हम लोग अपना NHAI के महीने का इनकम अगर इसमें किसी बात के लिए इन्वेस्ट भी करते हैं फॉर बेटर टुमारो, तो भी कोई गलत नहीं है। तो मुझे लगता है कि आप सब लोगों के आज के इस चिंतन से सक्सेस स्टोरी बनेगी और उस स्टोरी में आप सबका कंट्रीब्यूशन होगा। और हमारे देश में, क्योंकि ये पूरे वर्ल्ड में अब इम्प्लीमेंट होगा, तो हमारा सक्सेसफुल जो एक्सपेरिमेंट है ये डेवलपिंग कंट्रीज़ में, ये हमारा पूरा सिस्टम निश्चित रूप से आगे दुनिया उसको लेगी। इसी विश्वास के साथ आपको धन्यवाद देता हूँ। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। नमस्कार।
माननीय मंत्री महोदय जी का आपके प्रेरणात्मक संदेश को साझा करने के लिए तहे दिल से हार्दिक धन्यवाद। और निवेदन है श्री विशाल चौहान जी से कि आप कृपया स्मृति चिन्ह भेंट कर माननीय मंत्री महोदय जी का सम्मान करें। और एक बार फिर जोरदार तालियां माननीय मंत्री महोदय जी के सम्मान में। आपने अपने कीमती वक्त में से कुछ वक्त निकालकर यहाँ उपस्थित हुए, सभी के साथ अपने विचार साझा किए। आपका तहे दिल से हार्दिक धन्यवाद सर। और अब सम्मानित कर रहे हैं श्री अजय तामते जी को, माननीय राज्य मंत्री, श्री हर्ष मल्होत्रा जी को, माननीय राज्य मंत्री। सम्मानित करना चाहेंगे सचिव श्री अनुराग जैन जी को। एवं चेयरमैन NHAI श्री संतोष कुमार यादव जी को। निवेदन है माननीय मंत्री महोदय एवं मंच पर उपस्थित सभी गणमान्य अधिकारीगण से कृपया ग्रुप फोटोग्राफ के लिए सामने आ जाएं। एक ग्रुप फोटोग्राफ का निवेदन है सर। और एक बार फिर जोरदार तालियां हो जाए माननीय मंत्री महोदय जी का हार्दिक धन्यवाद करने के लिए। हार्दिक धन्यवाद सर। धन्यवाद ज्ञापन के लिए आमंत्रित करते हैं श्री AP चित्रांशी जी को, CEO IHMCL।
Respected sir, this has been a grueling 10 hours exercise, and the whole audience, I am thankful that they have glued to listen Honorable our Minister. So I would first like to thank Shri Nitin Gadkari sir, Honorable Minister Road Transport Highways, for guiding us and taking time to come and bless this August gathering. Shri Ajay Tamta sir, Honorable Minister of State, Road Transport and Highways, thank you sir for coming. Shri Harsh Malhotra sir, Honorable Minister of State, Road Transport and Highways and Corporate Affairs, thank you sir. Shri Anurag Jain sir, who actually conceptualized this whole workshop, thank you sir, you visited this workshop. Our chairman, Shri Santosh Kumar Yadav sir, thank you sir, and Shri Vishal Chauhan sir, member NHAI and CMD IHMCL and the architect of this workshop. Shri SP Singh sir, Joint Secretary Mort and Apex Committee member, Professor Maninder Agarwal, Director ITK. Apex Committee member, Professor Subrat Kar from IT Delhi. Apex Committee member, Professor Geetam Tiwari from IT Delhi. Shri Jaideep Somsab, DGG NIC and Apex Committee member. Our member, Shri Anil Chaudhary sir. Our CVO, Shri Neeraj Kumar sir. Eminent panelist, Ms. Praveena Rai, Mr. K.C. Sharma from Morth, Mr. Bruno Cordin, Continental, Mr. Keston Pearls, Unix, Mr. Alok Sethi, DIMS, Mr. P.K. Banerjee, Siam with a Vadirat Katti, I Triangle, Mr. Anshuman Roy, Rosa Mata, Mr. Rupesh Jenu, CDAC, Mr. Wim Wembley, B Mobile, Mr. Peter Kozes, SkyToll, Mr. Selvan, TCS, Mr. Jaswinder Grewal, Google, Mr. Norbert Schindler, GNSS, Austria, Mr. Pawan from AutoShore, Mr. Harsh Nisar, advisor NHAI, Mr. Pardeep Goel from BPCL, Mr. Saras Sinha, Airtel Business, Mr. Udayan Joshi, SBI General, Mr. Rohit Daga, ICI Lombard, Mr. Shrikant Kurup, IDFC Bank, Mr. Sagar Sahai, Kotak Bank, Mr. Akhilesh Srivastava from IRF, Dr. Zafar Khan, HOAI, Mr. N. Sankar Narayan, NHBF, Mr. Manish Saini, Strabag, Mr. Sandeep Pawar, Kent, Mr. Devashish Devishkar, Jio, and all the international delegates from Cash, B Mobile, SkyToll, Mavion, Unex, Clear Road, Telematics, Vinci, all the CGMs, GMs from NHAI, officers and staff of NHAI Admin Division, officers of Morth, officers of other government departments, delegates from India, my team from IHMCL, Hotel Ashok, officers, staff, and whoever has contributed to this wonderful evening. which we are witnessing since last 10 hours. Thank you so much. Please have tea.
माननीय मंत्रीगण का पुनः तहे दिल से हार्दिक धन्यवाद करते हुए आज की इस अंतर्राष्ट्रीय कार्यशाला का समापन करते हैं. Ladies and gentlemen, we now close the proceedings of this international workshop, inviting all our guests to kindly join us for high tea before you leave the venue. Thank you very much indeed to each one of you for your participation in making this workshop a huge success that it was. Please enjoy your evening ahead. Have a safe drive home. Good evening and namaskar.